Tonight, on Digging into History, we journey through the shadows of time to explore the twilight of empires and the dawn of a new era, the Middle Ages, a 1,000-year span that shaped the foundations of our modern world, beginning with one of history's most pivotal transitions, the collapse of the mighty Roman Empire and the uncertain birth of medieval Europe. Picture yourself standing on the stone walls of Rome in the year 410 CE. For nearly 8 centuries, Rome had stood undefeated, the eternal city at the heart of the greatest empire the Western world had ever known. Stretching from the misty hills of Britain to the sands of North Africa, from the Atlantic shores to the lands beyond the Euphrates, Roman power seemed as permanent as the marble columns of its forums and temples. But on this day, something unthinkable happens. The city gates open and the Visigoths, Germanic warriors led by their king Alaric, march through the streets of Rome. For the first time in 800 years, foreign invaders walk the Seven Hills. The psychological impact of this moment ripples across the Mediterranean world. How could Rome, the unconquerable, fall? The truth is that Rome's decline had been underway for generations. Like an ancient oak hollowed from within, the empire still cast an impressive shadow while its core weakened. The causes were numerous and complex. The empire had grown too vast to govern effectively. Economic troubles mounted as silver content in Roman coins was reduced, triggering inflation. Tax burdens crushed the working classes while wealthy landowners found ways to avoid paying their share. Military pressures intensified along the borders. Tribes and peoples that Romans dismissed as barbarians, the Goths, Vandals, Franks, Saxons and Huns, were themselves being pushed westward by population movements in Central Asia. These peoples were not simply wild hordes as Roman writers portrayed them. They had their own sophisticated cultures, skilled metalworking, impressive martial traditions, and complex social systems. Many had served in Roman armies and knew Roman tactics well. By the late 300s CE, these external pressures coincided with internal Roman power struggles. Emperors rarely died peacefully in their beds. Most were assassinated or overthrown, and civil wars between rival claimants drained resources needed for border defence. The empire attempted a desperate reorganisation under Emperor Diocletian, who split the realm into western and eastern halves for more efficient governance. While the eastern half, centred on Constantinople, would endure for another 1,000 years as the Byzantine Empire, the western half entered a spiral of decline. As central authority weakened, local Roman elites began making their own arrangements with incoming Germanic leaders. Rather than catastrophic destruction, many regions experienced a gradual transformation. Germanic kings often tried to preserve Roman administrative systems, adopted Roman titles, and sometimes even ruled in the name of the distant emperor. The end came not with a dramatic crash but a fading whisper. In 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor, ironically named Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic general Odoacer. This date is traditionally marked as the end of the Western Roman Empire, though to people living then, it might have seemed merely another political reshuffling in increasingly chaotic times. The title of emperor simply disappeared from the West, with power now held openly by Germanic kings. What followed was a profound transformation of European society. The sophisticated urban culture of Rome began to fade. Cities that had been bustling centres of commerce shrank dramatically or were abandoned altogether. The elaborate Roman system of roads, once maintaining rapid communication across the empire, fell into disrepair. Long-distance trade declined sharply. The complex economic web that had connected distant provinces unraveled. In this changing world, people sought new forms of security. Without the Roman legions to maintain order, local protection became paramount. Ordinary people increasingly attached themselves to powerful landowners who could offer safety. The seeds of feudalism were being planted. Though the fully developed feudal system was still centuries away, literacy rates plummeted as Roman educational institutions disappeared. While the Eastern Empire maintained centers of learning, in the West, the preservation of written knowledge became largely the domain of the Christian Church. In scattered monasteries, monks laboriously copied ancient texts, preserving fragments of classical knowledge through the darkening centuries. Yet it would be wrong to imagine this period as one of complete darkness or barbarism. The term Dark Ages itself has fallen out of favor with many historians who recognize the rich cultural developments occurring during this time. New artistic traditions emerged, blending Roman styles with Germanic, Celtic, and other influences. Brilliant illuminated manuscripts were created in monasteries. The foundations of Romanesque architecture were laid. For ordinary people, daily life changed, but not always for the worse. The crushing tax burdens of the late Roman Empire were lifted. While trade networks contracted, most communities developed more self-sufficient local economies. The collapse of central authority meant that in many regions, local customs and traditions that had been suppressed under Roman rule could re-emerge. The migration period brought new peoples, languages, and cultural practices to the former Roman territories. The map of Europe was being redrawn. In Britain, Anglo-Saxon settlers established kingdoms that would eventually form England. In Gaul, the Franks under Clovis created the foundation of what would become France. The Visigoths settled in Spain, while the Ostrogoths and later the Lombards ruled Italy. These new kingdoms maintained varying degrees of Roman influence. In some areas, Roman law continued to be followed alongside Germanic legal traditions. Latin remained the language of administration and the church, gradually evolving into the Romance languages we know today. Christianity, which had become the official religion of the empire in its final century, continued to spread, though often blending with local beliefs and practices. Perhaps most significantly, this period saw the emergence of a distinctly European identity separate from the Mediterranean world. As the political unity of the old empire fractured, three major cultural spheres began to take shape: the Byzantine East, preserving Greek traditions; the Islamic world, which would soon emerge from Arabia; and Western Christendom, developing its own unique synthesis of Roman, Christian, and Germanic elements. The story of this transition is not simply one of decline. It represents a crucial pivot in human history, the end of the ancient world, and the first steps toward medieval Europe. The institutions and ideas that would define European civilization for the next 1,000 years were taking root in this seemingly chaotic period. The old Roman elite, with their villas and urban lifestyles, gradually transformed into a new aristocracy based on landholding and military service. The Christian church stepped into the vacuum left by imperial administration, becoming not just a religious institution, but a political and cultural force. Monasteries became centers of learning, agriculture, and technology. For those living through these tumultuous times, the changes must have seemed both frightening and full of possibility. Old certainties disappeared, but new opportunities emerged. The world was being remade, though none could have foreseen the distinctive civilization that would eventually arise from these foundations. As night falls on the Roman world, we see not just an ending but a beginning. The flickering torches of medieval Europe are being lit one by one, casting new shadows and illuminating new paths forward. The 1,000-year journey of the Middle Ages has begun, a journey that will take us through castle halls and monastery scriptoria, village fields and cathedral naves, to the eventual reawakening of the Renaissance. This twilight period between ancient and medieval worlds reminds us that history rarely makes clean breaks. Great transformations happen gradually, almost imperceptibly to those living through them. The fall of Rome and the birth of medieval Europe offers us a powerful lesson in how civilizations change, not always through dramatic collapse, but through adaptation, transformation, and the slow emergence of new ways of understanding and organizing human society. As we continue our journey through the Middle Ages in the coming episodes, we'll explore how the seeds planted during this transitional period grew into the rich and complex medieval world, a world much more vibrant and innovative than the term Dark Ages suggests. Medieval villages formed the backbone of European society throughout the Middle Ages, housing the vast majority of the population and producing the food that sustained the entire social order. These agricultural communities, typically home to between 50 and 300 people, represented the basic economic and social unit of medieval life from roughly the 5th to the 15th century. The manor system structured these rural communities, creating a framework of mutual obligations that defined daily existence. At the center of this system was the relationship between the lord, who owned the land, and the peasants who worked it. This relationship varied significantly across regions and time periods, but generally involved the exchange of labor and produce for protection and the right to farm a portion of land. Most peasants fell into one of two broad categories: free peasants who paid rent for their land, and serfs who were legally bound to the manor. Serfdom was not slavery. Serfs could not be bought and sold individually, but it severely restricted freedom of movement and choice. Serfs typically owed their lord labor services, often working 3 days a week on the lord's demesne, the land directly controlled by the lord. as well as additional services during critical periods like harvest time. They also paid various dues and fees, such as a portion of their crops, special payments when they inherited property, or payments to use essential facilities like the manor's mill, bread oven, or wine press. The physical layout of the village reflected this social and economic arrangement. The Lord's Manor House occupied a prominent position, often alongside or near the village church. Around these central structures clustered the peasant cottages. Beyond the village centre stretched the agricultural fields, typically arranged in an open field system divided into strips. Each peasant family worked multiple strips scattered throughout the fields rather than a single consolidated plot. This system, though seemingly inefficient to modernize, distributed the varying quality of land more equitably and allowed for communal farming practices. Medieval agriculture operated on a rotating field system. In the simplest two-field system, half the arable land lay fallow each year to recover fertility. More advanced three-field systems emerged later, with fields rotating between winter crops, spring crops, and fallow. This approach maximized land use while maintaining soil productivity without chemical fertilizers. Surrounding these cultivated fields were communal meadows for haymaking, pastures for grazing animals, and woodlands that provided essential resources including firewood, building materials, and forage for pigs. The tools and techniques of medieval farming remained relatively unchanged for centuries. The heavy-wheeled plough pulled by oxen or horses represented the most significant technological investment for the community. Most villages owned ploughs communally or depended on the lord to provide them. Other common tools included wooden harrows for breaking up soil clumps, scythes and sickles for harvesting, and flails for threshing grain. Without mechanical power, almost all tasks required intensive human labor, often performed collectively by the village. Crop yields remained low by modern standards. A good harvest might return 3 to 4 times the seed grain planted, compared to yields 20 or 30 times higher in contemporary agriculture. This marginal productivity meant that a significant portion of the population needed to work the land, and even small disruptions in weather patterns could lead to food shortages or famine. The diet in medieval villages centered on grain products, particularly bread and porridge made from wheat, rye, barley, or oats depending on local growing conditions. Vegetables grew in small garden plots near cottages, with cabbage, onions, garlic, beans, and peas being common. Meat appeared infrequently on peasant tables, usually during winter when animals were slaughtered to avoid feeding them through the lean months. Fish provided an important protein source, especially during the numerous fast days prescribed by the church when meat was forbidden. Dairy products from cows, goats, and sheep supplemented the diet, along with eggs from chickens and other fowl. Ale and beer, safer to drink than potentially contaminated water, were dietary staples brewed in most households. Housing for medieval peasants was simple and functional. Typical cottages had wooden frames with walls of wattle and daub, a mixture of twigs, mud, and often animal dung or straw. Roofs consisted of thatch made from reeds or straw, requiring regular replacement. Most homes had packed earth floors covered with rushes or straw, a central hearth for cooking and warmth, and minimal furnishings. Windows, if present at all, remained small and covered with shutters or oiled cloth, as glass was prohibitively expensive for common people. These single-room dwellings often sheltered not just the human family but valuable livestock as well, particularly during winter months. Daily life followed the rhythm of daylight hours and seasonal changes. Work began at dawn and continued until dusk, with the specific tasks determined by the agricultural calendar. Spring meant ploughing and planting. Summer brought weeding and haymaking. Autumn was dominated by the critical harvest period, and winter focused on threshing grain, repairing tools and buildings, and textile production. The intensity of agricultural labor varied throughout the year, with harvest time demanding the longest hours in winter, allowing more time for crafts and household maintenance. Religion permeated every aspect of village life. The local parish church stood as both a spiritual center and community gathering place. The church calendar, with its cycle of holy days and seasonal festivals, provided structure to the year and offered welcome breaks from labor. Important life events, births, marriages, deaths, occurred within a religious framework. Village priests served not only as spiritual leaders, but often as the only literate members of the community, sometimes acting as record keepers and administrators. Social life in the village centered around collective work and celebrations. Important agricultural tasks like ploughing and harvesting often involved communal effort, followed by shared meals or festivities. Religious feast days provided opportunities for rare indulgences in food, drink, and entertainment. Villagers might host traveling performers occasionally, but more commonly created their own amusements through storytelling, music, dancing, and games. These collective activities reinforced community bonds essential for survival in a challenging environment. Village administration typically occurred through several overlapping systems. The manor court, presided over by the lord or his steward, handled matters related to agricultural obligations, land transfers, and minor disputes. Many villagers also maintained their own customary decision-making bodies where senior male householders would address issues of common concern, such as the timing of planting or harvesting, maintenance of shared resources, and the resolution of conflicts. Women, while excluded from formal governance, exercised significant practical authority over household management, food processing, textile production, and certain agricultural tasks. Life expectancy remained short, with perhaps half of all children dying before reaching adulthood. Those who survived childhood might live into their 50s or 60s, though many succumbed earlier to accidents, disease, or complications from childbirth. Medical care came primarily from local healers using herbal remedies, with formal physicians available only to the wealthy. Against this backdrop of hardship, the village community provided crucial support networks, with neighbors assisting each other during illness, old age, or after the death of a provider. Despite its challenges, medieval village life maintained remarkably stable communities over centuries. The limited mobility of peasants, especially serfs, meant that families often remained in the same location for generations, creating deep connections to both place and community. This stability fostered strong local identities, distinctive dialects, and regional customs that contributed to the rich cultural tapestry of medieval Europe. The village economy operated primarily on a subsistence basis, with most production intended for local consumption. However, specialized crafts developed in many communities, with blacksmiths, carpenters, millers, brewers, and other artisans providing essential services. As the Middle Ages progressed, increasing specialization and trade expanded the economic horizons of village life, gradually connecting rural communities to wider regional markets. This manor-based village system began to transform in the later Middle Ages due to multiple factors. The catastrophic population decline following the Black Death of the 14th century created labor shortages that increased peasant bargaining power. Growing commerce and the rise of towns offered alternative livelihoods. Legal changes gradually undermined serfdom, with many peasants commuting their labor services to cash payments. By the end of the medieval period, the strictly manorial village had evolved significantly in many regions, though elements of the system persisted in some areas into early modern times. The medieval village represented far more than a simple economic arrangement for food production. It constituted a complete social world that shaped individual identity, provided security through mutual obligation, and created enduring cultural patterns. Many aspects of village life that emerged during the Middle Ages, from agricultural techniques to festivals and folk traditions, continued to influence rural European communities well into the industrial era and beyond. The village structure that developed following the collapse of Roman authority proved remarkably adaptive, sustaining European society through a millennium of profound change. Christianity transformed from a persecuted minority sect into the dominant religious and political force in Europe during the early Middle Ages. This remarkable evolution profoundly shaped medieval civilization, establishing the Church as an institution that would define European culture, politics, and daily life for centuries. The seeds of Christian dominance were planted during the later Roman Empire. In 313 CE, the Emperor Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, granting Christians legal tolerance after generations of intermittent persecution. By 380 CE, Emperor Theodosius I made Christianity the official religion of the empire through the Edict of Thessalonica. As Roman political structures weakened in the 5th century, the Church emerged as one of the few institutions with the organizational capability to fill the resulting power vacuum. The Church possessed several crucial advantages that enabled its rise to prominence. First, it maintained an effective hierarchical structure, modeled partly on Roman administrative systems. Bishops oversaw major cities and surrounding territories, with archbishops supervising larger regions. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, gradually asserted primacy over the Western Church, though this authority developed unevenly and faced persistent challenges. Second, the Church preserved literacy and administrative expertise during a period when these skills were disappearing from secular society. As Roman educational institutions collapsed, cathedral schools and later monasteries became the primary centers for learning. Clerics formed a specialized class of literate administrators who could read, write, maintain records, and understand Roman law. These skills made churchmen indispensable to emerging kingdoms struggling to establish effective governance. Third, Christianity offered a unifying ideological framework for a fragmenting Europe. The universal message of Christianity transcended tribal and political boundaries, providing common religious practices and moral teachings across diverse regions. As Germanic kingdoms replaced Roman authority, many rulers recognized the political advantage of adopting Christianity, which could help legitimize their rule and connect them to Roman imperial traditions. The conversion of Clovis, king of the Franks, around 496 CE exemplifies this process. By adopting Catholic Christianity rather than the Arian version common among other Germanic peoples, Clovis aligned himself with the native Gallo-Roman population he ruled and secured the support of the church hierarchy. Similar conversions occurred across Europe, often beginning with royal courts and gradually spreading to the general population. Monasticism emerged as a particularly influential movement within the expanding church. The monastic ideal began with desert hermits in Egypt and Syria during the 3rd and 4th centuries, who sought spiritual perfection through asceticism and withdrawal from worldly concerns. This individual pursuit evolved into communal monasticism, where groups of monks or nuns lived together under formal rules governing all aspects of life. In Western Europe, Benedictine monasticism became the dominant form following the creation of the Rule of Saint Benedict in the 6th century. This practical guide for monastic communities emphasized moderation, communal worship, physical labor, and intellectual pursuits. Benedictine monasteries spread across Europe, often established through royal or noble patronage, becoming centers of religious devotion, agricultural innovation, and cultural preservation. Monasteries performed several vital functions in medieval society. They served as spiritual powerhouses, with monks and nuns engaged in constant prayer thought to benefit the broader Christian community. They operated as economic centers, managing large agricultural estates and introducing improved farming techniques. Perhaps most crucially for later cultural development, monasteries preserved and transmitted knowledge through their scriptoria, where monks painstakingly copied religious and secular texts. The Carolingian period, approximately 750–900 CE, marked a significant enhancement of church power and cultural influence. Charlemagne, crowned emperor by Pope Leo III in 800 CE, actively supported the church while using it to strengthen his governance. His educational reforms, implemented largely through monasteries and cathedral schools, stimulated what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, a period of increased intellectual activity and manuscript production. Charlemagne's imperial project linked political authority directly to church support, establishing a pattern that would characterize medieval politics for centuries. Subsequent rulers found their legitimacy dependent on proper religious consecration, usually through coronation by high church officials. This arrangement created enduring tensions over the proper relationship between secular and religious authority, culminating in the dramatic investiture controversy of the 11th and 12th centuries. The church's power operated on multiple levels throughout medieval society. At the highest level, the papacy increasingly claimed authority over kings and emperors, asserting the supremacy of spiritual power over temporal rule. Pope Gregory VII's conflict with Emperor Henry IV in the late 11th century exemplifies this struggle, with Gregory temporarily forcing the emperor to humiliating penance at Canossa in 1077. While papal claims to universal authority were never fully realized in practice, they nevertheless required monarchs to negotiate with church leadership rather than simply dominate it. At regional levels, bishops functioned as major political figures, often controlling substantial territories as prince-bishops with both spiritual and temporal authority. Bishops frequently served as royal advisors, diplomats, and administrators, further blurring the line between church and state. Important cathedral towns developed into centers of learning, culture, and governance, where religious and secular activities intertwined. Monasteries constituted another layer of church influence, controlling vast landholdings and serving as economic hubs. By the High Middle Ages, monastic orders like the Cistercians operated international networks of monasteries that functioned as sophisticated agricultural enterprises and early financial institutions. The monastic exemption from episcopal control allowed many monasteries to develop direct relationships with the papacy, creating alternative power structures within the church. At the local level, parish priests represented the church's presence in virtually every community across Europe. The parish church stood at the physical and social center of villages, serving as the focal point for religious practice, community gatherings, and life cycle rituals. Local priests administered sacraments considered essential for salvation, giving them significant power over everyday religious experience. The parish tithe, typically 1/10 of agricultural production, provided substantial economic resources for the church, though its distribution among local priests, bishops, and monasteries varied by region. The church shaped medieval intellectual life through its near monopoly on formal education. Cathedral schools, typically attached to major churches and supervised by bishops, trained clergy and some laymen in subjects derived from classical learning. The traditional liberal arts curriculum consisted of the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, logic, and quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, music, providing a framework for understanding the world. By the 12th century, some cathedral schools evolved into the first universities, beginning with Bologna, specializing in law and Paris theology. Medieval intellectual activity operated within a Christian framework that sought to harmonize classical knowledge with religious truth. Scholars like Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274, systematically incorporated Aristotelian philosophy into Catholic theology, demonstrating that faith and reason could complement rather than contradict each other. This scholastic method, characterized by logical analysis and systematic questioning, became the dominant intellectual approach in medieval universities. The church exercised control over cultural production beyond formal education. Religious themes dominated art, architecture, literature, and music, with the church serving as the primary patron for creative works. The great cathedrals represented the most ambitious architectural achievements of the age, combining technological innovation with religious symbolism to create awe-inspiring spaces for worship. Illuminated manuscripts, religious drama, liturgical music, and devotional literature similarly expressed Christian concepts through artistic means. Canon law, the church's legal system, extended the institution's influence into numerous aspects of daily life. Ecclesiastical courts claimed jurisdiction not only over clergy, but over matters concerning marriage, wills, contracts sworn on religious objects, and various moral offenses. These courts operated alongside secular legal systems, sometimes competing with them for jurisdiction. Canon law influenced the development of secular legal systems through its sophisticated procedural rules and emphasis on intent, rather than simply outcome, in determining guilt. The church regulated moral behavior through the sacrament of confession and the system of penance. The Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 made annual confession mandatory for all adult Christians, giving priests regular opportunities to shape moral understanding and behavior. Penance assigned for sins could range from prayers to fasting to pilgrimage, creating mechanisms for both spiritual correction and social control. More serious cases might result in excommunication, exclusion from church sacraments and community, a punishment with severe social and political implications in a society where religious participation was central to identity. Religious practices structured both the calendar and daily routines in medieval society. The liturgical year, with its cycle of feasts and fasts, determined work patterns and celebrations. Major feast days like Christmas and Easter provided communal celebrations that reinforced both religious beliefs and social bonds. Saints' days, which varied by region, created localized religious identities and offered additional breaks from labor. Daily prayer cycles, most elaborate in monasteries, but observed in simpler forms by lay people, marked the passing of hours in an era before mechanical clocks became common. Popular devotion often centered on saints, who served as specialized intercessors with God and protectors of communities. Relics, physical remains or possessions of saints, attracted pilgrims and served as focal points for regional religious practices. Major pilgrimage sites like Santiago de Compostela in Spain, Canterbury in England, and Rome itself connected local communities to broader Christian networks through established pilgrimage routes that facilitated cultural exchange. The medieval church was not monolithic, Despite its hierarchical structure, reform movements regularly emerged to address perceived corruption or spiritual complacency. The Cluniac reforms beginning in the 10th century revitalized Benedictine monasticism by emphasizing stricter adherence to rules and independence from secular control. The Cistercian order, founded in 1098, sought to restore simplicity and manual labor to monastic life. Mendicant orders like the Franciscans and Dominicans, established in the early 13th century, broke from traditional monastic isolation to work directly among urban populations, combining preaching with voluntary poverty. Heretical movements also challenged church orthodoxy throughout the medieval period. Groups like the Cathars in southern France and the Lollards in England questioned fundamental church teachings and practices, often advocating simpler forms of Christianity closer to apostolic ideals. The church responded with persuasion through preaching campaigns, but also with force when necessary, developing inquisitorial procedures to identify and suppress heresy. The Albigensian Crusade, 1209 to 1229, against the Cathars demonstrated the church's willingness to use military power against internal religious threats. The church's economic power was substantial, derived from diverse sources including land ownership, tithes, fees for services, donations, and commercial activities. By some estimates, the church controlled between 1/5 and 1/3 of the land in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages. This economic base supported elaborate building projects, institutional maintenance, charitable activities, and provided income for clergy at all levels. While church teaching emphasized charity and criticized greed, economic practices often reflected pragmatic accommodation to financial realities. The church operated the period's largest charitable institutions, maintaining hospitals, hospices for travelers, almshouses for the poor, and orphanages. Monasteries in particular were obligated to provide hospitality to travelers and assistance to the needy. These charitable activities addressed social welfare needs in the absence of secular government programs, though their coverage was inevitably incomplete and unevenly distributed. By the later Middle Ages, the power and wealth of the church generated increasing criticism from both religious reformers and secular authorities. The Western Schism, 1378 to 1417, when rival popes simultaneously claimed authority, damaged church prestige, and intensified calls for structural reform. Renaissance humanism encouraged critical examination of religious texts and traditions. These tensions, combined with political conflicts and theological disagreements, eventually contributed to the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century, which would fracture the religious unity of Western Europe. The medieval church thus stood as an institution of remarkable complexity and profound influence. It provided spiritual guidance and sacramental services while functioning as a political power, economic force, educational system, legal authority, and cultural patron. Despite numerous reforms, controversies, and challenges to its authority, the church remained the most stable and far-reaching institution throughout the medieval period, fundamentally shaping European civilization in ways that continue to resonate in modern society. The transition from the classical world to the medieval period witnessed one of history's most significant intellectual transformations. As Roman political structures collapsed across Western Europe, vast repositories of ancient knowledge faced an uncertain fate. The story of what was lost, what survived, and how knowledge was preserved during the early Middle Ages reveals much about this pivotal historical transition and challenges simplistic narratives about a complete intellectual collapse. Roman civilization had developed sophisticated systems for creating, storing, and transmitting knowledge. Public libraries existed in major cities throughout the empire, with Rome itself housing nearly 30 public libraries by the 4th century CE. The most famous libraries of the ancient world, such as the Library of Alexandria in Egypt and the libraries of Pergamum in Asia Minor, contained hundreds of thousands of scrolls covering subjects from mathematics and astronomy to medicine, philosophy, and literature. These institutions served as centers of research and intellectual exchange, supporting a culture that valued learning and written knowledge. Education in the Roman world followed a structured progression, with elementary schools teaching basic literacy and numeracy, grammar schools providing instruction in literature and language, and rhetorical schools offering advanced training in public speaking and argumentation. This educational system produced a substantial literate class of administrators, lawyers, and cultured elites who consumed and sometimes created written works. In major urban centers, professional scribes copied texts for commercial distribution, while wealthy individuals maintained private libraries as symbols of status and learning. The crisis of the 3rd century, with its political instability, economic difficulties, and military pressures, began to strain this intellectual infrastructure. Urban decline reduced the population that could support specialized cultural institutions. Economic challenges made the luxury of education and book collection increasingly difficult to maintain. The gradual shift from papyrus scrolls to parchment codices, the ancestor of modern books, affected both the storage and production of written works, as parchment was more expensive but more durable than papyrus. As Western Roman authority fragmented in the 5th century, the fate of classical knowledge varied significantly by region and subject matter. In some areas, particularly those experiencing violent disruption, libraries were destroyed or abandoned. The maintenance of public libraries required stable governance and economic resources that were increasingly scarce. Without institutional support, the skilled personnel needed to catalogue, preserve, and copy texts disappeared. The complex knowledge ecosystem that had sustained classical learning began to unravel. The decline in literacy accelerated the loss of knowledge. As formal educational institutions disappeared and governance shifted to Germanic rulers with different cultural traditions, the proportion of the population able to read Latin decreased dramatically. Even among the elite, the level of education became more basic and practically oriented. This shrinking literate audience reduced demand for texts, leading to fewer copies being made of many works. Without regular recopying, manuscripts would eventually deteriorate beyond use in the damp European climate. The content most vulnerable to loss was technical, scientific, and secular material that lacked immediate practical application or religious significance. Works of abstract philosophy, theoretical mathematics, experimental science, and non-Christian religious thought were copied less frequently than immediately useful or religiously acceptable texts. Much Greek scientific and philosophical material had already been lost to Latin readers in the Western Empire even before its fall, as knowledge of Greek declined among Western elites during the later imperial period. Some fields of knowledge experienced particularly profound disruption. Advanced theoretical mathematics largely disappeared from Western Europe, with even the works of Euclid becoming rare until their reintroduction centuries later. Medical knowledge regressed from the sophisticated empirical approaches of physicians like Galen to more limited and often superstition-based practices. Architectural techniques for constructing complex structures like domes and large-span arches were partially lost, not to be fully recovered until the High Middle Ages. Yet the narrative of loss requires important qualifications. First, the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire maintained much greater continuity with classical learning. Constantinople preserved functioning libraries, educational institutions, and a literate bureaucratic class. Greek scientific and philosophical works continued to be copied and studied in the Byzantine world, providing a reservoir of knowledge that would later flow back to Western Europe during the 12th century Renaissance, and again during the 15th century with the fall of Constantinople. Second, the Islamic world emerged as a major center for preserving and advancing classical knowledge. As Muslim armies conquered former Roman territories in North Africa, the Middle East, and parts of southern Europe, they encountered the remnants of classical learning. From the 8th century onward, a massive translation movement in centers like Baghdad and Cordoba rendered Greek scientific, medical, and philosophical texts into Arabic. Muslim scholars not only preserved these works but built upon them, making original contributions in mathematics, astronomy, optics, medicine, and philosophy. Third, within Western Europe itself, the process of knowledge transmission was complex and selective rather than representing a complete break. The Christian Church, particularly through monastic institutions, preserved significant portions of classical learning deemed compatible with Christian belief. Many monasteries maintained scriptoria, where monks copied manuscripts, including some secular classical works alongside religious texts. Figures like Cassiodorus, c. 485–585 CE, and Isidore of Seville, ca. 560–636 CE, consciously worked to preserve elements of classical learning within a Christian framework. The survival of classical texts in the West followed patterns reflecting both practical needs and ideological considerations. Works directly useful for church administration and religious education received priority. Texts by Latin authors considered morally acceptable to Christian sensibilities, such as Virgil and Cicero, continued to be copied for their stylistic value in teaching Latin. Some philosophical works, particularly those by Plato and later Neoplatonists, whose ideas could be harmonized with Christian theology, maintained limited circulation. The educational curriculum narrowed but did not disappear entirely. The 7 liberal arts, grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, provided a framework derived from classical education that structured medieval learning. These subjects were increasingly approached through simplified compilations and handbooks rather than original classical texts. Works like Boethius's mathematical treatises served as imperfect conduits for some aspects of classical knowledge, presenting simplified versions of earlier achievements. The physical form of written works changed significantly during this transitional period. The shift from papyrus scrolls to parchment codices accelerated, completely transforming the material basis of written culture. Parchment, made from treated animal skins, was more expensive to produce but significantly more durable than papyrus. The codex format, with pages bound together like modern books, allowed easier reference and more efficient storage than scrolls. This technological transition, while eventually beneficial for knowledge preservation, may have contributed to short-term losses, as older works on deteriorating papyrus were not always transferred to the new medium. Writing itself transformed, with the development of new scripts optimized for different purposes. The Carolingian minuscule, developed during Charlemagne's educational reforms in the late 8th and early 9th centuries, provided a clear, standardized script that improved legibility and efficiency in book production. This script would later influence the development of our modern lowercase alphabet. The visual presentation of knowledge thus evolved alongside its content, with medieval manuscripts developing distinctive formats with decorated initials, marginal annotations, and eventually sophisticated illustration programs. The social context for intellectual activity changed dramatically as monastic communities and cathedral schools replaced the civic institutions of the Roman world. Learning became more explicitly connected to religious purposes, though pragmatic needs for administration and governance ensured some secular applications. The ideal of the broadly educated Roman gentleman gave way to more specialized roles, with literacy and advanced education increasingly concentrated among the clergy. Intellectual activities that had once been public and secular became largely religious and institutional. Despite these changes, important continuities existed even during the darkest periods. Legal codes maintained some Roman concepts, particularly in areas that had been more thoroughly Romanized. Administration required record-keeping skills that preserved basic literacy among some officials. Trade networks, though contracted, still facilitated limited cultural exchange. Rural villas sometimes maintained small libraries and educational activities for the offspring of aristocratic families. These threads of continuity provided channels through which fragments of classical knowledge could persist. The Carolingian Renaissance of the late 8th and early 9th centuries marked a crucial moment in the history of knowledge transmission. Charlemagne's court attracted scholars from across Western Europe and established a program for educational improvement and manuscript preservation. Scriptoria at monasteries like Tours, Corbie, and St. Gall produced numerous high-quality manuscripts of classical and patristic texts, significantly increasing the number of copies in circulation. This period of deliberate cultural renewal helped secure the survival of many texts that might otherwise have been lost. The relative stability of the Carolingian era also allowed for modest intellectual innovations alongside the preservation of older knowledge. Scholars like Alcuin of York systematized educational approaches, while others produced new commentaries on classical and religious texts. The palace school at Aachen engaged with subjects ranging from theology to astronomy, attempting to revive a broader intellectual culture. While original scientific or philosophical contributions remained limited, the groundwork was laid for later intellectual developments. The fragmentation following the Carolingian period again threatened intellectual continuity, but by this time, the network of monasteries had become more robust. Centers like Fleury, Cluny, Monte Cassino, and St. Gall maintained important manuscript collections and intellectual traditions. Regional variations became more pronounced, with some areas experiencing greater disruption than others. Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England having developed distinctive scholarly traditions somewhat removed from continental upheavals, sometimes preserved texts that had disappeared elsewhere. The 10th century, once viewed as an especially dark period intellectually, has been reassessed by modern historians who recognize continued scholarly activity in monastic centers and emergent cathedral schools. Manuscripts continued to be copied, and some original works were composed, particularly in fields like music theory, where Guido of Arezzo developed the staff notation system that evolved into modern musical notation. Even in this challenging period, intellectual activity persisted, though on a reduced scale compared to either Roman or later medieval times. The 11th and 12th centuries witnessed a decisive intellectual turning point, driven by several converging factors. Increased political stability and economic growth provided resources for cultural pursuits. Urbanization created new contexts for learning outside traditional monastic settings. Contact with the Byzantine and Islamic worlds through trade, the Crusades, and the Christian reconquest of parts of Spain brought previously lost Greek scientific and philosophical works back into Western European circulation, often through Latin translations of Arabic versions. Cathedral schools expanded in cities like Chartres, Reims, Paris, and Bologna, providing more systematic education and eventually evolving into the first universities. These institutions fostered specialized study in areas including law, medicine, theology, and the liberal arts. The scholastic method, with its emphasis on logical analysis and reconciling apparent contradictions in authoritative texts, developed as an approach for handling the expanding corpus of available knowledge. Original intellectual contributions increased significantly as scholars built upon recovered classical foundations. By the High Middle Ages, approximately 1000 to 1300 CE, Western Europe had not only recovered significant portions of classical knowledge, but had begun to advance beyond it in certain areas. Gothic architecture surpassed Roman building techniques in creating soaring, light-filled structures. Universities produced original works in natural philosophy, theology, and logic. New literary forms emerged, distinct from classical models. The intellectual world of medieval Europe had evolved into something neither entirely classical nor primitively simple, but rather a complex synthesis with its own distinctive characteristics. The journey of knowledge through the early medieval period reveals important lessons about cultural transmission and the fragility of intellectual achievements. No simple narrative of either complete loss or seamless continuity adequately captures the complex reality. Knowledge was lost selectively, preserved partially, and transformed significantly according to the priorities and possibilities of a changing world. The institutions supporting intellectual activity proved more vulnerable than the desire for knowledge itself, which found new, if reduced, channels of expression. What emerged from this period of intellectual transformation was not simply a diminished version of classical learning, but the foundations of a new intellectual culture. Medieval scholars ultimately created frameworks for reconciling faith with reason, for organizing and extending knowledge, and for educating new generations that would eventually lead to the intellectual flowering of the High Middle Ages and lay groundwork for the Renaissance. The story of knowledge during the so-called Dark Ages thus represents not just loss and preservation, but also adaptation and gradual renewal, demonstrating both the vulnerability and the resilience of human intellectual traditions during periods of profound social change. Feudalism emerged as the dominant political, military, and social system of medieval Europe, creating a complex web of personal relationships, obligations, and power structures that defined the medieval world from roughly the 9th through the 15th centuries. At its center stood two powerful symbols: the castle, representing military power and local authority, and the king, embodying the principle of centralized governance. Together, these elements formed a social order fundamentally different from both the Roman administrative state that preceded it and the nation-states that would eventually replace it. The feudal system developed largely in response to the challenges of the early medieval period. As Carolingian authority fragmented following the death of Charlemagne and subsequent Viking, Magyar, and Saracen raids intensified across Europe, centralized government proved increasingly incapable of providing basic security. Local communities turned to powerful individuals who could offer protection, creating the conditions for a more decentralized political arrangement based on personal bonds rather than abstract state institutions. At its theoretical core, feudalism rested on a series of reciprocal relationships centered around land tenure and military service. Kings, claiming ultimate authority over their realms, granted large territories fiefs to great lords in exchange for military support, counsel, and various ceremonial obligations. These great lords, in turn, subdivided portions of their lands to lesser nobles who swore similar oaths of fealty to them. This cascade of land grants and personal loyalty created a pyramid-like structure with the king at its apex and layers of increasingly numerous but less powerful vassals below. The ceremony of homage formalized these relationships. A vassal would kneel before his lord, place his hands between the lord's hands, and swear an oath of fealty, promising military service, typically 40 days per year, attendance at the lord's court to provide counsel, and financial aid in certain circumstances, like the ransoming of the lord if captured in battle, the knighting of the lord's eldest son, or the marriage of the lord's eldest daughter. The lord in turn promised protection, justice, and maintenance of the vassal's rights to his lands. Land grants under this system took various forms. The most significant was the fief, also called a feudum or fee, an inheritable estate granted in return for specified services. While technically the lord retained ultimate ownership, in practice a vassal's rights to his fief became increasingly secure over time, passing from father to son with only ceremonial renewal of homage. Other forms of land tenure existed alongside this system, including allodial lands owned outright, rare but significant, and various arrangements for non-noble landholders. Castles served as the physical manifestation of feudal power, combining military, administrative, and symbolic functions. Early medieval fortifications were relatively simple structures, often wooden motte and bailey constructions, consisting of a raised earthwork motte topped with a wooden tower and surrounded by a larger enclosed courtyard, bailey protected by a wooden palisade, ditch. These fortifications could be constructed relatively quickly and provided effective defense against the limited siege technology of the era. By the 11th and 12th centuries, wooden castles gave way to stone constructions with increasingly sophisticated defensive features. Square stone keeps, thick curtain walls, projecting towers, and carefully designed gatehouses with drawbridges and portcullises created layered defenses that could withstand extended sieges. The development of concentric castle designs, with multiple rings of walls, represented the pinnacle of medieval defensive architecture, before the widespread adoption of gunpowder weapons rendered them obsolete. Beyond their military function, castles served as centers of local administration, where lords exercised jurisdiction, collected revenues, and maintained records. They functioned as economic hubs for surrounding territories, housing workshops, storage facilities, and sometimes markets. As residential complexes, they accommodated not just the lord's family, but an entire household, including servants, administrators, guards, and specialized workers. By the later Middle Ages, comfort and display increasingly balanced defensive considerations, with larger windows, more elaborate great halls, and private chambers reflecting the castle's evolution from pure fortification to aristocratic residence. Kings occupied a unique and often paradoxical position within this feudal framework. In theory, medieval kings held supreme authority over their realms as God's appointed rulers, with coronation ceremonies emphasizing their sacred status. In practice, early medieval kings often controlled directly only their personal domains, relying on the cooperation of powerful vassals to exercise authority throughout their theoretical realms. This tension between claimed universal authority and limited practical power defined medieval kingship. Royal power rested on several foundations. First, kings maintained special legal status as the ultimate source of justice and law. Royal courts heard cases involving major crimes or disputes between great lords, and kings periodically issued legal pronouncements that, when collected, formed the basis for emerging national legal systems. Second, kings possessed certain economic rights, including control of coinage, taxation of trade, and income from royal estates. Third, kings claimed leadership in warfare, with the right to summon vassals for military service and command combined forces. The reality of royal power varied dramatically across different regions and time periods. In areas like England following the Norman conquest of 1066, William the Conqueror established relatively strong central authority by claiming all land as ultimately belonging to the crown, and requiring even sub-vassals to swear loyalty directly to the king. This limited the development of independent power centers and facilitated administrative innovation. In contrast, The Holy Roman Empire saw imperial authority increasingly constrained by powerful territorial princes who functioned almost as independent rulers. The feudal relationship between kings and great lords generated persistent tension and occasional open conflict. When strong kings like Henry II of England, 1154 to 1189, attempted to assert greater control through administrative reforms, resistance often followed. Conversely, when weak kings like King John of England, 1199 to 1216, failed to fulfill their obligations as feudal overlords, vassals might demand formal recognition of their rights, as in the Magna Carta of 1215, or even rebel outright. This dynamic created a constant negotiation of power between monarchs and nobles that shaped medieval political development. Below the level of kings and great lords, the feudal hierarchy encompassed various ranks of nobility. Dukes and counts typically controlled large territories and might themselves have numerous vassals. Knights formed the backbone of feudal military power, owing service to their immediate lords in exchange for sufficient land to maintain their expensive equipment and training. By the 12th century, knighthood had developed from a purely military role into a distinct social class with its own codes of behavior, creating effectively a lower nobility that distinguished itself from non-noble free persons. The complexity of actual feudal relationships often diverged from the theoretical model. A single nobleman might be vassal to multiple lords for different territories, creating potential conflicts of loyalty. Fiefs could be divided among heirs or combined through marriage, gradually shifting patterns of landholding and power. Cash payments increasingly substituted for direct military service, especially as professional armies became more common. These variations and adaptations allowed the feudal system to persist while evolving to meet changing circumstances. The castle's role as a center of local power reflected the decentralized nature of feudal governance. Each lord exercised considerable autonomy within his territory, administering justice through manorial courts, collecting revenues from dependent peasants, and maintaining order through armed retainers. This localization of authority created a patchwork of jurisdictions with varying customs, taxes, and legal procedures, a stark contrast to the relative uniformity of Roman provincial administration. Feudal military organizations centered on the heavily armored mounted knight, supported by various infantry troops often drawn from peasant levies. Knights trained from childhood in martial skills, developing fighting techniques specifically adapted to their equipment and role. The expense of war horses, armor, weapons, and necessary support personnel meant that only those with substantial land revenues could maintain knightly status, directly linking military power to the feudal landholding system. By the 12th and 13th centuries, tournaments emerged as both training for war and elaborate social events, where knights displayed their skills and reinforced aristocratic group identity. Initially quite dangerous and sometimes barely distinguishable from actual warfare, tournaments gradually adopted more rules and ceremonial elements. These events, along with hunting and feasting, formed important contexts for building the social networks that underpinned feudal political relationships. The development of heraldry, systematic use of distinctive symbols on shields, banners, and seals reflected the needs of a society organized around personal relationships rather than abstract institutions. Heraldic identifiers helped distinguish heavily armored knights in battle and tournaments, while symbolizing family lineages and territorial claims. The increasingly elaborate system of heraldic rules and symbols demonstrated the feudal elite's concern with displaying social status and ancestral connections. Below the military aristocracy, the feudal social order encompassed various groups with different legal statuses and obligations. Free peasants held land in exchange for rent or services, but maintained personal liberty and certain legal rights. Serfs occupied an intermediate position between freedom and slavery, legally bound to their manorial lord and land, but possessing some customary protections. Townspeople operated somewhat outside the strictly agricultural feudal framework, developing their own governance structures and legal rights through charters granted by lords or kings in exchange for tax payments. The church functioned both within and alongside the feudal system. Bishops and abbots often held land as feudal lords, owing service to kings or great nobles, while exercising temporal authority over their territories. This dual role as spiritual leaders and secular lords created tensions, particularly when church officials prioritized their feudal obligations over religious responsibilities. The reform movements of the 11th and 12th centuries attempted to address these conflicts, by asserting greater separation between spiritual and temporal authority. Women's place in feudal society reflected broader medieval gender roles, while including some distinctive features related to land tenure. Noble women could inherit fiefs in the absence of male heirs in many regions, though they typically could not perform military service personally. Instead, their husbands or male relatives would fulfill these obligations, creating complex situations where women held nominal title while men exercised practical authority. Noble women also played crucial roles in managing estates, especially when male relatives were absent on crusade, pilgrimage, or royal service. The feudal system, as a comprehensive social and political order, reached its fullest development in the 12th and 13th centuries, particularly in regions like northern France, England, and the German territories. Other parts of Europe adopted feudal elements to varying degrees, adapting them to local conditions. The Byzantine Empire maintained more centralized administrative structures derived from Roman models. Italy's urban commercial centers developed alternative power structures based on wealth rather than landholding. Iberian kingdoms modified feudal arrangements to accommodate the military needs of the Reconquista against Muslim territories. By the 14th century, the classic feudal model began a long, uneven transformation. Several factors contributed to this change. The development of professional armies and increasing use of infantry and archery reduced the military significance of mounted knights. Growing royal bureaucracies expanded direct royal governance, bypassing feudal intermediaries. Commercial expansion and the monetization of the economy provided alternative sources of wealth and power beyond land control. The Black Death created demographic and economic conditions that undermined traditional labor and land arrangements. Royal centralization gradually eroded feudal decentralization. Innovative kings established more effective taxation systems, professional legal courts, and standing armies that reduced dependence on feudal levies. Figures like Philip II Augustus of France wrote 1180 to 1223, and Edward I of England wrote 1272 to 1307, expanded royal domain lands and administrative reach. By extending royal justice and protection more directly to common subjects, these monarchs began the long process of transforming feudal kingship into sovereign territorial rule. Castles reflected this changing political reality. Royal castles grew in size and sophistication, demonstrating the crown's increasing resources and authority. Conversely, kings sometimes restricted private castle construction or required licensing, recognizing these fortifications as potential centers of opposition. The transition from medieval to early modern state formation often involved the deliberate destruction of noble castles to eliminate alternative power centers, as in Cardinal Richelieu's policy in 17th century France. Despite these changes, feudal concepts and institutions persisted well into the early modern period in modified forms. Land tenure continued to carry obligations of service in many regions. Noble privilege remained legally codified. The hierarchical personal relationships still shaped political interactions. Even as nation-states emerged with their more abstract conceptions of governance, they incorporated and adapted many feudal precedents rather than completely replacing them. The feudal experience left profound imprints on European political and social development. Concepts of mutual obligation between rulers and subjects influenced evolving theories of constitutional monarchy and eventually representative government. The decentralized nature of feudal power contributed to Europe's political fragmentation, but also fostered regional diversity and limited absolutism. Legal principles developed to regulate feudal relationships formed important precedents for later property and contract law. More broadly, the feudal period's emphasis on personal bonds and reciprocal duties created cultural values that outlasted the specific institutions that fostered them. Ideas about honor, loyalty, proper governance, and the relationship between privilege and responsibility continued to shape European aristocratic culture into the 19th century and beyond. The castle, even in ruins, remained a powerful symbol of authority and protection, continuing to capture the imagination long after its practical function had disappeared. Feudalism thus represented not simply a system of military organization or land tenure, but a comprehensive social order that encompassed political, economic, military, and cultural dimensions. Its development, regional variations, and gradual transformation illuminate the complex processes through which medieval society responded to profound challenges through institutional innovation. Neither a timeless structure nor a simple transitional phase, the feudal system embodied a distinctive approach to organizing human relationships and resources that shaped European development for centuries. Medieval knights represented far more than merely armored warriors on horseback. They embodied a complex social class, military profession, and cultural ideal that evolved significantly throughout the Middle Ages. As both fearsome combatants and aspirational symbols of nobility, knights occupied a pivotal position in medieval society, with their evolving code of chivalry ultimately influencing European values and self-conception well beyond the medieval period. The institution of knighthood emerged gradually between the 8th and 11th centuries as European warfare increasingly centered on heavily armored mounted warriors. The term knight derives from the Old English schnight, originally meaning simply boy or servant, reflecting the humble origins of many early knights as household warriors serving in a lord's retinue. The Latin term miles soldier underwent a similar transformation, originally referring to common foot soldiers before becoming associated specifically with mounted warriors of increasingly elevated social status. Several developments contributed to the knight's rise to prominence. The introduction of the stirrup from Asia improved riders' stability, allowing them to deliver powerful blows with lances without being dismounted. Advances in metallurgy permitted stronger, more protective armor. The fragmentation of centralized authority following the Carolingian period created conditions where local lords needed reliable military forces, leading them to grant land to warriors who could afford the increasingly expensive equipment and training required for mounted combat. The making of a knight involved a long, specialized training process, beginning in childhood. Around age 7, boys from noble or knightly families typically left their homes to serve as pages in the household of a lord or established knight. There they learned basic literacy, proper behavior, and rudimentary martial skills. By their early teens, they advanced to become squires, directly serving a knight, caring for his horses and equipment, and receiving more intensive combat training. This apprenticeship period, lasting typically until age 21, prepared them for the physical demands and social expectations of knighthood. The ceremony of knighthood, adubement, marked the culmination of this training period. In its simplest early form, this consisted merely of presenting the new knight with his weapons and delivering the symbolic collé, a blow to the neck or shoulder, signifying the last strike the recipient would be expected to receive without returning it. As knighthood developed stronger religious associations, the ceremony grew more elaborate, often including ritual bathing, a night vigil in prayer before the altar, blessing of the sword, and the taking of oaths. By the High Middle Ages, dubbing had become a significant rite of passage, combining secular, religious, and military elements. Economically, knights required substantial resources to maintain their status. The expense of war horses, specially bred for strength and courage, armor, weapons, and necessary attendants, meant that only those with significant land revenues could sustain knightly status independently. A knight's equipment represented a major capital investment. By some estimates, the cost of a complete set of armor and weapons in the 12th century equaled the value of around 20 to 30 oxen, placing it far beyond the reach of common people. Knights typically needed income from land sufficient to support themselves and several attendants, creating a direct link between landholding and military service that defined feudal relationships. In battle, knights functioned as heavy shock cavalry, using the combined weight and momentum of horse and rider to break enemy formations with devastating charge attacks. Their primary offensive weapon, the couched lance, delivered tremendous force by essentially converting the combined mass of horse, rider, and weapon into a single projectile. When lances shattered or close quarters fighting developed, knights shifted to swords, maces, or warhammers. Their fighting techniques required not just strength but specialized skills developed through years of training, including horsemanship, weapons handling, and the ability to maneuver while wearing increasingly heavy armor. The development of plate armor in the 14th and 15th centuries represented both the pinnacle of the knight's protective equipment and a response to the growing effectiveness of infantry weapons like the longbow and crossbow. Contrary to popular misconception, a well-crafted suit of plate armor allowed considerable mobility while providing excellent protection. Knights trained to move, mount horses, and fight effectively despite wearing up to 60–70 pounds of armor. The substantial investment in such equipment further underscored the knight's elite status and the growing separation between heavily armored cavalry and other combatants. Beyond the battlefield, knights performed crucial roles in medieval governance and society. As local representatives of authority, they often served as administrators, tax collectors, and judges on behalf of greater lords or kings. Knights typically participated in their lord's court, providing counsel and witnessing legal transactions. Many royal administrative positions eventually drew their holders from the knightly class, creating paths for social advancement through service to the crown. This administrative function grew increasingly important as medieval governance became more complex and specialized. The social status of knights evolved significantly throughout the medieval period. Early knights were often of relatively humble birth, trusted warriors rewarded with land for their service. By the 12th and 13th centuries, knighthood had become more closely associated with nobility, forming effectively a lower tier of the aristocracy. The concept of gentle birth as a prerequisite for knighthood gained prominence, though exceptions remained for those who distinguished themselves through exceptional service. Eventually, in many regions, knighthood became less a functional military role and more a formal social distinction, with many eligible nobles choosing not to undergo the expensive ceremony of dubbing, while still claiming the social status of the knightly class. Tournaments emerged as crucial institutions for both maintaining knights' military skills and establishing their social identity. Initially dangerous free-for-all combats barely distinguishable from actual warfare, tournaments gradually adopted more rules and ceremonial elements. By the 13th century, they had evolved into elaborate social events combining athletic competition, pageantry, and opportunities for political networking. Success in tournaments could establish a knight's reputation, attract patronage from greater lords, and even facilitate advantageous marriages. These events reinforced group solidarity among the knightly class, while providing controlled outlets for competitive violence. Chivalry developed as both a practical ethical code for warriors and an increasingly elaborate cultural ideal. The term derives from the French chivalry, horsemanship, initially referring simply to the techniques of mounted combat before expanding to encompass a broader set of values and behaviors expected of knights. In its earliest forms, chivalry focused primarily on military effectiveness and loyalty to one's lord, pragmatic virtues necessary for feudal military organization. By the 12th century, three main influences had begun to transform this basic warrior code into a more complex ethical system. The Church sought to channel and Christianize knightly violence through movements like the Peace of God and Truce of God, which protected non-combatants and limited warfare during holy periods. Religious elements increasingly emphasized the knight's role as a defender of the church and the weak. Second, royal courts promoted ideals of refined behavior and service to the crown, encouraging knights to demonstrate not just prowess, but also courtesy, generosity, and wisdom. Third, the emerging literature of courtly love, exemplified by the romances of Chrétien de Troyes, added new dimensions of service to ladies, refined emotions, and quest narratives to the chivalric ideal. The resulting chivalric code encompassed multiple, sometimes contradictory expectations. Military virtues remained central: prowess in combat, courage, loyalty to one's lord, and generosity to followers. Religious elements emphasized defending the church, protecting the weak, and maintaining justice. Courtly components stressed refined manners, eloquent speech, knowledge of music and poetry, and proper service to ladies. This multifaceted ideal created inherent tension, as knights were expected to be both fierce warriors and gentle courtiers, loyal vassals and independent heroes, devout Christians and ambitious competitors. Literary works played a crucial role in articulating and disseminating chivalric ideals. The Matter of Britain, Arthurian legends; The Matter of France, Charlemagne and his paladins; and The Matter of Rome, classical heroes, provided narrative frameworks exploring chivalric themes. Works like the Song of Roland emphasized martial prowess and sacrificial loyalty, while Arthurian romances added complex themes of love, spiritual quest, and internal conflict. These stories presented idealized models that real knights might aspire to emulate, though the literary ideal often diverged significantly from historical practice. The codification of chivalry reached its most developed form in works like Ramon Lull's Book of the Order of Chivalry, c. 1275, and Geoffroy de Charny's Book of Chivalry, c. 1350. These texts attempted to systematize chivalric values and provide practical guidance for knights. They emphasized the religious dimension of knighthood, presenting it as a sacred calling comparable to priesthood. Such works demonstrate how chivalry had evolved from a simple warrior code into a complex ethical system with religious, social, and cultural dimensions, serving as both a practical guide for behavior and an aspirational ideal. In practice, historical knights varied widely in their adherence to chivalric ideals. Chronicles and court records reveal numerous examples of knights engaging in banditry, extortion, and brutality towards civilians, despite chivalry's emphasis on protecting the weak. Even celebrated figures like William Marshall, 1146–1219, often considered an exemplar of chivalry, balanced idealism with pragmatic self-interest throughout his career. The gap between chivalric theory and practice remained substantial, with the code functioning more as an aspirational ideal than a consistently observed set of rules. The relationship between knights and women represents a particularly complex aspect of chivalric culture. The ideal of service to ladies, popularized through courtly literature, established a theoretical respect for noble women. However, this literary convention coexisted with legal and social systems that severely limited women's autonomy. Female characters in chivalric literature often functioned more as symbolic prizes or moral tests for male heroes than as fully developed individuals. Nevertheless, the cultural association between knighthood and protection of women did provide some noble women with limited means to claim protection and exercise influence within the constraints of medieval gender norms. The Crusades significantly impacted the development of knighthood and chivalric ideals. These religious military expeditions offered knights opportunities to fulfill both martial and spiritual aspects of their calling simultaneously. Military religious orders like the Knights Templar and Knights Hospitaller represented the most complete fusion of warrior and religious ideals, with members taking monastic vows while remaining active combatants. The cross-cultural encounters facilitated by the Crusades also influenced European knightly culture, with some elements of Eastern military practices, equipment, and even literary motifs being incorporated into Western chivalric traditions. Heraldry emerged as an important visual expression of knightly identity, originally serving the practical purpose of identifying heavily armored warriors in battle. Heraldic symbols gradually developed into complex systems encoding family lineage, political alliances, and personal achievements. The regulation of heraldic displays became increasingly formalized through the development of heralds' colleges and precise rules governing designs and claims to particular symbols. These visual identifiers reinforced the knight's sense of belonging to a distinct social group with its own traditions and standards. The economic and military foundations of traditional knighthood began to erode in the later Middle Ages. The growing effectiveness of infantry forces, particularly longbowmen, pikemen, and eventually gunpowder weapons, gradually diminished the battlefield dominance of heavy cavalry. The increasing expense of state-of-the-art equipment strained even wealthy knights' resources. Political centralization under strengthening monarchies reduced the independence of the knightly class. Economic changes, including the shift from land-based to monetary compensation for military service, further transformed the knight's role in society. In response to these challenges, knighthood evolved in several directions. Some knights became mercenary captains, leading companies of professional soldiers for pay. Others focused on administrative or courtly roles, leveraging their status to secure positions in expanding royal bureaucracies. In many regions, knighthood increasingly became a largely ceremonial honor rather than a functional military role. The elaborate tournaments and pageantry of the 15th century, with their complex allegories and artificial settings, reflected this shift from practical warfare to symbolic display. Chivalry similarly adapted to changing circumstances. As its military components became less directly relevant to actual warfare, its cultural and social elements gained prominence. Chivalric orders like the Order of the Garter, founded 1348, transformed what had been a warrior class into something more resembling a royal honor society, emphasizing loyalty to the crown over feudal bonds to individual lords. The elaborate rituals and insignia of these orders preserved chivalric traditions while redirecting them toward supporting state centralization rather than feudal decentralization. Despite these transformations, the cultural influence of knighthood and chivalry extended well beyond the medieval period. Early modern aristocratic values drew heavily on chivalric precedents, maintaining emphasis on honor, proper lineage, and distinctive codes of behavior. Military officers continued to see themselves as heirs to knightly traditions, even as practical warfare moved increasingly toward firearms and professional standing armies. Aristocratic military culture preserved elements of chivalric ethos regarding courage, honor, and proper conduct in combat. Literary and artistic representations perpetuated and transformed chivalric ideals for new audiences. Renaissance and early modern literature often revisited medieval chivalric themes, from Ariosto's Orlando Furioso to Cervantes' Don Quixote, the latter simultaneously celebrating and critiquing chivalric idealism. The 19th century witnessed a significant revival of interest in medieval knighthood through the Romantic movement and Gothic revival, which reinterpreted chivalry to address contemporary concerns about industrialization and changing social values. This Victorian reimagining of chivalry influenced everything from literature and art to educational philosophies and political rhetoric. Modern concepts of the gentleman, military honor codes, and even certain sporting ethics reflect the enduring influence of chivalric ideals. The notion that those with power have special obligations to exercise it responsibly and protect the vulnerable derives partly from chivalric concepts. The cultural association between masculinity and protective capacity similarly draws on medieval precedents. Even popular culture continues to recycle and reinvent chivalric narratives through film, television, and gaming, demonstrating the resilience of these medieval concepts. The history of knighthood and chivalry thus reveals not just a military institution or social class, but a complex cultural system that evolved continuously in response to changing conditions. From practical warrior code to elaborate ethical ideal, from actual combat role to symbolic status marker, knighthood demonstrated remarkable adaptability across centuries. The tensions inherent in chivalry, between violence and restraint, individualism and loyalty, worldly ambition and spiritual values, reflected broader contradictions within medieval society itself. These unresolved tensions helped make chivalry a fertile cultural concept capable of generating new interpretations and applications long after the armored knight had disappeared from European battlefields. The Black Death ranks among the most devastating pandemics in human history, a catastrophic outbreak of disease that swept through Europe between 1347 and 1351, killing an estimated 30 to 60% of the population. This demographic collapse triggered profound transformations in medieval society, economy, religion, and culture. The plague's impact extended far beyond its immediate mortality, reshaping fundamental aspects of European civilization and accelerating changes that would help bring the medieval period to a close. The disease originated in Central Asia, where plague bacteria Yersinia pestis circulated among wild rodent populations. Increased trade along the Silk Road and other Eurasian networks created pathways for the disease to spread westward. By 1346, plague had reached the Black Sea region, where Italian merchant vessels inadvertently transported infected rats and fleas to Mediterranean ports. The first documented European outbreak occurred in Sicily in October 1347, when Genoese ships arrived carrying sailors already sick with the disease. From these initial footholds, plague spread rapidly along maritime and overland trade routes, reaching most of Europe within 3 years. Contemporary accounts describe a disease of terrifying speed and virulence. The most common form, bubonic plague, manifested through painful swellings, buboes in the lymph nodes, particularly in the neck, armpit, and groin regions. These buboes could grow as large as apples, turning black or purple, likely contributing to the name Black Death, though this term actually emerged later. Victims typically suffered high fever, vomiting, delirium, and often died within 7 days of symptom onset. The pneumonic form, which infected the lungs, proved even deadlier, killing victims within 3 days and spreading directly from person to person through respiratory droplets. Medieval communities faced this catastrophe without understanding its true nature or transmission methods. The prevailing medical theory attributed disease to imbalances in the 4 bodily humors or to corrupted air miasma. Some physicians correctly observed the disease's contagious nature, but lacked knowledge of bacteria, fleas, or modern epidemiological concepts. Public health responses included quarantine measures for ships and travelers, the establishment of pest houses for the infected, and prohibitions on public gatherings. While some of these measures inadvertently reduced transmission, they proved insufficient to contain the rapidly spreading disease. The mortality rate varied significantly by region and community type, but few areas escaped completely. Urban centers typically suffered higher death rates due to population density and poorer sanitation. Florence lost approximately 60% of its population, while some villages in England disappeared entirely as survivors fled or succumbed. The clergy experienced particularly high mortality rates, estimated between 40 to 70% in some dioceses, as their duty to administer last rites to the dying placed them at high risk of infection. Overall, Europe's population declined from an estimated 80 million before the plague to roughly 50 million by 1400, a demographic catastrophe without precedent in recorded European history. For survivors, the immediate experience of the plague combined terror, grief, and profound social disruption. Daily life halted as markets closed, fields lay untended, and normal social functions broke down. Giovanni Boccaccio's Decameron, written shortly after the plague struck Florence, describes how this tribulation had instilled such terror into the hearts of men and women that brother abandoned brother, uncle nephew, sister brother, and often wife husband. Nay, what is more extraordinary and almost incredible, fathers and mothers refused to visit or tend their very children. While some communities rallied together, others fractured under the pressure, with the breakdown of normal burial practices particularly traumatic as bodies accumulated faster than they could be properly interred. Medieval people struggled to comprehend why God would permit such devastation. Religious interpretations generally viewed the plague as divine punishment for human sin, leading to increased religious fervor expressed through public penances, donations to churches, and pilgrimages. The flagellant movement represented an extreme manifestation of this impulse, with groups traveling from town to town, publicly whipping themselves to atone for humanity's sins and appease divine wrath. Church authorities eventually condemned these unsanctioned displays, concerned about their challenge to ecclesiastical authority and sometimes violent anti-Semitism. Indeed, the plague triggered some of the worst persecution of minorities in medieval Europe. Jewish communities in particular faced horrific violence, as rumors spread accusing them of poisoning wells or otherwise causing the disease. Between 1348 and 1351, hundreds of Jewish communities were destroyed, with massacres occurring in cities across Germany, France, Spain, and other regions despite papal bulls condemning such violence and scientific impossibility of the accusations. These persecutions reflected pre-existing anti-Semitism, apocalyptic fears, and the human tendency to seek scapegoats during times of inexplicable disaster. The economic consequences of the Black Death proved far-reaching and complex. The immediate impact was severe disruption. Trade networks collapsed, agricultural production plummeted, and many specialized industries temporarily ceased functioning. Prices for food and basic goods initially spiked due to hoarding and supply chain disruptions. However, as the immediate crisis passed, the drastically reduced population created significant economic opportunities for survivors due to the sudden abundance of land and shortage of labor. For peasants and urban workers who survived, the labor shortage strengthened their bargaining position considerably. Wages rose dramatically, doubling or even tripling in some regions despite legislative attempts to cap them at pre-plague levels. Many serfs found themselves able to negotiate better terms with landlords desperate for agricultural workers, accelerating the decline of serfdom that had already begun in parts of Western Europe. Peasants increasingly commuted labor services to cash payments, gained greater freedom of movement, and accessed land that would have been unavailable to them before the population collapse. Landowners and nobles initially resisted these changes, persuading governments to enact labor legislation like England's Statute of Labourers 1351, which attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility. These efforts largely failed in practice, as labourers could simply move to areas offering better conditions. Some landlords adapted by converting labour-intensive grain fields to sheep pasture, requiring fewer workers while producing valuable wool for the textile industry. Others leased their lands for cash rents rather than managing them directly. These adjustments gradually transformed agricultural organisation throughout Europe. The plague also significantly impacted patterns of consumption and production. With fewer people possessing greater per capita wealth, demand shifted toward higher quality goods and luxuries among those who survived. Industries producing fine textiles, metalwork, and other specialty items recovered relatively quickly. The urban cloth industry, particularly in Flanders and northern Italy, underwent technological innovations to address labor shortages. Construction initially collapsed but then rebounded to produce the ornate, late Gothic churches and civic buildings that still distinguish many European cities. The demographic disaster affected different social groups in varying ways. The aristocracy generally maintained their landholdings but faced declining revenues as they paid higher wages and accepted lower rents. Some noble families died out entirely due to plague mortality, leading to inheritance disputes and property consolidation. The urban patriciate, wealthy merchants and civic leaders, often increased their power as city governments had to fill positions left vacant by plague victims. Artisans with specialized skills could command premium wages, while many women temporarily gained access to trades and occupations normally restricted to men due to the labor shortage. Religious institutions experienced significant disruption beyond clergy mortality. Many monasteries lost so many members that they struggled to maintain their daily routines and economic activities. Donations for prayers and masses for the dead enriched some religious establishments, while others suffered from reduced income from their agricultural estates. The need to rapidly replace deceased priests led to the ordination of younger, less educated clergy, potentially reducing the overall quality of pastoral care. These challenges contributed to growing criticism of the Church in the late 14th and 15th centuries. Intellectual and cultural responses to the plague reflected attempts to comprehend its meaning and incorporate the traumatic experience into existing worldviews. Medical treatises sought to explain the disease through miasma theory or astrological influences. Religious texts emphasized preparation for death and proper spiritual attitudes towards suffering. The memento mori, you'll remember that you will die, theme became increasingly prominent in art and literature, with images of death personified as a skeleton or decomposing corpse, reminding viewers of mortality's inevitability. The dance of death, or danza macabre, emerged as a distinctive artistic genre, depicting death leading people from all social classes, pope, emperor, peasant, child, in a dance to the grave, emphasizing death's universality and the ultimate equality of all humans, despite worldly status. Similar themes appeared in morality plays and poetry. These works didn't merely express morbid fascination, but helped communities process collective trauma and reflect on proper priorities in life given its fragility. Psychological effects, though difficult to quantify, likely included widespread trauma, survivors' guilt, and shifts in religious sentiment. Some contemporary accounts describe increased hedonism, eating, drinking, and sexual license, as people faced uncertain futures. Others note intensified religious devotion through increased donations, church attendance, and the foundation of new charitable institutions. Both responses probably occurred simultaneously in different individuals and communities, reflecting diverse coping mechanisms for processing catastrophic loss. Over the longer term, the plague may have contributed to cultural shifts that anticipated Renaissance and early modern attitudes. The scarcity of skilled individuals meant that talent became more valuable and potentially more independent of traditional institutions. Some historians have suggested that the increased value of human capital contributed to greater emphasis on individual achievement. The reminder of life's brevity may have encouraged more immediate pursuit of worldly accomplishments, rather than exclusive focus on the afterlife, though this remains debated among scholars. The plague's political impact varied by region but generally accelerated existing trends towards state centralization. The immediate chaos sometimes strengthened rulers who could maintain order, while the longer-term fiscal changes from the demographic collapse forced innovations in governance and taxation. England and France, engaged in the 100 Years' War, developed more sophisticated administrative systems, partly in response to post-plague fiscal challenges. In the Holy Roman Empire, the plague contributed to political fragmentation as local authorities took stronger independent action during the crisis. Religious authority faced new challenges following the plague. The Church's inability to prevent or explain the catastrophe satisfactorily led some to question aspects of ecclesiastical teaching. The strain on church institutions from personnel losses and financial pressures reduced their effectiveness temporarily. The plague period witnessed growth in lay spiritual movements, emphasizing direct personal relationship with God, such as the Devotio Moderno in the Low Countries, which focused on practical piety and influenced later reformers. The medical profession emerged from the plague with mixed results. Physicians' evident helplessness against the disease damaged their credibility initially. However, the crisis ultimately stimulated greater interest in public health measures. Italian cities developed some of the first systematic quarantine systems, establishing isolation periods for travelers and ships from infected areas. Municipal governments took greater responsibility for sanitation and health regulations. These institutional responses, while based on flawed understanding of disease, nevertheless established important precedents for public health systems. Subsequent outbreaks of plague continued to affect Europe for centuries, though never again with the same intensity as the Black Death. Major epidemics recurred in 1361 to 62, 1369, 1374 to 75, 1390, and 1400, with additional outbreaks in each century through the 17th. These later plagues, sometimes called pestis secunda and pestis tertia, maintained demographic pressure and reinforced the cultural and economic changes initiated by the first wave. The cumulative effect kept European population below its pre-1347 level until the 16th century in most regions. Recent historical and scientific research has modified some traditional understandings of the Black Death. DNA analysis of skeletal remains from plague cemeteries has confirmed Yersinia pestis as the pathogen responsible, ending earlier debates about the disease's identity. Archaeological evidence has provided new insights into burial practices and community responses. Economic historians have developed more nuanced views of the plague's role in ending serfdom, seeing it as accelerating rather than causing this transition. Cultural historians have identified greater continuity in artistic and literary themes across the plague divide than previously recognized. The Black Death stands as a pivotal moment in European history, dramatically demonstrating human vulnerability to disease while revealing the resilience of social institutions and cultural frameworks in adapting to catastrophic change. Rather than simply destroying medieval civilization, the plague transformed it, accelerating some pre-existing trends while redirecting others. The resulting social mobility, economic reorganization, and cultural responses helped shape the late medieval world and influence developments that would characterize the transition to early modern Europe. Perhaps most significantly, the plague experience left an enduring imprint on European collective memory and cultural attitudes toward mortality, suffering, and social solidarity during crisis. The ways communities either fragmented or cohered under extreme pressure revealed both the fragility and strength of social bonds. The spiritual and philosophical questions raised by such vast, seemingly random mortality forced reconsideration of humanity's relationship with the divine and with nature. These profound reflections emerging from Europe's darkest hours contributed to cultural and intellectual developments that would help define subsequent centuries. Tonight on Digging into History, we explore the brutal beginnings of human conflict. Long before missiles and machine guns, our ancestors fought with stones and bronze, marking the first chapters in our long relationship with warfare. The story of combat begins not with armies, but with small bands of hunters. Picture a scene from 30,000 years ago. A group of early humans crouch in tall grass, gripping sharpened sticks and crude stone weapons. They are not hunting animals, but preparing to raid a neighbouring clan. This is warfare in its most primal form, motivated by territory, resources, and survival. Archaeological evidence tells us these early conflicts were small-scale but deadly. At sites like Jebel Sahaba in Sudan, archaeologists discovered a cemetery dating back 12,000 years with many skeletons showing clear signs of violent death. Stone projectiles embedded in bones and skulls crushed by blunt weapons. These findings paint a picture of regular organised violence long before written history began. As humans settled into agricultural communities around 10,000 years ago, the nature of conflict evolved. Now there were permanent settlements to attack and defend. The first walls appeared not as decorative boundaries but as protection against human threats. At Jericho, one of the oldest continually inhabited cities in the world, massive stone walls and a tower were constructed around 8000 BCE. These were not simple barriers, but sophisticated defences protecting stored food and water sources from rival groups. The weapons themselves tell a fascinating story of human ingenuity. Early stone tools were adapted for combat. Hand axes became weapons, and specialised hunting tools like spear throwers gave fighters greater range and power. The atlatl, a tool that effectively extended the human arms to throw spears with devastating force, could pierce animal hide and primitive armour alike. But the true revolution in early warfare came with the discovery of metalworking. The Bronze Age, beginning around 3300 BCE in the Near East, changed everything. For the first time, humans could create weapons designed specifically for fighting other humans. The bronze dagger, and later the sword, had no purpose other than combat. These weapons required specialized knowledge to create, leading to the first professional weapon makers and, by extension, warriors who dedicated their lives to fighting. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, we find the first evidence of organized military units. Clay tablets from ancient Sumer describe soldiers using standardized equipment, spears, leather shields covered with metal, and bronze helmets. The Standard of Ur, a Sumerian artifact from around 2600 BCE, depicts rows of infantry in formation, suggesting a level of military discipline and organization. The introduction of bronze also created new social divides. Bronze weapons were expensive and required access to tin and copper, often sourced from distant lands. Those who controlled these trade routes could arm their followers, creating the first warrior elites. In graves across Europe and Asia, archaeologists find bronze weapons buried with individuals of apparent high status, suggesting that military power and social rank were becoming intertwined. Egypt provides some of our clearest images of early organized warfare. Temple walls show pharaohs leading troops into battle, armed with bronze weapons and protected by shields. The Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE, fought between the Egyptians under Ramesses II and the Hittite Empire, is the earliest battle for which we have detailed tactical information. Both sides fielded thousands of men in coordinated units, showing how far warfare had evolved from small tribal raids. The evolution of weapons drove changes in protective gear. The earliest armor was likely made from thick animal hides, but by the Bronze Age, warriors wore metal-reinforced leather armor and bronze helmets. These early arms races, better weapons leading to better armor, leading to even better weapons, would become a constant feature of military history. Siege warfare emerged as settlements grew more substantial and better defended. Early armies developed techniques to overcome walls, from simple ladders to more complex battering rams. The defenders responded with innovations of their own murder holes for dropping stones or hot oil on attackers, moats to keep enemies at a distance, and angled walls that were harder to climb or undermine. Beyond the physical evidence, we can glimpse the psychological aspects of early warfare through surviving artwork and burial practices. War trumpets made from animal horns appear in many early civilizations, used not just for signaling, but to intimidate enemies with their fearsome sound. Warriors painted their bodies or wore frightening masks into battle. The psychological element of combat was understood even then. Fear could defeat an enemy before the first blow was struck. The brutality of these early conflicts should not be understated. Without modern medical care, even minor wounds could be fatal through infection. Captured enemies often faced execution or sacrifice, as evidenced by mass graves discovered at sites of ancient battles. Yet there were also rules and rituals surrounding combat. Some societies practiced formal declarations of war or had specific seasons for raiding. With the development of writing came the first military manuals and battle accounts. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of humanity's oldest written stories, contains descriptions of combat and sieges that help us understand how ancient people viewed warfare. In China, early bronze inscriptions commemorate military victories and describe battlefield tactics. By the late Bronze Age, around 1200 BCE, some Mediterranean and Near Eastern societies had developed sophisticated military organizations capable of fielding thousands of troops. The Mycenaean Greeks built massive fortifications at sites like Tiryns and Mycenae, with walls so impressive they were later believed to have been built by Cyclopes. These societies lived in a state of military readiness, with economies geared toward supporting warrior elites. The collapse of many Bronze Age civilizations around 1200 to 1150 BCE provides a sobering reminder of warfare's destructive potential. Cities across the eastern Mediterranean were destroyed in this period, possibly by invading sea peoples mentioned in Egyptian records. The exact causes remain debated, but military violence clearly played a role in this regional collapse that set back civilization for centuries. As the Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age, weapons became cheaper and more effective. Iron was more abundant than the components of bronze, allowing larger armies to be equipped. The democratization of metal weapons changed the social dynamics of warfare, setting the stage for new types of military organization. Throughout this earliest period of combat history, we see patterns that would repeat throughout human experience with war. Technological innovations drove tactical changes. Economic factors determined who could fight and how. Fortifications and siegecraft evolved in response to each other. And through it all, the human cost remained devastatingly high. The stones and bronze weapons of our ancestors may seem primitive compared to modern arsenals, but they represent humanity's first steps down a path of organized violence that continues to this day. These earliest conflicts established patterns of attack and defense, of technological competition and psychological warfare that would echo through all subsequent military history. The legacy of this dawn of combat period extends beyond weapons and tactics. It marked the beginning of specialized warrior classes, of societies organized for war, and of cultural attitudes toward violence that continue to influence us. The first walls built around ancient settlements cast long shadows indeed, reaching all the way to the fortified borders and military installations of our modern world. As night fell on ancient battlefields, warriors might look up at the same stars we see today, nursing wounds, mourning fallen comrades, or celebrating victories. Though separated by thousands of years and vast technological change, their fundamental experience of combat mirrored the fear, the courage, the camaraderie, and the horror remains recognizable to us. In studying these earliest conflicts, we study not just ancient history, but something fundamental about ourselves. The sound of thundering hooves and creaking wooden wheels tears across the plain as a line of war chariots charges toward the enemy ranks. Dust clouds rise behind them like storm fronts, and the morning sun glints off bronze-tipped spears. This revolutionary military technology would transform warfare and help build the first great empires of the ancient world. The chariot emerged around 2000 BCE in the steppes of Eastern Europe and Central Asia, where horse domestication had been perfected. It represented a perfect storm of innovation, the bringing together of domesticated horses, sophisticated woodworking, bronzeworking, and leather crafting into a single devastating weapon system. The earliest chariots were light, two-wheeled vehicles pulled by a pair of horses and carrying two men, a driver and a warrior, armed with javelins or a bow. What made the chariot so revolutionary was speed and mobility. For the first time in history, warriors could move rapidly across the battlefield, strike, and withdraw before their enemies could respond. The psychological impact cannot be overstated. Imagine facing these speeding vehicles for the first time, with no prior concept of such technology. The noise, dust, and terrifying momentum would have been overwhelming. The spread of chariot technology across the ancient world was remarkably swift. From its origins in the Eurasian steppes, chariot warfare quickly reached Mesopotamia, Anatolia, Egypt, India, and China. Each civilization adapted the basic design to suit their needs, but the fundamental concept remained the same: immobile weapons platform that could outmaneuver infantry. In Egypt, the chariot became closely associated with pharaonic power. Wall paintings and carvings show pharaohs in their chariots, towering over enemies and raining arrows down upon them. Tutankhamun's tomb contained 6 dismantled chariots, testifying to their importance in royal ideology. The Egyptian design favored a light, fast vehicle that could carry an archer and his driver. Egyptian bowmen would circle enemy formations, shooting volleys of arrows while staying out of range of return fire. The Hittites of Anatolia emerged as early masters of chariot warfare. Their empire, covering much of what is now Turkey and Syria, deployed chariots as shock weapons, using heavier designs that could carry 3 men, a driver, a shield-bearer, and a spearman. The Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE, between the Egyptians under Ramesses II and the Hittites under Muwatalli II, featured thousands of chariots on both sides, making it perhaps the largest chariot battle in history. Mesopotamian kingdoms adopted their own approach to chariot warfare. Assyrian palace reliefs show chariots that evolved to become heavier over time, with crews of 3 or 4 men. These chariots functioned as mobile firing platforms, with multiple archers protected by shield-bearers. The Assyrians would eventually forge the first true empire in the region, using their chariot forces as the spearhead of a formidable military machine. Far to the east, Chinese states developed chariot warfare to a high degree. By the time of the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1046 BCE, Chinese armies deployed chariots as command vehicles and as platforms for noble warriors. Archaeological evidence from Shang chariot burials shows remarkably sophisticated vehicles with finely crafted bronze fittings. During the later Zhou dynasty, chariot battles became highly formalized, with elaborate rituals and codes of honor governing engagements between aristocratic warriors. The maintenance of chariot forces required complex economic and social systems. Chariots were expensive to build, requiring skilled craftsmen to create the wheels, chassis, and metal fittings. The horses needed breeding, training, and feeding year-round. Drivers and warriors required constant practice to maintain their skills. Only economically advanced societies with agricultural surpluses could support such specialized military forces. As chariots transformed warfare, they also transformed the societies that deployed them. A new military elite emerged, the chariot warriors. In many ancient societies, these warriors formed a distinct social class, with special privileges and status. This military aristocracy often became the ruling class, as physical control of territory through military power translated into political authority. The logistics of chariot warfare drove the creation of increasingly centralized states. Breeding programs for horses, the maintenance of specialized craftsmen, the construction of roads suitable for wheeled vehicles, and the creation of supply depots all required administrative systems more complex than earlier societies had needed. The chariot thus contributed not just to battlefield success, but to the very structure of early empires. The chariot also drove advances in metallurgy and leatherworking. Bronze bits, linchpins, axle caps, and weapons all needed to be precisely crafted and durable. Leather harnesses and straps had to withstand tremendous forces without breaking. These technological demands spurred innovation that spread to other areas of society, from agriculture to construction. Despite their battlefield dominance, chariots had significant limitations. They required relatively flat, open terrain to be effective. Forests, marshes, rocky ground, or steep hills could render them useless, or even dangerous to their crews. They were vulnerable to well-disciplined infantry, who could target the horses or the wheels, and they were expensive to maintain, limiting the number that could be fielded. These limitations would eventually contribute to the decline of chariot warfare. Around 1200 BCE, a wave of disruption swept across the eastern Mediterranean and Near East. The Hittite Empire collapsed, Egyptian power contracted, and many cities were destroyed. Among the factors in this Bronze Age collapse was the emergence of new military threats, including infantry, armed with iron weapons, and horse-riding nomads, who didn't need expensive chariots to achieve battlefield mobility. The aftermath of this collapse saw the rise of new powers. In Mesopotamia, the Neo-Assyrian Empire emerged as the first true superpower of the ancient world, controlling territory from the Persian Gulf to Egypt. While they still used chariots, the Assyrians increasingly relied on disciplined infantry formations and siege warfare to expand their empire. Their military success was built on organizational skills as much as technology. They maintained standing armies, developed sophisticated logistics, and conducted regular training. The Assyrians pioneered psychological warfare on an imperial scale. Their policy of extreme brutality toward resisting enemies was deliberately publicized through palace reliefs showing impaled prisoners, flayed rebels, and cities razed to the ground. This terror campaign served a practical purpose. Many cities surrendered without fighting, rather than face such treatment. The Assyrian military state represents one of the first examples of systematized violence as an instrument of imperial policy. In Egypt, the New Kingdom period saw pharaohs like Thutmose III and Ramses II lead campaigns deep into the Levant, creating Egypt's greatest territorial extent. These campaigns relied on a combined arms approach: chariots for mobility and shock, infantry for holding territory, and naval forces for coastal operations and supply. The Egyptians developed sophisticated military organization, with divisions named after their principal deities and professional officer corps. On the Iranian plateau, a different model of empire emerged with the rise of the Medes and then the Persians. While they used chariots, the Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great and his successors emphasized cavalry riders on horseback, who combined the mobility of chariots with greater flexibility in varied terrain. The Persian model of imperial rule was also distinctive, allowing considerable local autonomy while maintaining central control through governors, satraps, and the famous network of royal roads. The economic foundations of these empires were critical to their military success. Control of trade routes brought wealth that could be channeled into military spending. Agricultural innovations increased food production, supporting larger populations and armies. Irrigation systems, centralized storage, and improved transportation networks all contributed to imperial power by allowing resources to be efficiently collected and distributed. By 1000 BCE, many ancient armies had developed specialized units and divisions of labor. Some soldiers were archers, others were spearmen or swordsmen, and others operated siege engines. This specialization increased military effectiveness, but required greater coordination and command structures. The officer class became more professionalized, with formal training and career paths. Written records from this period reveal the first military theorists and strategists. The oldest known military treatise, The Art of War, attributed to Sun Tzu, emerged from the Warring States period of ancient China around the 5th century BCE. While later than the peak of chariot warfare, it codified military wisdom accumulated over centuries of conflict. Similar strategic thinking developed in other civilizations, though not always preserved in written form. The ancient empires also developed sophisticated intelligence networks. The Assyrians maintained a system of messengers who carried reports from provincial governors and military commanders to the king. The Persian eyes and ears of the king were officials who traveled the empire, reporting directly to the monarch on conditions and potential threats. These early intelligence systems helped emperors maintain control over vast territories. Religious and cultural factors shaped ancient warfare as well. Many civilizations believed their gods directly participated in battle. Egyptian pharaohs claimed to be divine themselves, leading their armies with the power of the gods behind them. Mesopotamian kings sought divine approval through divination before campaigns. Victories were attributed to divine favor, defeats to divine displeasure. These beliefs reinforced royal authority and motivated soldiers who believed they fought with supernatural backing. The human cost of imperial expansion was enormous. Ancient accounts speak of entire populations massacred or enslaved after conquest. Archaeological evidence confirms widespread destruction at many sites. Those who survived conquest often faced harsh taxation, forced labor, or conscription into their conquerors' armies. The magnificent monuments and palaces of ancient empires were built on the backs of subjected peoples. Yet these empires also created stability and connection across vast regions. The Persian royal road stretched over 1,600 miles, facilitating trade and communication. Egyptian control of Nubia and the Levant created trade networks linking diverse cultures. The Assyrian practice of deporting conquered populations, while brutal, created multicultural societies where ideas and technologies could spread. This interconnectedness would become a defining feature of later empires. As the first millennium BCE progressed, new military innovations would again transform warfare. Iron weapons, which had begun to appear around the time of the Bronze Age collapse, became increasingly common. Cheaper and stronger than bronze, iron democratized warfare by allowing larger armies to be equipped with metal weapons. The cavalry, which had supplemented chariots, began to replace them on many battlefields. But perhaps the most significant military innovation was not technological but organizational. In Greece, a new form of warfare was emerging based on heavily armored infantry, fighting in tight formation, the Phalanx. This development would shift the center of military power westward and open a new chapter in the history of warfare, one where discipline and formation would prove more decisive than chariot charges and imperial might. Greek warfare represents one of the most significant transformations in military history. While earlier civilizations relied on chariot-riding elites or mass levies of poorly equipped conscripts, the Greeks developed a revolutionary military system based on heavily armored citizen soldiers fighting in tight formation. This innovation would reshape not only how wars were fought, but also the political and social structures of the ancient Mediterranean world. The core of this military revolution was the hoplite mitre, a heavily armored infantryman, named after his large round shield, the hoplon. The typical hoplite carried a shield about 3 feet in diameter, made of wood with a bronze facing, wore a bronze helmet that covered most of the face, and protected his torso with a bronze breastplate or linen corselet, stiffened with bronze scales. His primary weapon was a spear around 8 feet long, though he also carried a short sword for close combat if his spear broke. This equipment represented a significant investment, meaning that hoplites came from the middle and upper classes of Greek society, men who could afford their own armor. This connection between military service and social status would prove crucial for the development of Greek political systems, particularly democracy in Athens. Those who defended the city claimed the right to govern it. The true innovation of Greek warfare, however, was not the equipment but how these soldiers fought together. The hoplites arranged themselves in a tight formation called the phalanx, typically 8 ranks deep, with shields overlapping and spears pointing forward. The front ranks would present a wall of spear points to the enemy, while the rear ranks would press forward, adding weight and momentum to the formation. This style of fighting first developed in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, replacing earlier, more loosely organized combat where individual warriors sought personal glory. The Phalanx emphasized collective discipline over individual heroism. In Homer's Iliad, we see warriors like Achilles seeking personal fame through single combat. In classical Greek warfare, such behavior would have been seen as disruptive and dangerous. The psychology of phalanx warfare was intense. Soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder with their neighbors in the formation, creating powerful bonds of trust and mutual reliance. Each man depended on those beside him to hold their position and maintain the integrity of the line. To flee meant not only personal disgrace but endangering one's friends and neighbors. This social pressure helped maintain unit cohesion, even under extreme stress. The decisive moment in a hoplite battle was the clash of opposing phalanxes called the othismos or pushing. When the two lines met, it became a test of collective nerve and physical strength. The side that broke formation first would almost invariably lose, as a broken phalanx was vulnerable to pursuit and slaughter. Casualties in Greek battles were often relatively light until one side broke and fled, at which point the real killing began. Greek city-states built their military systems around citizen militias rather than professional armies. During the fighting season, typically summer when agricultural work permitted, citizens would be called up for campaigns bringing their own equipment. Training varied widely, Sparta being the exception with its full-time military training from childhood. Most hoplites received only basic training in formation movements, relying on the inherent simplicity of phalanx tactics. The Battle of Marathon in 490 BCE showcases the effectiveness of the Greek phalanx. Outnumbered at least 2-1 by the Persian force, the Athenian hoplites and their allies from Plataea charged across the plain at the Persian army. Despite Persian numerical superiority and their reputation as the dominant military power of the era, the Greek phalanx broke through the lighter armed Persian infantry. The Persians suffered around 6,400 casualties, while the Greeks lost only 192 men, according to Herodotus. While these numbers may be exaggerated, the decisive nature of the victory is undisputed. The Greek victory at Marathon demonstrated a central truth about phalanx warfare. Well-armored, disciplined infantry in close formation held a significant advantage over more loosely organized troops, even when outnumbered. This lesson would be reinforced 10 years later during Xerxes' invasion of Greece, particularly at the Battle of Thermopylae, where a small force of Greeks, including the famous 300 Spartans, held off a vastly larger Persian army in a narrow pass where numbers counted for less than formation discipline and individual equipment. Sparta represents the most extreme development of the Greek military system. Spartan society was organized entirely around creating elite soldiers. Male Spartans were separated from their families at age 7 and placed in military training camps. They lived in barracks until age 30, even after marriage. Their entire education focused on creating disciplined warriors who would never break formation or surrender. This system produced what many considered the finest infantry of the ancient world. The Spartan military machine found its greatest test in the Peloponnesian War, 431–404 BCE, the massive conflict between Athens and Sparta for hegemony over Greece. This war demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of hoplite warfare. On land, Spartan hoplites proved virtually unbeatable in pitched battle. But Athens, with its naval power, could avoid such confrontations while raiding Spartan territory from the sea. The conflict evolved beyond traditional hoplite battles into a more complex struggle involving sieges, naval battles, and economic warfare. The Peloponnesian War also saw important tactical innovations. Light infantry and peltasts, troops with lighter armor and javelins, became increasingly important, as they could skirmish and harass the heavy phalanx. The Battle of Sphacteria in 425 BCE saw Athenian light troops defeat isolated Spartan hoplites by maintaining distance and peppering them with javelins. This demonstrated that the phalanx, while powerful, had weaknesses against more mobile forces in challenging terrain. As the 4th century BCE progressed, Greek warfare continued to evolve. The Theban general Epaminondas introduced important innovations at the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BCE, defeating the previously invincible Spartans. Rather than deploying his phalanx at uniform depth, he massed his best troops on his left wing, at an unprecedented depth of 50 ranks. This concentration of force smashed through the Spartan right wing where their best troops were traditionally stationed. This oblique approach demonstrated how tactical innovation could overcome even the most disciplined enemy. While hoplite warfare emerged from the specific social and geographic conditions of Greece, the principles of disciplined infantry fighting in close formation proved adaptable and successful beyond the Greek world. Various peoples of Italy, including the Romans, adopted modified versions of the phalanx. The Etruscans and peoples of Magna Graecia, Greek colonies in southern Italy, directly imported Greek military methods. The cultural impact of hoplite warfare extended far beyond military affairs. The experience of fighting shoulder to shoulder in the phalanx reinforced political ideals of equality among citizens. In Athens, the connection between military service and political rights became explicit. Those who fought for the city had a claim to participate in its governance. The physical experience of the phalanx, where each citizen relied on his neighbors and all depended on maintaining an unbroken line, translated into political conceptions of citizenship as mutual responsibility. Greek military values permeated their art, literature, and philosophy. Vase paintings celebrated hoplite warriors, funeral monuments honored those who fell in battle. Plato's dialogues frequently use military metaphors, and his ideal city in the Republic draws heavily on Spartan military organization. Even Aristotle's Ethics, with its emphasis on courage as a virtue found in the mean between rashness and cowardice, reflects the values needed in a hoplite soldier. The phalanx system had significant limitations. It required relatively flat, open ground to maintain formation. Rough terrain could disrupt the tight order on which its effectiveness depended. It lacked mobility and flexibility compared to lighter troops or cavalry, and it required significant social investment to create a class of citizens wealthy enough to provide their own equipment and available for military campaigns. These limitations became increasingly apparent during the 4th century BCE. Facing enemies like the tribal peoples of Thrace or the mountain kingdoms of Macedonia, Greek armies struggled when battle couldn't be fought on their preferred terms. This led to greater emphasis on combined arms integrating light infantry, slingers, archers, and cavalry with the traditional phalanx corps. Philip II of Macedon studied these weaknesses carefully. Having spent time in Thebes, he observed Greek military methods firsthand. When he returned to Macedonia and took power, he implemented a comprehensive military reform that would transform ancient warfare once again. Philip retained the phalanx but modified it, equipping his soldiers with the sarissa mise, a spear up to 18 feet long, more than twice the length of the traditional Greek spear. This allowed more spear points to project from the front of the formation. More importantly, Philip created a truly combined arms force. His phalanx formed the center and holding element of his army, but he developed elite cavalry units, including the companion cavalry, led by Philip himself and later by his son Alexander. He integrated light infantry, archers, and slingers into a coordinated system, and crucially, he maintained a standing professional army rather than relying on seasonal citizen soldiers. The Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BCE marked the end of traditional Greek military dominance. Philip's Macedonian army defeated a combined force of Athenians, Thebans, and other Greeks. The victory demonstrated that the Macedonian military system had superseded the traditional phalanx. Philip's son Alexander would use this military machine to conquer the Persian Empire and spread Greek influence across the known world. Alexander's campaigns, 334 or 323 BCE, demonstrated the full potential of the evolved phalanx as part of a combined arms approach. His infantry held the center of his battle line, pinning enemy forces in place, while his cavalry delivered decisive strikes against the flanks or rear. This flexible system proved effective against a wide range of opponents, from Greek-style phalanxes to the cavalry-heavy forces of Central Asia. The Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged after Alexander's death continued to use versions of his military system. The Seleucids, Ptolemies, and Antigonids maintained armies centered on the phalanx, but integrated with other arms. These armies fought epic battles against each other, like Raphia 217 BCE and Magnesia 190 BCE, involving tens of thousands of troops on each side. The scale of warfare had grown far beyond the relatively small battles of classical Greece. While the phalanx continued as the core of Hellenistic armies, it would face a new challenger from the west. The Roman legion, with its more flexible manipular formation and distinctive equipment, would prove better adapted to varied terrain and tactical situations. The clash between these systems, Phalanx versus Legion, would determine the military future of the Mediterranean world. The legacy of Greek warfare extends far beyond its immediate historical context. The ideal of the citizen soldier, fighting to defend his own community rather than serving a king or emperor, would resurface throughout Western history. From the Roman Republic to the American Revolution, the connection between military service and citizenship rights that developed in Greece would influence political thought. The emphasis on discipline, formation integrity, and collective action over individual heroics established principles that remain relevant in modern military doctrine. The Greek discovery that ordinary citizens, properly equipped and organized, could defeat larger forces of subjects or mercenaries fighting for a distant ruler represented a genuine revolution in military affairs, one whose effects continue to this day. Roman military dominance represents one of history's most remarkable achievements. From humble beginnings as a small city-state on the Tiber River, Rome grew to control the entire Mediterranean basin and much of Europe through military excellence. The key to this success was the Legion, a military unit that combined tactical flexibility, standardized training, and remarkable discipline into a fighting force that would shape warfare for centuries. Roman military development followed a deliberate process of learning and adaptation. Early Roman armies resembled Greek phalanxes, with wealthier citizens forming the front ranks. However, wars against mountain tribes like the Samnites in the rugged terrain of central Italy exposed the limitations of the rigid phalanx formation. In response, Romans developed the manipular system around the 4th century BCE, a more flexible arrangement where soldiers fought in smaller, more maneuverable units called maniples that could operate semi-independently. The basic unit of the legion became the maniple of 120 men, organized into 3 lines based on experience rather than wealth. The youngest soldiers, hastarii, formed the front line, followed by more experienced men, principes, with veterans triarii in reserve. Gaps between maniples allowed fresh troops to move forward and tired or wounded soldiers to retreat. This checkerboard formation provided both flexibility and depth, adapting to varied terrain while maintaining overall cohesion. The standard Roman legionary was equipped with a large rectangular shield, scutum, a sword gladius, and 2 javelins pila. The scutum, curved to protect the body, created an excellent defensive wall when soldiers stood together. The pila were designed to bend upon impact, preventing enemies from throwing them back. The gladius was a short stabbing sword, ideal for close combat within formation. This standardized equipment reflected Rome's growing industrial capacity and logistical sophistication. Training transformed ordinary men into legionaries. Romans pioneered systematic military training, including weapons drills, formation movements, marching practice, and mock battles. New recruits spent months mastering basic skills before joining veterans in the field. This training emphasized discipline above all, following orders instantly, maintaining formation under pressure, and working as a coordinated unit rather than as individuals. Physical conditioning was equally important, with regular marching under full pack, 60-80 pounds of equipment building the stamina needed for campaigns. Roman military engineering became another decisive advantage. Legions on the march built fortified camps each night, a practice no other ancient army matched consistently. These temporary fortifications, built to standardized plans, protected resting troops, and created a secure base for operations. This engineering prowess extended to permanent structures as well. The extensive network of Roman roads, originally built for military movement, allowed rapid deployment of troops throughout the empire. The legion's greatest strength was its adaptability. While Greek phalanxes excelled in set-piece battles on open ground, Roman legions could fight effectively in various terrains and tactical situations. The manipular system allowed commanders to deploy troops appropriately for mountains, forests, or open plains. This flexibility was demonstrated dramatically at the Battle of Pydna, 168 BCE, where Roman maniples defeated the Macedonian phalanx by exploiting gaps that formed when the phalanx moved across uneven ground. Organizational discipline extended to the command structure. Each legion, approximately 5,000 men, was commanded by a legate, typically a senator gaining military experience. Beneath him served military tribunes and centurions, the latter being professional officers who rose through the ranks and served as the backbone of the legion. The centurion of the first century of the first cohort, Primus Pilus, was the senior centurion, often with decades of experience. This mix of aristocratic leadership and professional officers balanced political control with military expertise. The Battle of Cannae in 216 BCE, though a devastating Roman defeat against Hannibal, illustrated both Roman discipline and adaptability. Despite losing potentially 50,000–70,000 men in a single day, Rome refused to surrender. Instead, they analyzed their failures, adapted their tactics, and ultimately defeated Carthage. The ability to learn from defeat, rather than being broken by it, distinguished Roman military culture from many contemporaries. Marius's reforms around 107 BCE transformed the legion further. He standardized equipment, with the state now providing weapons rather than soldiers bringing their own. More significantly, he opened recruitment to landless citizens, creating a more professional force that served for extended periods rather than seasonal campaigns. These changes created armies increasingly loyal to their commanders rather than to the state, a development that would eventually contribute to the civil wars that ended the Republic. Roman tactical doctrine emphasized close combat. After softening enemy formations with javelin volleys, legionaries would advance in close order, using their shields to create a protective wall while striking with their swords at the enemy's exposed areas. Roman soldiers were trained to thrust rather than slash, as a stabbing wound is typically more lethal and exposes the attacker less. This disciplined, methodical approach to combat contrasted with the more dramatic but less efficient slashing techniques of many opponents. The psychological component of Roman warfare was carefully cultivated. The eagle standard aquila of each legion became a sacred object that must never be captured. Legionaries took oaths to their commanders and the state, creating religious and personal obligations to fight well. Unit pride was fostered through competition between legions and celebration of battle honors. The practice of decimation, executing 1 in 10 men from units that had shown cowardice, although rarely implemented, reinforced the understanding that discipline was literally a matter of life and death. Rome's willingness to incorporate useful military innovations from conquered peoples further enhanced their effectiveness. They adopted Spanish sword designs, developed cavalry tactics from encounters with Parthians and Numidians, and implemented Greek siege techniques. This pragmatic approach to military development ensured Roman forces remained at the cutting edge of ancient warfare. The professional nature of the imperial legions became their defining characteristic. By the early empire 1st century CE, legionaries served 20–25-year terms, received regular pay, and earned retirement benefits, including land grants. This professionalism allowed for consistent training standards and the development of specialized skills. It also meant that Rome maintained a standing army of unprecedented size, around 300,000 men at the empire's height, distributed strategically throughout the provinces. Logistics supported this massive military machine. The Romans excelled at solving practical problems of supply, transportation, and administration. Each legion traveled with hundreds of mules carrying equipment and initial supplies. Provincial governors organized local procurement of food and materials. The cursus publics imperial post facilitated rapid communication across vast distances. Without these logistical systems, maintaining armies on distant frontiers would have been impossible. The Limes frontier defense system represented the mature Roman approach to strategic defense. Rather than relying solely on massive field armies, Rome established networks of fortifications, roads, and garrison forces along vulnerable frontiers. This system allowed rapid response to incursions while minimizing the number of troops needed for border control. The most famous example, Hadrian's Wall in Britain, combined physical barriers with observation posts and mobile response forces. Roman military dominance ultimately stemmed not from technological superiority. Their equipment was not dramatically better than that of many opponents, but from superior organization, training, and logistics. The legion succeeded because it institutionalized military excellence, creating systems that could produce effective armies generation after generation. Even when individual battles were lost, the resilience of the Roman military system allowed for recovery and adaptation. This systematic approach to warfare helped sustain Roman power for centuries and established a template for military organization that would influence armies down to modern times. The principles that made the legions effective, standardized training, flexible tactics, strong engineering capabilities, and attention to logistics, remain relevant in contemporary military doctrine. Rome's greatest legacy may be demonstrating that discipline, organization, and adaptability are more decisive in warfare than mere technological advantages or individual heroism. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century CE created a power vacuum across Europe that transformed warfare completely. As central authority collapsed, military power became increasingly localized and personal. The organized legions gave way to smaller, more irregular forces bound by personal loyalties rather than state institutions. From this fragmented landscape emerged the medieval military system dominated by two key elements, the heavily armored mounted knight and the stone castle. Medieval warfare developed around the relationship between land, military service, and political power. Without strong central governments capable of raising and paying large armies, military organization became tied to land ownership through the feudal system. Lords granted land, fiefs to vassals, in exchange for military service. These vassals could themselves have sub-vassals, creating a pyramid of obligations with the king nominally at the top. This arrangement meant that medieval armies were typically assembled for specific campaigns rather than maintained as standing forces. The knight emerged as the dominant battlefield figure in this system. Initially simply a mounted warrior, the knight evolved into a social class defined by military function, elaborate codes of conduct, and eventually hereditary status. Knights were expensive to equip and maintain. A warhorse cost roughly the equivalent of a modern sports car, and a complete set of armor represented years of income for an ordinary farmer. This expense limited their numbers but made them extraordinarily powerful on the battlefield. Knightly combat evolved over centuries. Early medieval knights fought primarily with spears, often in a dispersed formation where individual combat skills mattered most. By the 11th century, the development of the couched lance technique, where the lance was held tight against the body and the horse's momentum delivered the impact, made knights even more formidable. The stirrup was crucial to this development, providing the stability needed to deliver and withstand powerful impacts without being unhorsed. Armor technology drove much of medieval military development. Early knights wore male interlocked metal rings, which provided good protection against cuts but less against crushing blows. By the 14th century, plate armor began to supplement and eventually replace mail. Full plate armor, contrary to popular belief, was carefully articulated to allow substantial mobility while providing excellent protection. A well-armored knight was nearly invulnerable to most battlefield weapons. If he fell, it was often from exhaustion, being overwhelmed by multiple opponents, or being unhorsed and disabled. The medieval battlefield was not dominated by knights alone. Infantry remained crucial, particularly when fighting in difficult terrain or defending prepared positions. Spearmen could form hedgehogs of points that threatened horses, making frontal cavalry charges risky. Archers, especially after the development of the English longbow and later the crossbow, could threaten even well-armored knights at a distance. Medieval commanders learned to combine these elements, with dismounted knights often fighting alongside spearmen and protected by archers. The Battle of Hastings in 1066 demonstrates this combined arms approach. William of Normandy's victory came through coordinated use of archers, infantry, and cavalry against Harold's Anglo-Saxon forces. The Norman knights conducted feigned retreats, drawing portions of the English shield wall into pursuit before turning to destroy them. This tactical sophistication shows that medieval warfare, often portrayed as chaotic, could involve complex battlefield maneuvers. If the knight dominated the offensive aspect of medieval warfare, the castle defined its defensive character. Castles evolved from simple wooden structures on raised earthworks, motte and bailey, to massive stone complexes with multiple layers of defense. By the 13th century, sophisticated designs included concentric walls, towers positioned to allow crossfire against attackers, moats, drawbridges, and murder holes for dropping materials on enemies who reached the gates. Castle design reflected an ongoing competition between offensive and defensive technology. As siege weapons improved, castle defenses evolved in response. Taller walls countered scaling ladders. Rounded towers better deflected projectiles and eliminated vulnerable corners. Machicolations, openings in the floor of wall-top passages, allowed defenders to drop objects or shoot directly down at enemies attempting to undermine walls. Each innovation triggered counter-innovations in a medieval arms race. Sieges became the dominant form of medieval warfare, far more common than field battles. Besieging a castle required enormous resources and patience. Attackers had several options: starvation through blockade, most common but slow, undermining walls, battering down gates or walls with rams and trebuchets, or attempting to scale walls in an assault, most dangerous. The length of sieges, often months or even years, made disease and supply problems as dangerous to both sides as direct combat. The Crusades, beginning in 1095, exposed European knights to different military traditions and technologies. Byzantine and Islamic armies relied more heavily on light cavalry, missile weapons, and sophisticated logistics than their Western counterparts. These Eastern influences gradually affected Western warfare, particularly in areas like Spain where Christian and Muslim forces had prolonged contact. Military engineers and specialized troops like crossbowmen gained importance as the pure shock power of heavy cavalry proved insufficient against adaptive opponents. Medieval naval warfare, though less celebrated than land battles, played a crucial role in many conflicts. Ships served primarily as transport platforms until specialized fighting vessels developed. The Battle of Sluys, 1340 during the 100 Years' War, was essentially a land battle fought on connected ships, with archers and men-at-arms boarding enemy vessels. Later innovations like specialized gun ports would begin the transition to true naval warfare focused on ship-to-ship combat rather than boarding actions. Religious and cultural factors shaped medieval combat profoundly. The Christian Church attempted to regulate warfare through concepts like the peace of God and truce of God, which prohibited fighting on certain days and against certain groups. The code of chivalry that developed among knights similarly tried to introduce rules to warfare, protecting non-combatants, treating prisoners honorably, and fighting fairly. These ideals were frequently ignored in practice, but they represented attempts to limit the brutality of conflict. The experience of ordinary soldiers and civilians in medieval warfare was harsh. While knights might be ransomed if captured, common soldiers expected no such mercy. Campaigns often deliberately targeted civilian populations through chevauchée, systematic devastation of enemy territory to destroy economic resources and undermine political authority. The 100 Years' War saw French agricultural productivity devastated by repeated English chevauchée, while civilian populations fled to wall towns for protection. Technological developments gradually undermined the knight's battlefield supremacy. The English longbow, demonstrated dramatically at battles like Crécy 1346 and Agincourt 1415, could pierce armor at moderate ranges when used en masse. Swiss pike formations proved that disciplined infantry could defeat cavalry charges through coordinated tactics. By the late medieval period, knights often fought dismounted in many situations, acknowledging the changing tactical reality while maintaining their social distinction. The true revolution that ended the medieval military system came with gunpowder. Introduced to Europe in the 13th century, early cannon were inefficient and dangerous to their users. By the 15th century, however, improved metallurgy and design created weapons capable of destroying castle walls. The Ottoman conquest of Constantinople in 1453 demonstrated the new reality. Massive bombards breached walls previously considered impregnable. The age of the stone castle had reached its end. Hand gunpowder weapons evolved alongside cannon. Early handguns required 2 men to operate and fired inaccurately, but they could be used effectively by soldiers with minimal training. By the late 15th century, the matchlock mechanism allowed 1 man to aim and fire, though still with limited accuracy and slow reloading. These weapons began to displace traditional missile weapons, like bows, not because they were superior in all respects, but because they required less training to use effectively. The organizational response to these technological changes came with the creation of standing armies by increasingly centralized states. The 100 Years' War saw both England and France move toward professional forces rather than feudal levies. Charles VII of France established the companies of the Grande Ordonnance in 1445, permanent cavalry units maintained by the crown. Infantry increasingly consisted of paid professionals rather than temporary conscripts. By the end of the 15th century, the medieval military system was transforming into something recognizably early modern. Heavy cavalry remained important, but operated alongside pike formations and early firearms. Stone castles gave way to lower, thicker earthwork fortifications designed to absorb cannon fire rather than stand above it. Standing armies began to replace feudal hosts. The knight and castle had dominated warfare for nearly a millennium, but their era was drawing to a close as a new age of gunpowder and national armies dawned across Europe. Gunpowder changed warfare more fundamentally than any innovation since the domestication of the horse. Its introduction to European battlefields around the 14th century began a military revolution that would eventually render knights, castles, and medieval tactics obsolete. This black powder, a mixture of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, originated in China around the 9th century and slowly made its way westward through trade networks and technological diffusion. Its impact on warfare was not immediate but cumulative, gradually transforming every aspect of combat. Early European cannons were primitive devices, often just metal or reinforced wooden tubes, sealed at one end, with a small hole drilled for ignition. These early bombards were dangerous to their crews, wildly inaccurate, and painfully slow to load. Yet despite these limitations, they introduced something new to the battlefield, a weapon that could deliver destruction from unprecedented distances, with a psychological impact that went beyond their physical effects. The thunderous noise, bright flash, and smoke from early artillery pieces terrified both soldiers and horses unaccustomed to such sensory assaults. The siege of Constantinople in 1453 demonstrated the power of advanced artillery. The Ottoman forces under Mehmed II deployed massive bombards that fired stone projectiles weighing up to 1,200 pounds. These enormous weapons, some designed by European engineers, eventually breached the ancient walls that had protected the city for over 1,000 years. The fall of Constantinople sent shockwaves through Europe. If these legendary walls could fall to cannon fire, no traditional fortification was safe. Castle design underwent rapid evolution in response to artillery. The tall, thin walls that had effectively protected against scaling and battering rams were particularly vulnerable to cannon fire. Military engineers responded by creating shorter, thicker walls designed to absorb impacts rather than stand above them. Star-shaped fortifications appeared, with angled bastions that eliminated blind spots and allowed defensive fire along the walls. Elaborate defensive works included reinforced gates, ravelins, detached triangular fortifications, and wide water-filled moats to keep enemy artillery at a distance. These new fortifications, exemplified by designs from engineers like Sébastien Leprestier de Vauban in the 17th century, were enormously expensive to build and maintain. Only wealthy centralized states could afford such elaborate defenses, accelerating the decline of independent knights and local lords. The Tres Italienne, the Italian system of angled bastions and scientific fortification, became the standard across Europe, but its cost meant fewer, more strategically placed fortresses rather than the numerous castles of the medieval landscape. Hand gunpowder weapons evolved alongside artillery. The arquebus appeared in the 15th century, a shoulder-fired weapon ignited by bringing a slow-burning match to the priming pan. Though inaccurate and slow to reload, taking up to a minute by a skilled user, the arquebus could be mastered much more quickly than traditional missile weapons like the longbow, which required years of training. By the early 16th century, the more reliable matchlock mechanism allowed the user to keep both hands on the weapon while firing, improving accuracy. The development of the musket in the 16th century provided even more power, capable of penetrating the best plate armor at moderate ranges. This technological development rendered the heavily armored knight increasingly obsolete. Why spend a fortune on armor that offered little protection against the weapons they would face? Cavalry gradually abandoned heavy armor, transforming into faster, more mobile forces focused on shock action, reconnaissance, and pursuit, rather than frontal charges against formed infantry. On the battlefield, infantry armed with pikes and early firearms became the dominant force. The Spanish tercios, mixed formations of pikemen and arquebusiers, dominated European battlefields for much of the 16th century. These disciplined units combined the defensive power of the pike against cavalry with the offensive firepower of the arquebus. Similar combined formations appeared across Europe, though with variations in proportions and tactical employment. The decisive nature of these new infantry formations was demonstrated at the Battle of Pavia in 1525, where Spanish arquebusiers defeated the French heavy cavalry that had dominated earlier medieval battlefields. The French knights, including King Francis I himself, were shot from their horses before they could close with the Spanish infantry. This battle symbolized the transition from medieval to early modern warfare, where firepower increasingly trumped shock action and armor. Technical innovations continued to improve firearms. The wheel lock mechanism, appearing in the early 16th century, created sparks by friction rather than requiring a lit match, making firearms more reliable in wet conditions and allowing for concealed carrying. The more affordable flintlock mechanism, which became widespread in the 17th century, further improved reliability and reduced the chance of misfires. With each improvement, firearms became more practical for battlefield use. Tactics evolved to maximize the effectiveness of these weapons. The dense formations of the 16th century gradually gave way to longer, thinner lines that allowed more guns to fire simultaneously. The Dutch innovations under Maurice of Nassau and the later Swedish system under Gustavus Adolphus emphasized mobility, coordinated firepower, and combined arms tactics integrating infantry, cavalry, and artillery. The musketeer's complex loading procedure was broken down into a drill of specific motions that could be performed even under the stress of battle. Artillery likewise saw continuous improvement. Bronze casting techniques produced stronger, more reliable cannons. Corned powder, treated to resist moisture and provide more consistent explosive force, improved performance. Standardized calibers and ammunition simplified logistics. Mobile field artillery, lighter than siege weapons, but still powerful enough to influence battlefield outcomes, became increasingly important. By the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, artillery had become an essential component of any serious military force. The increasing technical complexity and expense of warfare accelerated the rise of centralized states. Only organized governments could maintain the standing armies, weapons manufacturing facilities, and logistical systems needed for gunpowder warfare. The medieval system of independent nobles leading their personal retainers became increasingly obsolete. Professional officers, trained in mathematics and engineering as much as leadership, replaced knights relying on personal courage and martial skills. Naval warfare underwent even more dramatic transformation. The development of gun ports allowed ships to mount heavy cannons along their sides, creating the first true warships designed primarily for artillery duels rather than boarding actions. The race to build ships carrying more and heavier guns led to specialized naval vessels like the galleon and later the ship of the line. These developments required substantial national investment, further strengthening centralized states like England, France, and Spain that could afford large navies. The logistics of gunpowder warfare drove military innovation beyond weapons themselves. Armies needed reliable supplies of powder, shot, and replacement parts. Standardized ammunition became crucial for battlefield effectiveness. Supply trains grew larger as armies carried more equipment. Financial systems had to evolve to support the enormous expense of modern armies and navies. The entire infrastructure of warfare became more complex and demanded greater administrative competence. Social implications of this military revolution were profound. As professional standing armies replaced feudal levies and mercenary bands, a new relationship developed between soldiers, the state, and society. Military service became more distinct from civilian life, with permanent barracks, uniforms, and regular training. The officer corps evolved from a purely aristocratic preserve to include middle-class professionals with technical expertise. The common soldier, though still recruited largely from the lower classes, became a more valuable asset requiring better treatment and training. By the end of the 17th century, European warfare had transformed completely from its medieval form. Standing armies of professional soldiers, armed with standardized firearms and supported by mobile artillery, fought on behalf of increasingly powerful centralized states. Warfare had become more lethal, more expensive, and more scientifically approached. The romantic image of the knight had given way to the disciplined musketeer in linear formation, delivering coordinated volleys on command. This transformation spread globally through European colonial expansion, trade, and military competition. Ottoman forces adopted gunpowder weapons early and effectively. Japanese warlords eagerly acquired firearms after their introduction by Portuguese traders in 1543. Indian states incorporated cannon into their armies, often employing European artillerists. The global military balance began to shift towards societies that could effectively manufacture, deploy, and tactically integrate gunpowder weapons. The gunpowder revolution contained the seeds of further military transformation. The scientific approach to warfare would continue to accelerate technical innovation. The relationship between military power and industrial capacity would grow stronger. The organizational requirements of modern armies would influence political development toward more efficient administration, and the battlefield dominance of firearms would continue to render traditional forms of combat increasingly obsolete. As the 18th century dawned, the stage was set for the next evolution in warfare. The basic weapons, muskets, cannons, mobile field artillery had been established, but their employment would continue to develop. Armies would grow larger, more professional, and more systematically organized. The tactical emphasis would shift toward mobility and coordinated firepower rather than positional defense, and the scale of warfare would expand as European powers competed globally for dominance. The age of knights and castles had definitively ended, replaced by the age of gunpowder, drill, and increasingly sophisticated military science. The French Revolution and the subsequent Napoleonic Wars marked a profound transformation in warfare. Between 1792 and 1815, military forces grew to unprecedented sizes, battles reached new levels of intensity, and warfare expanded to encompass entire societies rather than just professional armies. At the center of this transformation stood Napoleon Bonaparte, a military commander whose campaigns transformed the understanding of strategy and whose legacy shaped military thinking for generations. The revolutionary changes in warfare began before Napoleon's rise to prominence. The French Revolution introduced the concept of the nation in arms, the idea that all citizens had both the right and duty to defend the nation. The Levée en masse of 1793 marked the first modern mass conscription, creating armies of previously unimaginable size. While 18th century armies typically numbered in the tens of thousands, revolutionary France fielded forces in the hundreds of thousands. This dramatic expansion in military manpower changed the scale and scope of warfare permanently. Napoleon inherited these revolutionary armies and refined their organization and employment. He developed the corps system, dividing his Grande Armée into several corps, each a self-contained mini-army of infantry, cavalry, and artillery capable of operating independently for short periods while remaining part of a coordinated whole. This organizational innovation allowed Napoleon to march his forces along separate routes, easing supply problems and allowing faster movement, while still concentrating them rapidly for battle. Mobility became the hallmark of Napoleonic warfare, where 18th century armies moved slowly and often avoided decisive battles. Napoleon sought rapid movement and decisive engagement. His troops marched rapidly, often covering twice the distance that his opponents expected in a day. This mobility allowed him to surprise enemies, cut their lines of communication, and force battles on his terms. The corps system, combined with disciplined marching columns that could quickly deploy into battle formations, made this mobility tactically effective. Napoleon's use of artillery represented another revolutionary development. Rather than distributing cannon evenly along the battle line, as was common practice, Napoleon concentrated his guns at critical points to create overwhelming firepower. He treated artillery as an offensive rather than defensive arm, using massed batteries to smash holes in enemy lines before committing his infantry. At Friedland in 1807, Napoleon concentrated over 70 guns against the Russian left flank, demonstrating the devastating effect of massed artillery fire. The coordination of different combat arms, infantry, cavalry, and artillery, reached new levels of sophistication under Napoleon. Infantry formed the core of his armies, typically fighting in a mix of line formations for maximum firepower and column formations for shock action. Cavalry served multiple roles: light cavalry for reconnaissance and pursuit, dragoons for versatility, and heavy cavalry for decisive charges at critical moments. This combined arms approach magnified the effectiveness of each component. Strategic thinking matured significantly during this period. While earlier commanders certainly thought strategically, Napoleon and his contemporaries developed more comprehensive approaches to campaign planning. They considered geography, logistics, politics, and psychology alongside purely military factors. The concept of identifying and striking at the enemy's center of gravity, a term later popularized by the Prussian theorist Karl von Clausewitz, emerged from this period. For Napoleon, this often meant seeking the destruction of the enemy's main field army rather than capturing territory. The Battle of Austerlitz in 1805 exemplifies Napoleonic warfare at its most brilliant. Facing a larger Austro-Russian army, Napoleon feigned weakness in his right flank, enticing his opponents to commit their forces there. As they did so, Napoleon's hidden reserve struck the weakened enemy center, splitting their army in two. The battle combined strategic deception, tactical brilliance, and perfect timing. This victory, resulting in the destruction of the Third Coalition against France, demonstrated how a skillful commander could defeat numerically superior forces through superior strategy. Napoleon's campaigns stimulated military theory and analysis. Contemporaries and later generations studied his methods intensively, seeking to understand the principles behind his successes. Clausewitz's On War, though published after Napoleon's defeat, was deeply influenced by the author's experiences in the Napoleonic Wars. Antoine Henri Jomini, who served as a staff officer for Napoleon, wrote influential works analyzing the systematic principles behind Napoleonic warfare. These theoretical works would shape military education throughout the 19th century and beyond. The Napoleonic era saw significant developments in military staff work. The growing complexity of managing large armies required more sophisticated headquarters organizations. Napoleon's chief of staff, Marshal Berthier, developed systems for transmitting orders, gathering intelligence, and maintaining operational records that became models for later armies. Staff officers needed specialized training in mathematics, geography, and logistics alongside traditional military skills, leading to the establishment of dedicated staff colleges in many European armies. Logistical systems evolved to support these massive armies on campaign. Napoleon's dictum that an army marches on its stomach acknowledged the crucial importance of supply. While his armies did live off the land more than their predecessors, they also developed more sophisticated supply systems using wagon trains, supply depots, and precise calculations of requirements. The limitations of these systems ultimately contributed to Napoleon's downfall, particularly in the disastrous Russian campaign of 1812, where logistical failures combined with Russian strategy and winter weather to destroy the Grande Armée. The Napoleonic Wars accelerated technological development in several areas. Improvements in cannon founding, gunpowder manufacturing, and artillery tactics increased the battlefield importance of this arm. Signal systems using semaphore telegraphs improved communication. Military medicine advanced in response to the enormous casualty rates, with French surgeons like Dominique Jean Larrey developing new techniques for battlefield treatment and evacuation. Many of these innovations spread beyond the military sphere to influence civilian technology. Naval warfare during this period was dominated by Britain's Royal Navy, which maintained superiority through better training, tactics, and seamanship rather than technological advantage. The Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, where Admiral Nelson defeated the combined French and Spanish fleets, secured British naval dominance for generations. This naval supremacy allowed Britain to maintain global trade while denying it to France, creating the economic strength to finance coalition after coalition against Napoleon. The societal impact of the Napoleonic Wars was profound. Mass conscription transformed the relationship between citizens and the state. Previously, wars had been fought by professionals and largely separated from civilian life. Now warfare reached into almost every family. This change created both stronger national identities and new expectations about citizen rights in return for military service. The concept of the citizen soldier would influence political development throughout the 19th century. Napoleon's final defeat at Waterloo in 1815 ended his military career, but not his influence on warfare. The coalition armies that defeated him had learned from their experiences fighting against him, adopting many of his innovations. Prussian military reformers like Scharnhorst and Gneisenau reorganized their army along lines that combined Napoleonic tactical flexibility with distinctly Prussian discipline and staff work. These reforms would bear fruit in later Prussian military successes. The post-Napoleonic period saw attempts to constrain the destructive potential of modern warfare through diplomatic means. The Congress of Vienna established a framework for international relations that helped prevent a general European war for nearly a century. However, the military innovations of the Napoleonic era continued to develop. Professional standing armies became the norm. Staff planning grew more sophisticated, and the Industrial Revolution began to provide new technological possibilities for warfare. The strategic thinking that matured during the Napoleonic period would continue to evolve through the 19th century. Military theorists studied historical campaigns, developing concepts like interior lines, exterior lines, and centers of gravity into more refined strategic doctrine. Professional military education expanded, with staff colleges teaching officers to think systematically about warfare at operational and strategic levels rather than just tactical ones. By 1850, European warfare had been transformed from its 18th century form. Armies were larger, more mobile, and more lethal. Strategic thinking encompassed political, economic, and social factors alongside purely military considerations. Staff systems had become essential for managing complex operations, and the relationship between armed forces and the societies they served had fundamentally changed. The foundations laid during the Napoleonic era would continue to shape military development as industrialization introduced new technologies and capabilities to warfare. The Industrial Revolution transformed warfare as thoroughly as it changed civilian society. New manufacturing techniques, materials, energy sources, and transportation systems created military possibilities unimaginable to earlier generations. From 1815 to 1914, warfare evolved from Napoleonic-era armies fighting with muskets and horse-drawn cannon to modern forces equipped with bolt-action rifles, machine guns, and motorized transport. This transformation set the stage for the devastating conflicts of the early 20th century. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, represented a transitional moment in this evolution. In many ways, it resembled earlier conflicts, with infantry still forming in close lines and cavalry charging in the traditional manner. Yet new technologies were beginning to appear on the battlefield. The British and French used steam-powered warships to transport and supply their forces. Telegraph lines transmitted information between the front and capitals thousands of miles away. Rifled muskets gave infantry greater range and accuracy. These innovations offered a glimpse of warfare's industrial future. Medical advancements during the Crimean War proved as important as weapons technology. Florence Nightingale's innovations in battlefield nursing and hospital organization dramatically reduced death rates from disease. For the first time, photography documented the realities of war, with Roger Fenton's images bringing the conflict into civilian living rooms. War correspondents like William Howard Russell sent detailed reports via telegraph, allowing the public to follow military events almost in real time. These developments created new relationships between warfare, public opinion, and political decision-making. The American Civil War, 1861 to 1865, demonstrated industrial warfare on an unprecedented scale. Both Union and Confederate forces employed railroads for rapid troop movement and supply. Telegraphy allowed generals to coordinate armies across hundreds of miles. Industrial manufacturing produced weapons in quantities impossible in earlier eras. The federal government alone purchased over 1 million rifles, 400,000 horses, and 1.5 million artillery rounds during the war. This industrial capacity eventually proved decisive, with the North's greater manufacturing strength gradually overwhelming the South. New weapons transformed Civil War battlefields. Rifled muskets tripled the effective range of infantry, making traditional close-order attacks increasingly suicidal. The Minié ball, a conical bullet that expanded upon firing to grip the rifle's grooves, improved accuracy while allowing faster loading. Early machine guns like the Gatling gun, though not yet fully exploited tactically, hinted at future developments. Rifled artillery increased both range and accuracy of cannon fire. Naval warfare saw revolutionary changes with the introduction of ironclad warships, culminating in the famous battle between the USS Monitor and CSS Virginia. Tactical thinking struggled to keep pace with these technological changes. Early Civil War battles often followed Napoleonic patterns, with disastrous results as rifled weapons cut down attacking formations. By the war's later stages, soldiers on both sides instinctively entrenched themselves when halting, creating rudimentary field fortifications that foreshadowed the trench systems of World War I. The increasing defensive advantages changed the character of battles, making frontal assaults increasingly costly and siege operations more common. The organizational demands of industrial warfare drove governmental innovation. Both American sides created new bureaucracies to manage procurement, transportation, and supply. The telegraph enabled more centralized command, with civilian leaders more directly involved in strategic decisions. The scale of mobilization required new financial instruments, tax systems, and economic controls. The Civil War thus expanded not just military but governmental power, establishing patterns that would reappear in later conflicts. European observers studied the American Civil War closely, but often drew incomplete lessons. Many dismissed it as peculiar to American conditions rather than recognizing its implications for future warfare. The Prussian military, however, incorporated some of its lessons while developing their own innovations. The Prussian General Staff, a permanent institution dedicated to war planning and officer education, represented a new approach to military organization that maximized industrial efficiency and scientific management principles. The Prussian victories over Austria, 1866, and France, 1870-71, demonstrated the effectiveness of their military system. Breech-loading rifles like the Drace needle gun allowed soldiers to reload while lying down, increasing their survival and firing rate. Artillery improvements, particularly steel breech-loading cannon designed by Krupp, provided greater range, accuracy, and rate of fire. Railroad timetables, meticulously prepared by the General Staff, enabled the rapid concentration of forces at decisive points. These campaigns established Prussia and, after 1871, unified Germany as Europe's premier military power. Colonial warfare in the late 19th century revealed both the power and limitations of industrial military technology. European forces armed with machine guns, modern rifles, and artillery could defeat much larger indigenous armies, as demonstrated at battles like Omdurman, 1898, where British forces under Kitchener defeated a Sudanese army while suffering minimal casualties. However, guerrilla resistance often proved more challenging, as the British discovered in Afghanistan and the Americans in the Philippines. Industrial weaponry provided tactical advantages, but not necessarily strategic solutions to colonial control. Naval technology underwent revolutionary change during this period. Wooden sailing ships gave way to steam-powered iron and later steel vessels. Explosive shells replaced solid shot, making wooden warships obsolete. Armor technology evolved from simple iron plates to complex layered systems. The development of the torpedo and submarine introduced new threats to surface vessels. By 1906, the launch of HMS Dreadnought, featuring all big gun armament, steam turbine engines, and improved fire control, rendered all previous battleships obsolete and intensified the naval arms race between Britain and Germany. Communications technology transformed both tactical and strategic aspects of warfare. Field telephones allowed commanders to coordinate artillery with infantry movements. Wireless telegraphy, radio-enabled communication with ships at sea, and eventually between aircraft and ground forces. Improved printing and distribution networks spread military information through professional journals, accelerating the diffusion of tactical innovations. Signal flags, heliographs, and later electronic systems created more reliable battlefield communications. Transportation advancements dramatically changed military mobility. Railroads could move troops and supplies at 10 times the speed of marching infantry. By the early 20th century, internal combustion engines powered the first military trucks, cars, and eventually aircraft. These developments extended operational reach and logistical capacity. However, they also created new vulnerabilities as mechanized forces depended on fuel supplies and functioning transportation networks that could be targeted by enemies. Firearms evolved through several generations of improvement. Muzzle-loading rifles gave way to breech loaders, then to bolt-action magazine rifles like the German Mauser and British Lee Enfield. These weapons combined rapid fire up to 15 aimed shots per minute by trained soldiers with accuracy at ranges up to 800 yards. Machine guns developed from hand-cranked models to fully automatic weapons capable of firing hundreds of rounds per minute. These weapons would prove devastatingly effective against troops advancing in the open. Artillery likewise underwent revolutionary development. Breech-loading, rifled steel cannon replaced older bronze muzzle loaders. Recoil systems allowed guns to remain in place when fired rather than requiring repositioning after each shot. Improved shells, fuses, and propellants increased range and lethality. Indirect fire techniques using mathematical calculations rather than direct observation allowed artillery to engage targets beyond visual range. By 1914, artillery had become the primary casualty-producing weapon on the battlefield. Military professionalism deepened across all major powers. Officer education became more technical and scientific, with greater emphasis on mathematics, engineering, and languages alongside traditional military subjects. General staffs conducted war games, developed detailed mobilization plans, and studied historical campaigns systematically. Military attachés observed foreign armies and reported on technological and organizational innovations. This professionalization created more capable military leadership but also increasingly isolated military thinking from civilian oversight. The Industrial Revolution's impact extended beyond technology to military organization and doctrine. Scientific management principles influenced army organization, with specialized branches, explicit chains of command, and standardized procedures. Uniform regulations, equipment specifications, and training manuals brought industrial standardization to military forces. Logistics became increasingly sophisticated, with calculations of supply requirements, transportation capacities, and consumption rates informing planning. Military medicine advanced significantly, improving both casualty treatment and disease prevention. Anesthesia allowed more complex battlefield surgery. Joseph Lister's antiseptic techniques reduced infection rates, Understanding of disease vectors led to better sanitation in military camps. Field ambulance services became more organized and effective. These improvements reduced non-combat deaths, which had traditionally exceeded battle casualties in most conflicts. By the early 20th century, the industrialization of warfare had created military systems of unprecedented power and complexity. Millions of men could be mobilized, equipped with factory-produced weapons, transported by rail or ship to distant battlefields, and supplied through industrial logistics systems. Telegraph and later radio communications allowed coordination across vast distances. These capabilities made possible warfare on a scale previously unimaginable. Yet tactical and strategic thinking struggled to adjust to these new realities. The defensive power of magazine rifles, machine guns, and quick-firing artillery had fundamentally altered the battlefield. But many military leaders remained committed to offensive doctrines, emphasizing morale and willpower over firepower calculations. The complex interactions between industrial, political, economic, and military factors created strategic problems that traditional military education had not prepared leaders to solve. As Europe moved toward the crisis of 1914, its military establishments had created the instruments for industrialized warfare without fully comprehending their implications. The weapons, organization, and scale of forces pointed toward wars of attrition rather than decisive Napoleonic battles, but military doctrines still emphasized decisive offensive action. This disconnect between technological reality and military thinking would contribute to the catastrophic casualties of World War I. Industrial warfare had arrived, but understanding of its nature remained incomplete. The world wars of the 20th century represent warfare's most destructive manifestation. These conflicts expanded beyond battlefield engagements between professional armies to encompass entire societies in struggles for national survival. Industrial capacity, scientific innovation, economic strength, and civilian morale became as decisive as military skill or numerical superiority. The term total war captures this all-encompassing nature, where the distinction between soldier and civilian, military and industrial target, blurred into a single continuum of conflict. World War I began in 1914, with European powers still conceptualizing warfare in 19th century terms, despite possessing 20th century weapons. Initial German plans called for rapid movement and decisive battles in the style of Napoleon or Moltke. French doctrine emphasized offensive spirit with infantry advancing regardless of firepower disadvantages. Both sides expected a short, decisive war. Instead, they encountered a deadly stalemate that would last 4 years and cost millions of lives. The Western Front quickly demonstrated the new realities of industrial warfare. Machine guns capable of firing hundreds of rounds per minute mowed down attacking infantry. Quick-firing artillery caused most casualties, with millions of shells churning battlefields into lunar landscapes. Barbed wire impeded movement, while trenches protected defenders from fire. The deadly mathematics of industrial firepower gave overwhelming advantages to defensive positions. The result was a war of attrition, where offensives measured success in hundreds of yards gained at costs of thousands of lives. The search for solutions to this deadlock drove rapid technological innovation. Poison gas, first used at Ypres in 1915, temporarily broke the stalemate, but was quickly countered by gas masks. Tanks, introduced by the British at the Somme in 1916, offered a way to combine firepower, protection, and mobility, though early models proved mechanically unreliable. Aircraft evolved from reconnaissance platforms to fighters and bombers. Indirect artillery fire, using mathematical calculations and observation data rather than direct aiming, became increasingly sophisticated, allowing guns to deliver accurate fire from positions miles behind the front lines. Both sides sought strategic alternatives to the Western Front bloodbath. Germany's unrestricted submarine warfare attempted to strangle British supply lines. The Allies launched the disastrous Gallipoli campaign, hoping to knock Ottoman Turkey out of the war and open supply routes to Russia. Germany achieved a breakthrough on the Eastern Front, eventually forcing Russia's exit from the war through military defeat and internal revolution. These efforts to find strategic shortcuts ultimately failed to avoid the war of attrition that industrial firepower had made inevitable. The unprecedented scale of World War I required complete economic mobilization. Germany's development of the Haber process to synthesize nitrogen compounds compensated for the British naval blockade, preventing nitrate imports needed for explosives and fertilizer. Britain organized its entire economy around war production, With government coordination of manufacturing, raw materials, and labor, France converted luxury industries to munitions production. This industrial mobilization required new governmental powers, from rationing to labor controls to unprecedented taxation. Communications technology shaped both tactical and strategic operations. Field telephones allowed commanders to coordinate artillery with infantry advances. Radio enabled communication with aircraft and between headquarters, yet these technologies remained vulnerable. Telephone wires were frequently cut by shell fire, and radio transmissions could be intercepted. The result was often friction between strategic planning and battlefield reality, with commanders struggling to maintain control over increasingly complex operations. The United States' entry into the war in 1917 proved decisive, not primarily through immediate military contribution, but through industrial and financial power. American factories produced vast quantities of weapons, ammunition, and supplies. American loans financed Allied purchases. When American troops finally arrived in large numbers in 1918, they tipped the manpower balance at a critical moment when German forces were exhausted by their spring offensives. The final year of the war saw tactical innovations that would influence future conflicts. German stormtroopers used infiltration tactics, bypassing strong points to attack headquarters and supply areas. The Allies developed more effective combined arms approaches with tanks, infantry, artillery, and aircraft working in coordination. These tactical solutions, combined with German strategic exhaustion, finally broke the stalemate. However, the armistice of November 1918 left many Germans believing their army had been stabbed in the back rather than truly defeated, a myth that would contribute to the rise of Nazism. The Treaty of Versailles attempted to prevent future European wars through territorial adjustments, military restrictions on Germany, and the establishment of the League of Nations. These efforts failed partly because the treaty was neither lenient enough to foster reconciliation nor harsh enough to permanently cripple German power. Economic problems, especially the Great Depression, undermined international cooperation. Totalitarian ideologies offered seemingly decisive solutions to complex problems. By the 1930s, these factors combined to make another European war increasingly likely. World War II began in 1939, with Germany better prepared conceptually for modern warfare than its opponents. The German concept of blitzkrieg, lightning war, combined tanks, motorized infantry, and tactical air support in highly mobile operations aimed at encircling enemy forces. Radio communication allowed coordination between these elements. This approach, first demonstrated in Poland and then perfected in France in 1940, temporarily overcame the firepower advantages that had produced WWI's static warfare. The early German victories resulted not from technological superiority. French tanks were individually superior to German models, but from organizational and doctrinal advantages. Germany concentrated tanks into panzer divisions rather than distributing them among infantry units. The Luftwaffe focused on tactical air support rather than strategic bombing. German commanders emphasized initiative at all levels rather than centralized control. These operational innovations proved more decisive initially than raw industrial power. The global nature of World War II dramatically expanded the geographical scope of warfare. Naval battles in the Pacific covered thousands of square miles. Aircraft could strike targets hundreds or thousands of miles behind front lines. Submarine campaigns threatened supply lines across entire oceans. This expansion of the battle space required new approaches to strategy and logistics, with global supply chains, overseas bases, and unprecedented coordination between allies separated by vast distances. Industrial competition became even more decisive than in the previous conflict. The United States achieved production levels that seemed scarcely believable: 324,000 aircraft, 100,000 armored vehicles, 71,000 naval vessels, and 41 billion rounds of ammunition during the war. Soviet factories, many relocated east of the Ural Mountains to escape German bombing, produced over 78,000 tanks, despite the loss of significant industrial regions. This productive capacity eventually overwhelmed Germany and Japan despite their initial military advantages. Scientific and technological development accelerated under wartime pressures. Radar revolutionized air defense and naval warfare. Improved aircraft extended range, payload, and performance capabilities. Proximity fuses increased artillery effectiveness. Electronic warfare and cryptography shaped intelligence operations, with the breaking of German Enigma codes providing crucial advantages to the Allies. Computer technology, initially developed for calculating artillery tables and code breaking, laid foundations for the post-war information revolution. Strategic bombing emerged as a distinctive feature of World War II. Both Axis and Allied powers targeted enemy industrial capacity and civilian morale. The technology of bombing evolved from limited operations with minimal accuracy to massive raids involving hundreds of aircraft and precision guidance techniques. The morality of civilian targeting generated controversy even during the conflict, but military leaders on all sides ultimately embraced strategies aimed at undermining enemy societies rather than merely defeating armies in the field. The culmination of this strategic bombing logic came with the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. These attacks, which killed approximately 200,000 people, introduced nuclear weapons to warfare and created a fundamental break in military history. For the first time, a single weapon could destroy an entire city. This development would shape all subsequent thinking about great power conflict, eventually leading to doctrines of deterrence based on mutual assured destruction rather than traditional concepts of battlefield victory. The Holocaust represented another distinctive feature of World War II, genocide conducted with industrial methods. The Nazi regime used modern bureaucratic organization, transportation systems, and manufacturing techniques to implement mass murder with efficiency that previous genocides had lacked. This industrialization of atrocity revealed the darkest potential of modern organizational capabilities. It also blurred any remaining distinction between military and civilian aspects of total war. Resistance movements in occupied territories created another dimension of World War II. From French resistance sabotage to Yugoslav partisan warfare to Soviet guerrilla operations, these movements tied down Axis forces, gathered intelligence, and maintained hope in occupied populations. Special operations forces, like the British Special Operations Executive and American Office of Strategic Services, developed techniques to support these movements, establishing foundations for later unconventional warfare doctrines. The war at sea saw revolutionary developments. Aircraft carriers replaced battleships as the central elements of naval power. Submarine warfare evolved from the relatively limited German campaigns of WWI to near-decisive impacts on both the Atlantic and Pacific theaters. Anti-submarine warfare became increasingly sophisticated, with sonar, radar, long-range aircraft, and computer-assisted tracking systems. Naval operations expanded to include amphibious warfare on unprecedented scales, with landings like Normandy and Iwo Jima involving hundreds of ships and thousands of landing craft. The conclusion of World War II left the United States and Soviet Union as the dominant global powers, with much of Europe and Asia physically devastated. The unprecedented destructiveness of the conflict, culminating in nuclear weapons, created powerful incentives to avoid direct confrontation between these superpowers. The Cold War that followed would be characterized by proxy conflicts, arms races, and ideological competition rather than direct military confrontation. Warfare had become too dangerous for traditional great power conflicts. The legacy of the World Wars transformed both warfare and international relations. The United Nations replaced the League of Nations, with stronger mechanisms for addressing threats to peace. International law developed new frameworks regarding war crimes and human rights. Military organizations incorporated lessons about combined arms operations, logistics, and joint service cooperation. Most fundamentally, the demonstration of warfare's destructive potential at industrial scales created a powerful impetus to develop alternatives to direct military confrontation between major powers. Yet, warfare did not disappear after 1945. Instead, it transformed again, with conflicts focusing on revolutionary warfare, counterinsurgency, limited wars, and terrorism rather than total war between industrial states. Nuclear weapons created a paradox. Their development made warfare between nuclear powers potentially suicidal, yet conflicts continued in different forms around the periphery of the global order. The principles of industrial mobilization, technological innovation, and total societal involvement established during the World Wars would continue to shape these conflicts, albeit in altered forms appropriate to the nuclear age. Warfare since 1945 has evolved in ways that would bewilder a general from earlier eras. The development of nuclear weapons created a paradox. The most powerful military technology ever devised became too destructive to use in direct confrontation between major powers. Conventional military power reached unprecedented sophistication through precision weaponry, stealth technology, and digital systems. Yet despite these technological advances, conflicts increasingly involved irregular forces using asymmetric tactics to overcome conventional military advantages. Modern warfare has become simultaneously more technically advanced and more primitive, more globally integrated, and more locally fragmented. The Cold War established the framework for post-World War II military developments. Direct confrontation between the United States and Soviet Union risked nuclear escalation, creating powerful incentives for both superpowers to avoid direct conflict. Instead, they engaged in proxy wars, supporting allied states and non-state actors in conflicts across the developing world. These proxy conflicts in Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Angola, and elsewhere allowed testing of weapons and doctrines while keeping confrontation below the nuclear threshold. Nuclear strategy developed into an extraordinarily complex field. The initial American nuclear monopoly ended in 1949 when the Soviet Union tested its first atomic bomb, the hydrogen bomb, tested by the US in 1952 and the USSR in 1955, increased destructive power by orders of magnitude. Delivery systems evolved from bombers to intercontinental ballistic missiles, ACBMs, and submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs. Doctrines evolved from massive retaliation to flexible response to mutual assured destruction, MAD. This last concept, that neither superpower could survive a nuclear exchange regardless of who struck first, created a strange stability through the promise of shared annihilation. Conventional warfare continued to evolve within this nuclear context. The Korean War, 1950 to 1953, resembled World War II in many respects, with large-scale conventional operations including tanks, artillery, and tactical air support. However, it also introduced jet aircraft combat and helicopter medical evacuation. The war ended in stalemate, establishing a pattern of limited conflicts fought for limited objectives rather than the total warfare of the World War era. Vietnam represented a different sort of conflict, one where overwhelming conventional superiority proved insufficient against an adversary, using asymmetric approaches. American forces dominated conventional engagements but struggled against guerrilla tactics, with the Viet Cong blending into civilian populations and avoiding decisive battles. Political will became as important as military capability, with North Vietnamese forces willing to accept casualties that would have been politically unsustainable for American leaders. This pattern would repeat in later conflicts, demonstrating that modern warfare increasingly involves psychological and political dimensions alongside traditional military confrontation. Technological innovation continued to reshape warfare through the late 20th century. The 1973 Arab-Israeli War demonstrated the effectiveness of precision anti-tank missiles and surface-to-air missiles against armored forces and aircraft. Electronic warfare, jamming, spoofing, and intercepting enemy communications and radar became increasingly sophisticated. Smart bombs with laser or television guidance improved strike accuracy dramatically compared to traditional unguided munitions. Night vision devices extended combat operations around the clock. These innovations generally favored wealthier, more technologically advanced nations, but their advantages could be countered through asymmetric approaches. The 1991 Gulf War represented the pinnacle of conventional US military dominance. Operation Desert Storm combined precision airstrikes, overwhelming firepower, superior communications, and maneuver warfare to defeat Iraq's conventional forces with minimal coalition casualties. GPS-guided munitions struck targets regardless of weather conditions. Stealth aircraft penetrated sophisticated air defense systems. Digital communications coordinated complex operations across vast distances. This revolution in military affairs appeared to restore decisiveness to conventional operations after the frustrations of Vietnam. However, the post-Cold War world has demonstrated that conventional military dominance does not necessarily translate to strategic success. The 2003 Iraq War saw quick conventional victory followed by prolonged counterinsurgency operations. Afghanistan similarly showed the limits of conventional force against determined irregular opponents. These conflicts highlighted an enduring truth. Military technology, no matter how advanced, cannot alone secure political objectives when facing opponents with different strategic timeframes and metrics for success. Modern military forces have adapted to these realities by developing new capabilities and doctrines. Special operations forces have gained prominence, conducting missions ranging from counter-terrorism to foreign internal defense. Military intelligence has expanded beyond traditional battlefield reconnaissance to include cultural understanding, human intelligence networks, and psychological operations. Civil affairs units work to secure civilian cooperation and build governmental capacity in conflict zones. These adaptations reflect recognition that modern conflicts involve competition for legitimacy and popular support as much as battlefield dominance. The information domain has become central to modern warfare. Cyber operations can disrupt enemy command systems, interfere with critical infrastructure, or influence public opinion through information operations. Satellite communications enable global command and control, while also creating vulnerabilities if disrupted. Social media serves simultaneously as intelligence source, propaganda platform, and recruiting tool. Armed forces now maintain substantial cyber warfare capabilities alongside traditional land, sea, and air forces, recognizing that control of information has become as strategically important as physical territory. Precision strike capabilities have transformed approaches to targeting and force protection. Guided munitions allow smaller forces to achieve effects that previously required massive bombing campaigns. Unmanned aerial vehicles, drones permit surveillance and strike missions without risking pilots, extending operational endurance and reducing political costs associated with casualties. Precision has also raised expectations about minimizing civilian casualties, creating legal and ethical constraints on operations that previous generations of commanders rarely faced. Non-state actors have developed sophisticated responses to conventional military advantages. Improvised explosive devices, IEDs, counter armored vehicle superiority. Urban warfare negates advantages in firepower and mobility while increasing risks to civilians. Dispersal and concealment reduce vulnerability to air power. Information operations target domestic political support in democratic societies. These asymmetric approaches have proven remarkably effective against conventionally superior forces, demonstrating that modern warfare remains as much about adaptation and will as about technology and firepower. The proliferation of weapons of mass destruction represents another dimension of modern security challenges. Beyond the established nuclear powers, countries like North Korea have developed nuclear weapons and delivery systems. Chemical and biological weapons, though prohibited by international convention, remain potential threats in the hands of both states and non-state actors. These weapons create security challenges that cannot be addressed through traditional military approaches alone, requiring diplomatic, intelligence, and non-proliferation efforts alongside deterrent capabilities. Robotics and autonomous systems are increasingly reshaping the battlefield. Beyond well-known systems like armed drones, military forces are developing autonomous ground vehicles, naval vessels, and logistics systems. Artificial intelligence supports target recognition, threat analysis, and decision support systems. These technologies create both opportunities and ethical challenges, potentially reducing risk to human combatants while raising questions about appropriate human control over lethal force. The legal and ethical frameworks for these systems remain under development, struggling to keep pace with technological capabilities. Modern conflicts increasingly occur in densely populated urban environments rather than traditional battlefields. Urban warfare neutralizes many conventional military advantages while increasing risks to civilians and infrastructure. Buildings provide cover from surveillance and fire while restricting movement and fields of fire. Civilian presence complicates targeting decisions and increases political constraints. Critical infrastructure, power, water, communications, can be damaged, creating humanitarian crises that military forces must address alongside combat operations. These challenges have driven developments in non-lethal weapons, precision munitions, and specialized urban warfare training. The global war on terror following the September 11, 2001 attacks highlighted challenges in confronting non-state actors operating across international boundaries. Traditional concepts of battlefield and front lines became largely irrelevant when facing dispersed networks rather than conventional forces. Intelligence operations gained primacy over traditional firepower. Special operations forces conducted targeted raids against high-value individuals rather than engaging enemy formations. These adaptations reflected the changing nature of threats in a connected world where small groups could inflict damage previously requiring state resources. Private military companies have gained increasing prominence in modern conflicts. These organizations provide services ranging from logistical support and training to direct combat operations. Their use allows states to conduct operations with reduced political visibility and accountability. It also reflects broader trends toward outsourcing governmental functions, including aspects of security and military operations. The legal status of these organizations remains ambiguous under international law, creating challenges for oversight and accountability. Climate change and resource scarcity are emerging as drivers of future conflicts. Competition for water, arable land, and energy resources may increase as climate impacts intensify. Military organizations have begun adapting to these realities, developing capabilities for disaster response, humanitarian assistance, and operations in extreme environments. These non-traditional security challenges blur distinctions between military and civilian response, creating new requirements for interagency coordination and specialized capabilities. The future of warfare appears likely to continue these trends toward complexity and hybrid approaches, combining conventional, irregular, informational, and other dimensions. Major powers continue developing advanced conventional capabilities, hypersonic missiles, advanced electronic warfare systems, space-based assets, while simultaneously preparing for asymmetric challenges. Non-state actors and smaller states develop asymmetric capabilities to counter conventional advantages. The information domain grows increasingly central to all forms of conflict, from influence operations targeting civilian populations to cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. Throughout this evolution of modern warfare, certain constants remain. Human judgment continues to prove decisive despite technological advancement. Political objectives ultimately determine military approaches rather than the reverse. Adaptation and learning often matter more than initial technological or numerical advantages, and the human cost of conflict for combatants and civilians alike remains war's most enduring characteristic, despite changes in technology, tactics, and strategic context. From stone axes to hypersonic missiles, from tribal raids to global conflicts, warfare has evolved continuously throughout human history. Yet beneath the changing technologies and tactics, warfare remains fundamentally a contest of human will executed through organized violence for political purposes. Understanding this evolution helps us comprehend both the persistent nature and the changing character of mankind's most terrible creation, and perhaps points toward ways to reduce its frequency and cost in the future. At the heart of the Persian Empire lay not just military might or administrative genius, but a profound spiritual tradition that shaped how Persians understood their place in the cosmos. As the empire expanded under Cyrus, Darius, and their successors, it encompassed numerous religious traditions, the polytheistic beliefs of Mesopotamia, the complex mythology of Egypt, the diverse practices of Central Asia, and many others. Yet within Persia itself, a distinctive religious vision was taking shape that would influence not only the empire, but the development of religious thought throughout the world. This tradition is known as Zoroastrianism, named after its founding prophet Zoroaster, or Zarathustra in his native tongue. The exact time when Zoroaster lived remains debated among scholars, with estimates ranging from 1500 BCE to 600 BCE. Most likely, he lived sometime around 1000 BCE in the northeastern regions of what is now Iran, possibly in Bactria or Sogdiana. What matters more than the precise dating is the revolutionary nature of his spiritual insights and their lasting impact on Persian culture and governance. Before Zoroaster, the ancient Iranians shared many religious concepts with their Indo-European cousins. They worshipped various deities associated with natural forces, the sky, sun, water, and fire. Ritual sacrifices, often involving the sacred drink Haoma, were performed to maintain cosmic order and secure divine favor. Priests called magi conducted these ceremonies and preserved religious knowledge through oral tradition. Into this world stepped Zoroaster, who experienced a series of visions that transformed his understanding of spiritual reality. According to tradition, the supreme deity Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, revealed himself to Zoroaster and commissioned him to spread a new message. This revelation challenged existing religious practices and offered a comprehensive vision of cosmic purpose, human responsibility, and ultimate destiny. At the core of Zoroastrianism lies a profound dualism, the recognition of two opposing forces in the universe. Ahura Mazda represents truth, order, and goodness, while Angra Mainyu, also called Ahriman, embodies falsehood, chaos, and evil. These are not equal powers. Zoroaster taught that Ahura Mazda is the uncreated creator, eternally good and wise, while Angra Mainyu is a destructive force that will ultimately be defeated. The cosmic struggle between these forces extends throughout creation, but it finds its most significant expression in human moral choices. Each person must choose whether to follow the path of Eshar, truth and righteousness, or Drug, falsehood and wrongdoing. This emphasis on moral choice represents one of Zoroastrianism's most significant contributions to religious thought. The idea that humans are active participants in the cosmic struggle, not merely passive subjects of divine will. Zoroaster taught that good thoughts, good words, and good deeds are the means by which humans align themselves with Ahura Mazda and contribute to the ultimate triumph of good over evil. This ethical framework provided clear guidance for daily life while connecting individual actions to cosmic significance. By choosing truth over falsehood, order over chaos, and benevolence over malice, each person helped to strengthen the forces of good in the world. Fire played a central role in Zoroastrian worship, serving as a symbol of Ahura Mazda's presence and purity. Sacred fires were maintained in temples, never allowed to go out, and treated with the utmost respect. Contrary to common misconceptions, Zoroastrians did not worship fire itself but rather saw it as a representation of divine light and wisdom. The eternal flames symbolized the enduring nature of truth and righteousness in a world often darkened by ignorance and wrongdoing. Another distinctive feature of Zoroastrianism was its eschatology, its vision of how the cosmic drama would ultimately conclude. Zoroaster taught that history was moving toward a final renovation of the world, when Angra Mainyu would be definitively defeated and all creation would be purified. This teleological view of history, seeing time as moving purposefully toward a destined conclusion, would profoundly influence later religious traditions, particularly Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The spread of Zoroastrian ideas throughout the Persian Empire was gradual and complex. Cyrus the Great, while respectful of Zoroastrian principles, maintained the policy of religious tolerance that characterized his rule, acknowledging and honoring the gods of conquered peoples. Darius more explicitly identified himself as a worshipper of Ahura Mazda in his inscriptions, though he too continued the practice of respecting diverse religious traditions within the empire. By the time of Darius and his successors, Zoroastrianism had become closely associated with Persian royal ideology. Kings claimed to rule by the grace of Ahura Mazda and portrayed their imperial mission as extending truth and order throughout the world. The cosmic dualism of Zoroastrian theology found political expression in the Persian worldview, which contrasted the ordered realm of the empire with the chaotic lands beyond its borders. At Persepolis and other royal sites, reliefs often showed the king in the presence of Ahura Mazda, represented by a winged figure similar to the Foravahar symbol that remains associated with Zoroastrianism today. These images reinforce the connection between divine order and royal authority, suggesting that the king served as an earthly representative of cosmic truth and justice. Yet even as Zoroastrianism became increasingly identified with Persian identity, the empire maintained remarkable religious diversity. Jews returned from exile in Babylon practiced their monotheistic faith in restored Jerusalem. Egyptians continued to worship their traditional pantheon in ancient temples along the Nile. Babylonians performed rituals to Marduk and other Mesopotamian deities. Greeks in Ammonia maintained their religious practices, as did countless other communities across the imperial domains. This religious pluralism reflected practical political wisdom. The Achaemenid kings recognized that forcing religious conformity would generate resistance and instability. Instead, they positioned themselves as protectors of diverse traditions, often participating in local religious ceremonies when visiting different provinces. This strategy helped maintain peace across the multicultural empire while allowing Zoroastrianism to develop as a distinctly Persian spiritual tradition. The daily practice of Zoroastrianism centered around maintaining ritual purity and performing proper devotions. Believers were expected to pray several times daily, particularly at dawn, noon, and dusk. Before prayer, they performed purification rituals, often involving water and symbolic gestures. Sacred fires were tended by priests who underwent extensive training and observed strict purity regulations. The concept of purity extended to the treatment of the elements: earth, air, fire, and especially water. Zoroastrians considered these elements sacred and were forbidden from polluting them. This environmental ethic led to distinctive funerary practices, Since both burial, polluting the earth, and cremation, polluting fire, were considered inappropriate, Zoroastrians developed the practice of exposing the dead on specially constructed towers, called dakmas or towers of silence, where birds would consume the flesh, returning the body to nature without contaminating the sacred elements. Zoroastrian ethical teachings emphasized honesty, generosity, and industry. Farming was considered a particularly virtuous occupation, as it involved transforming barren land into productive fields, symbolically pushing back the forces of chaos and death. Zoroastrians were encouraged to marry and have children, contributing to the growth of the community of believers and strengthening the forces of good in the world. The religion's sacred texts, collectively known as the Avesta, developed over many centuries. The oldest portions, called the Gathas, are hymns attributed to Zoroaster himself, written in an ancient form of Iranian language. The complete Avesta eventually included liturgical texts, legal codes, mythological accounts, and various prayers and invocations. Unfortunately, much of this literature was lost during Alexander's conquest of Persia and subsequent historical disruptions, with only portions surviving to the present day. As Zoroastrianism evolved during the Achaemenid period, it absorbed elements from other traditions while maintaining its core principles. Concepts from Babylonian astronomy influenced Zoroastrian cosmology. Median Magi, who had their own religious traditions, became important figures in Zoroastrian priesthood. Gods from the old Iranian pantheon were incorporated as Yezaters or worthy beings, divine entities subordinate to Ahura Mazda, who could serve as intermediaries between humans and the supreme deity. The religion's influence extended beyond formal worship to shape Persian cultural values and social norms. The emphasis on truthfulness affected everything from legal proceedings to diplomatic relations. The vision of cosmic order informed Persian concepts of governance and justice. The ethic of environmental respect influenced agricultural practices and urban planning. In these ways, Zoroastrian principles permeated daily life throughout Persian society. Despite its association with Persian identity, Zoroastrianism never became an exclusionary faith. Non-Persians could adopt its practices and principles, though conversion was not actively sought. The religion's influence spread along trade routes and political connections, reaching communities far from the Persian heartland. Elements of Zoroastrian thought influenced philosophical and religious developments in regions as distant as China and Greece. When Alexander conquered the Persian Empire in the late 4th century BCE, Zoroastrianism faced its first major challenge. Greek rule brought new religious and philosophical ideas to the Iranian plateau. The destruction of Persepolis symbolically marked the end of Achaemenid authority, disrupting the connection between royal power and religious tradition. Yet Zoroastrianism survived among the Persian population, maintained by priests who preserved sacred texts and rituals through oral tradition. The religion would experience a renaissance during the later Parthian and especially Sasanian periods of Persian history. Under the Sasanian dynasty, 224–651 CE, Zoroastrianism became the official state religion, with a more formalized priesthood and doctrinal system than during the Achaemenid era. This later form of the religion would face the challenge of emerging Christianity in the West, and ultimately the rise of Islam in the 7th century CE. Today, small but vibrant Zoroastrian communities exist in Iran, India, where they are known as Parsis, and various diaspora locations around the world. While numerically diminished, these communities preserve traditions that connect directly back to the faith that once inspired an empire. Many of Zoroastrianism's key concepts, cosmic dualism, moral choice, environmental ethics, and the ultimate triumph of good, continue to resonate in contemporary spiritual thought. The legacy of Zoroastrianism extends far beyond these direct descendants. Its influence on Judaism during the Babylonian exile period introduced or reinforced concepts like a cosmic struggle between good and evil, a final judgment, and angelic beings. These ideas later influenced Christianity and Islam, meaning that billions of people today hold religious beliefs shaped in part by Zoroastrian concepts. The religion that helped define Persian identity during the Achaemenid period thus continues to shape world history in ways both subtle and profound. As the Persian Empire faced increasing tensions with the Greek world in the late 5th century BCE, Zoroastrian principles informed how Persian kings understood their role in the cosmic order. The conflicts that would unfold, particularly the famous Greco-Persian Wars, were seen not merely as political or military struggles, but as manifestations of the deeper cosmic battle between order and chaos, truth, and falsehood. For the Persian kings, expanding their realm meant extending the domain of Ahura Mazda and the principles of righteousness throughout the world. This religious dimension adds an important layer to understanding the motivations behind Persian imperial ambitions. The empire was conceived not just as a political entity, but as a moral project, an attempt to create an ordered realm where truth and justice could prevail. As tensions with the Greek city-states escalated into open conflict, these ideological dimensions would shape how both sides interpreted their struggle and its significance for human destiny. As the Persian Empire reached the height of its power and organization under Darius the Great, it encountered a set of small but fiercely independent states along its western frontier that would present an unexpected challenge. The Greek city-states, with their unique political systems, military traditions, and cultural identity, became entangled in a conflict with the Persian Colossus that would reshape the history of both civilizations. What began as a minor rebellion on the edges of the empire would escalate into one of the most famous military confrontations of the ancient world, the Greco-Persian Wars. The seeds of conflict were planted when the Persian Empire expanded westward to include the Greek cities of Ionia along the western coast of Anatolia. These cities, including Miletus, Ephesus, and Halicarnassus, were centers of Greek culture and commerce, proud of their heritage and accustomed to a significant degree of autonomy. While Persian rule was generally tolerant, it did involve the installation of tyrants loyal to Persian interests and the payment of tribute to the great king. Tensions simmered beneath the surface for decades, finally erupting in 499 BCE with what became known as the Ionian Revolt. The uprising began in Miletus, where the local tyrant Aristagoras, facing potential punishment from Darius for a failed expedition against Naxos, decided to embrace the cause of democracy and independence. Under his leadership, Miletus overthrew Persian authority, and the rebellion quickly spread to other Greek cities throughout Ionia and beyond. Seeking support for their cause, the Ionians sent delegations to mainland Greece. Sparta, the preeminent military power among the Greek states, declined to assist, but Athens and Eretria agreed to send ships and troops. The Athenian decision proved particularly significant, as it marked the first direct involvement of mainland Greek forces against the Persian Empire. For the Persians, this intervention by foreign powers in what they considered an internal matter represented an unacceptable provocation. The initial phase of the Ionian Revolt saw some rebel successes, including the burning of Sardis, the principal Persian administrative center in western Anatolia. However, Persian military resources were far greater than those available to the rebels. After several years of fighting, the revolt was crushed, culminating in the siege and destruction of Miletus in 494 BCE. The other Ionian cities were brought back under Persian control, with varying degrees of punishment imposed based on their level of participation in the uprising. From the Persian perspective, the matter should have ended there, with rebellious subjects appropriately disciplined and order restored to the empire's western provinces. But Darius had not forgotten the role played by Athens and Eretria in supporting the rebels. Their actions could not go unpunished if Persian authority was to be maintained. Moreover, Persian intelligence likely reported on the unstable and frequently hostile relations between the Greek city-states, suggesting that an expansion of imperial control to include the Greek mainland might prevent future interference in Persian affairs. In 492 BCE, Darius dispatched his son-in-law Mardonius to secure Persian interests in Thrace and Macedonia, territories that formed a natural bridge between Persian-controlled Anatolia and mainland Greece. This expedition achieved significant success, but was hampered by the loss of many ships in a storm while rounding Mount Athos. Nevertheless, it established a Persian presence in Europe and laid groundwork for further operations. 2 years later, in 490 BCE, Darius sent a naval expedition specifically targeting Athens and Eretria. This force first descended upon Eretria, which after a brief siege was betrayed from within, allowing the Persians to capture the city, burn its temples, and deport its population. With one target eliminated, the Persian fleet crossed the narrow strait to Attica and landed at the Bay of Marathon, approximately 26 miles from Athens itself. The Athenians faced a critical decision. Should they remain behind their city walls and endure a siege, or march out to confront the Persian force directly? Under the leadership of the strategos Miltiades, who had previous experience with Persian military tactics, the Athenians chose to fight in the open field. They deployed their hoplite phalanx at Marathon, supported by a small contingent from their ally Plataea, but without the expected reinforcements from Sparta, which were delayed by religious observances. The resulting Battle of Marathon became legendary. The Greek forces, though outnumbered, executed a bold, tactical plan. They thinned their center and strengthened their wings, then charged directly at the Persian lines. After initial success on the wings, they enveloped the Persian center, driving the invaders back to their ships. Traditional accounts claim the Athenians lost 192 men, while killing approximately 6,400 Persians, though these figures may be exaggerated. A famous story relates how a messenger ran the entire distance from Marathon to Athens to announce the victory, collapsing and dying after delivering the news, the inspiration for the modern marathon race. While details of this story may be embellished, the Athenians certainly faced the urgent need to return to their city before the Persian fleet could execute a naval attack directly on Athens. They marched back swiftly, arriving in time to deter any Persian attempt on their undefended city. The Persian force withdrew from Greek waters, and Athens celebrated a victory that would become central to its civic identity. For the Persians, however, Marathon represented merely a setback, not an abandonment of their goals. Darius began preparations for a larger expedition, but his death in 486 BCE left this task to his son and successor, Xerxes. Xerxes approached the Greek campaign with characteristic Persian thoroughness and scale. Rather than risking another naval disaster around Mount Athos, he ordered the construction of a canal through the peninsula, an engineering feat that impressed even his enemies. He also built bridges of boats across the Hellespont, modern Dardanelles, linking Asia to Europe with a physical connection that symbolized Persian determination to extend imperial control westward. The expedition Xerxes launched in 480 BCE dwarfed all previous Persian military operations in the region. Ancient sources claim the Persian force numbered in the millions, though modern historians suggest a more realistic figure of perhaps 200,000 troops plus supporting personnel, still an enormous army for the ancient world. The Persian host included contingents from throughout the empire, showcasing the diversity of peoples under the great king's rule. Simultaneously, a substantial fleet moved along the coast to support the land forces and maintain supply lines. Meanwhile, the Greek response had evolved since Marathon. Under the leadership of Sparta, traditionally acknowledged as the premier military power among the Greek states, a coalition formed to resist the Persian advance. This Hellenic League included approximately 30 city-states, though notably not all Greek cities joined the alliance. Some remained neutral, while others, particularly in northern Greece, submitted to Persian demands for earth and water, symbolic tokens of submission. The Greek strategy recognized the impossibility of meeting the Persian army on open ground, where superior numbers would prevail. Instead, they sought to use the mountainous Greek terrain to their advantage, selecting narrow passes where smaller forces could effectively block larger ones. The first such position was at the Vale of Tempe in Thessaly, but this was abandoned when the Greeks learned it could be outflanked through mountain paths. The coalition then selected two positions to make their stand: the narrow coastal pass at Thermopylae and the nearby strait at Artemisium, where the Greek fleet could engage the Persian navy. The Spartan king Leonidas commanded the land forces at Thermopylae, while the Athenian Themistocles played a leading role in the naval operations. The Battle of Thermopylae has become one of history's most famous last stands. For several days, a Greek force of approximately 7,000, including the legendary 300 Spartans, plus their helots and allies, held the narrow pass against repeated Persian assaults. Xerxes is said to have watched in frustration as his numerical advantage proved ineffective in the confined space. Eventually, however, a local Greek named Ephialtes revealed to the Persians a mountain path that allowed them to outflank the Greek position. Learning that his position was compromised, Leonidas dismissed most of the allied contingents but remained with his Spartans and some Thespians and Thebans to cover the retreat. This final stand, though ending in the annihilation of the Spartan force, achieved its strategic purpose of allowing the bulk of the Greek army to withdraw safely. It also established a powerful example of sacrifice and resistance that would inspire the continuing Greek struggle. While the land battle raged at Thermopylae, the Greek and Persian fleets clashed at Artemisium. These naval engagements ended inconclusively, though the Greeks inflicted significant damage on the numerically superior Persian fleet. When news arrived of the defeat at Thermopylae, the Greek navy withdrew southward to regroup. With northern and central Greece now open to them, the Persian forces advanced to occupy Athens, which had been evacuated following a controversial but prescient decision championed by Themistocles. The Athenian population relocated to the nearby island of Salamis and other safe locations, while the Persian army entered the abandoned city. In a highly symbolic act, Xerxes ordered the burning of the Acropolis, including temples under construction that would later be rebuilt as the Parthenon and other iconic structures of classical Athens. The destruction of Athens achieved the primary goal of punishing the city for its involvement in the Ionian Revolt, but it did not break Greek resistance. The Allied fleet remained intact at Salamis, and the Peloponnesian states prepared to defend their territory at the Isthmus of Corinth. Xerxes needed a decisive naval victory to secure his position and extend Persian control throughout Greece. Themistocles, recognizing that the enclosed waters around Salamis would neutralize the Persian numerical advantage, orchestrated a brilliant stratagem to ensure the battle occurred on his terms. Through a pretended betrayal, he convinced Xerxes that the Greek fleet was preparing to flee. The Persian king ordered an immediate attack, sending his ships into the narrow strait where their numbers became a hindrance rather than an advantage. The resulting Battle of Salamis in late 480 BCE ended in a decisive Greek victory, with many Persian ships destroyed or captured. Though still commanding overwhelming land forces, Xerxes now faced difficult strategic decisions. The onset of winter would complicate supply lines, and without naval dominance, his position in Greece was potentially vulnerable. He chose to withdraw personally to Asia Minor with a portion of his army, leaving his general Mardonius with a still formidable force to continue operations the following spring. The final phase of the conflict came in 479 BCE, when the largest hoplite army ever assembled in ancient Greece met Mardonius's forces at Plataea. Under Spartan leadership, the Greeks achieved a comprehensive victory. On the same day, according to tradition, the Greek fleet defeated the remaining Persian naval forces at Mycale, off the coast of Ionia, destroying Persian naval power in the Aegean. These twin victories effectively ended the Persian attempt to conquer the Greek mainland, though hostilities would continue intermittently for decades, with Persia maintaining influence in parts of northern Greece and supporting various Greek factions during the Peloponnesian War. Direct Persian military action against mainland Greece ceased. The Achaemenid Empire remained the dominant power in Asia, but its westward expansion had found its limit. The Greco-Persian Wars transformed both civilizations involved. For the Greeks, the experience of successful resistance against overwhelming odds reinforced their sense of cultural distinctiveness and superiority. Athens, in particular, entered a period of unprecedented cultural and political flourishing, using its leadership of the Delian League, originally formed to continue operations against Persia, to establish what amounted to an Athenian maritime empire. The confidence gained through victory contributed to the extraordinary achievements of Greek art, philosophy, drama, and political thought during the 5th century BCE, developments that would profoundly influence Western civilization. For Persia, the failure to subdue Greece represented a significant but not catastrophic setback. The empire remained vast and wealthy, controlling territories from the Indus to the Nile. Persian resources dwarfed those of the fractious Greek city-states, and Persian diplomacy proved adept at exploiting divisions among the Greeks in subsequent decades. Nevertheless, the myth of Persian invincibility had been shattered, revealing limitations to imperial power that future events would further expose. Beyond the immediate military and political consequences, the Greco-Persian Wars established a conceptual division between East and West that has influenced historical understanding ever since. Greek writers portrayed the conflict as a struggle between freedom and despotism, between citizen soldiers and royal subjects, between Hellenic reason and Oriental excess. These interpretations, though deeply biased, shaped how later traditions, particularly in the West, would understand the significance of the conflict. Persian perspectives on these events are less well documented, as Greek sources dominate our historical record. From the Persian viewpoint, the failure to subdue a few troublesome states on the empire's western frontier likely seemed less momentous than Greek accounts suggest. Administration of the empire's vast territories continued, and the wealth and power of the Achaemenid state remained largely intact. Xerxes continued his reign until 465 BCE, focusing on internal affairs and construction projects rather than further western campaigns. As the dust settled on these epic confrontations, both civilizations continued their distinctive development, each influencing the other through ongoing commercial and cultural contacts. Persian luxury goods, administrative practices, and artistic motifs found their way into Greek society, while Greek mercenaries, physicians, and craftsmen served in Persian territories. The relationship between these two great civilizations remained complex, characterized by both conflict and exchange, mutual suspicion and mutual fascination. The legacy of the Greco-Persian Wars extended far beyond the lifetimes of the participants. For centuries, Greeks and later Romans would look back on these events as defining moments in the struggle between East and West. Alexander the Great would invoke the Persian burning of Greek temples to justify his conquest of the Achaemenid Empire. Romans would see themselves as heirs to the Greek resistance against Eastern despotism. These interpretations, though simplistic, shaped how successive generations understood the cultural geography of their world. As Xerxes returned to the heart of his empire to focus on governance and monumental construction, and as the victorious Greeks began their own projects of rebuilding and commemoration, neither side could have fully appreciated the historical significance of their clash. Yet their conflict had established patterns and perceptions that would influence relations between Eastern and Western civilizations for millennia to come. Tonight, on Digging into History, we journey to the ancient lands where one of the greatest empires the world has ever known first took root. Before Rome cast its shadow across Europe, before the Greek city-states reached their golden age, the vast Persian Empire stretched across 3 continents, ruling with remarkable tolerance and innovation. The story begins on the Iranian plateau, a dramatic landscape where nature itself seems to have designed the perfect cradle for civilization. Picture a vast expanse of land where rugged mountains rise like sentinels around fertile valleys. Here, where winters bite with icy winds and summers scorch the earth, the first Persian tribes learn to survive and eventually thrive. The plateau forms a natural fortress, bordered by the Zagros Mountains to the west, the Elburz Range to the north, and deserts to the east. Rivers cut through this terrain, creating green ribbons of life where early settlements first appeared. In this harsh yet promising land, nomadic tribes roamed for centuries, following seasonal patterns with their livestock. These nomads lived by a simple code. Survival demanded strength, horses provided mobility, and loyalty to the tribe meant everything. Among these wandering peoples were 2 groups who would change the course of history: the Medes and the Persians. Cousins in culture and language, they shared Indo-European roots and traditions that set them apart from the older civilizations of Mesopotamia to the west. The Medes settled primarily in the northern regions of the plateau, establishing themselves as skilled horsemen and metalworkers. Their society gradually shifted from purely nomadic to semi-settled, with tribal chiefs ruling over increasingly permanent communities. By the 7th century BCE, these tribes had united under a single ruler, forming the first Median kingdom, a development that would have far-reaching consequences. Meanwhile, the Persian tribes made their home in the southern regions, in the area now known as Fars province in modern Iran. They called themselves Parsua, which eventually evolved into the name Persia. Like the Medes, they lived primarily as pastoralists, herding sheep and goats across the windswept plains. Their society was organized around clan structures, with tribal leaders holding authority based on both inheritance and personal capability. Life in these early communities followed the rhythms of the seasons. Spring brought the movement of herds to highland pastures where the animals could graze on fresh grass. Families lived in portable dwellings, crafted from materials that could be easily transported. Even in these early days, Persian craftspeople created remarkable textiles with intricate designs that would later influence the famous Persian carpets. Metal weapons and tools showed sophisticated workmanship, speaking to their growing technical expertise. The religious beliefs of these early Persians centered around nature worship. They revered fire as a purifying element and associated different deities with natural phenomena like the sun, moon, and water. Mountains were considered sacred places where the divine and mortal worlds might meet. These beliefs would later evolve and be formalized when Zoroastrianism emerged, but the connection to nature remained fundamental to Persian spirituality. As centuries passed, both the Medes and Persians began establishing more permanent settlements. Small farming communities appeared where conditions were favorable, with irrigation systems channeling precious water to fields of barley, wheat, and lentils. These settlements grew into towns, governed by local chieftains who collected tribute from the surrounding countryside. To the west of the Iranian plateau lay the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, particularly the powerful Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians, with their formidable military machine, cast covetous eyes on the lands of the Medes and Persians. For generations, Assyrian kings launched campaigns eastward, demanding tribute and attempting to incorporate these tribal territories into their empire. The Medes and Persians sometimes paid this tribute, sometimes resisted, but always maintained their core identity. The Median kingdom grew in strength and sophistication under the shadow of Assyria. By the late 7th century BCE, the Medes had built a capital at Ecbatana, modern Hamadan, a city described by later Greek historians as having 7 concentric walls, each painted a different color. While this description may be embellished, it speaks to the growing wealth and architectural ambition of the Median rulers. In 612 BCE, a momentous event shook the ancient world. The Medes allied with the Babylonians to overthrow the Assyrian Empire, destroying its capital at Nineveh. This victory transformed the political landscape. The Medes suddenly found themselves a major power, controlling vast territories from Central Asia to eastern Anatolia. The Persian tribes, though related to the Medes, found themselves in the position of vassals to their northern cousins. It was during this period that the Achaemenid dynasty began to take shape among the Persians. According to tradition, the dynasty traced its lineage to a chieftain named Achaemenes, who unified several Persian tribes around 700 BCE. His successors gradually consolidated power, establishing themselves as kings of Anshan, a region in southern Iran. These kings acknowledged Median overlordship while carefully building their own base of power. One of these Achaemenid kings was Cambyses V, who strengthened his position by marrying a Median princess. Their son would change history. Cyrus, later known as Cyrus the Great, born around 600 BCE, Cyrus grew up in a world where Persian identity was flourishing, even as Median kings claimed authority over the region. From his earliest years, he would have learned the Persian traditions of horsemanship, archery, and the sacred importance of speaking truth. The young Cyrus witnessed a world in transition. To the west, Babylon had risen again as a major power. Egypt remained a wealthy kingdom protecting its ancient traditions. The Greek city-states were developing their unique political systems, and in the Persian homeland, changes were brewing as well. The once nomadic lifestyle was giving way to more settled agricultural communities. Trade routes were expanding, bringing new ideas and technologies. The Persians themselves were developing distinct cultural traits that would later define their empire. They placed high value on honesty and personal integrity. Education for noble youth emphasized physical training, riding, archery, and speaking truth. Unlike many contemporary civilizations, Persian society allowed a degree of social mobility based on merit and service. These values would later be reflected in the administrative systems of the empire. As he matured, Cyrus developed into a leader of remarkable capability. Stories tell of his charisma, intelligence, and strategic thinking. More importantly, he possessed a vision of governance that transcended the tribal mindset. Where other kings saw conquered peoples simply as subjects to be exploited, Cyrus recognized the value of respecting local customs and incorporating diverse talents into a unified system. By the mid-6th century BCE, tensions were growing between the Medes and their Persian vassals. The Median king Astyages, possibly concerned about the rising influence of his Persian grandson Cyrus, began to take actions that threatened the autonomy of the Persian territories. The stage was set for a dramatic shift in power that would reverberate across the ancient world. Cyrus carefully consolidated support among both the Persian tribes and disaffected elements within the Median kingdom. In 550 BCE, he led a rebellion against his grandfather Astyages. The conflict came to a head when key Median generals defected to Cyrus's side, allowing him to capture the Median capital of Ecbatana with minimal bloodshed. This moment marked the beginning of Persian ascendancy and the foundation of the Achaemenid Empire. Rather than treating the Medes as a conquered people, Cyrus incorporated them as equal partners in his new regime. He maintained many Median officials in their positions and adopted elements of Median court ceremony. This policy of respectful integration would become a hallmark of Persian rule, allowing the empire to expand while maintaining stability across diverse regions. With the resources and manpower of both Persia and Media at his command, Cyrus turned his attention to the wealthy kingdom of Lydia in western Anatolia. King Croesus of Lydia, whose name became synonymous with wealth, had expanded his territories eastward, bringing him into conflict with the newly united Persian Median Kingdom. In 547 BCE, Cyrus moved against Lydia, defeating Croesus in a winter campaign that demonstrated the Persian leader's tactical brilliance. The fall of Lydia opened the western coastline of Anatolia to Persian rule, bringing the Greek cities of Ionia under Cyrus's authority. Again, his approach was pragmatic and tolerant. Local rulers were often maintained in position as long as they acknowledged Persian authority and paid required tribute. Religious practices were respected, and communities were generally allowed to maintain their traditional laws and customs. This emerging Persian Empire was unlike anything the ancient world had seen before. Where previous empires ruled through fear and forced assimilation, Cyrus established a system that balanced central authority with local autonomy. The foundation was being laid for an imperial structure that would govern the known world for 2 centuries. As the Persian Empire began to take shape under Cyrus's visionary leadership, the seeds of greatness were firmly planted in the soil of the Iranian plateau. The nomadic tribes that had once wandered these harsh lands were transforming into the administrators of history's first truly global empire. The stage was set for Cyrus's greatest conquest, Babylon, and the establishment of principles that would define Persian rule for generations to come. The Persian Empire grew to an unprecedented size under the leadership of Cyrus the Great and his successors. As territories expanded from the shores of the Mediterranean to the mountains of Afghanistan, from Egypt to the steppes of Central Asia, a fundamental challenge emerged. How could a single ruler effectively govern lands so vast and diverse? The answer lay in one of the most remarkable achievements of ancient engineering and administration, the royal road and its sophisticated postal system. Imagine a highway stretching over 2,500 kilometers, connecting the far reaches of an empire across mountains, deserts, and rivers. This was the royal road, a marvel of ancient infrastructure that served as the backbone of Persian imperial power. While portions of these routes existed before the Persian Empire, it was under Darius I that they were systematically expanded, maintained, and integrated into a cohesive network that transformed communication across the ancient world. The main artery of this network ran from Susa, one of the Persian capitals in modern-day Iran, to Sardis near the Aegean coast in what is now Turkey. A traveler beginning at the royal palace in Susa would head northwest, crossing the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, passing through northern Mesopotamia and into the hills of Anatolia. The road wound through mountain passes and across fertile valleys, finally descending to the coastal plains of Ionia. This remarkable feat of engineering featured carefully planned elements that made efficient travel possible. Bridges spanned rivers at strategic crossing points. Mountain passages were cleared and maintained. In some areas, the road was paved with stone to prevent erosion and ensure year-round access. The Persian engineers understood that imperial control depended on reliable communications, regardless of season or weather. Perhaps the most significant innovation along the royal road was the system of posting stations established at regular intervals. These stations, called chapakhana, were positioned approximately every 25 to 30 kilometers, the distance a horse could comfortably travel in a day. Each station maintained a supply of fresh horses, food for couriers, and accommodation for official travelers. This was the ancient equivalent of a high-speed transportation network, designed specifically for the rapid movement of information and imperial representatives. The Persian postal couriers, known as piradars in Old Persian, were elite messengers renowned throughout the ancient world for their speed and reliability. These men were carefully selected and rigorously trained. They needed to be excellent riders, physically fit, and capable of enduring the hardships of rapid travel across challenging terrain. Most importantly, they had to be absolutely trustworthy, as they often carried sensitive communications essential to the security and governance of the empire. Greek historian Herodotus, though writing from the perspective of a people who considered the Persians their enemies, could not help but express admiration for this system. He wrote that no mortal traveled faster than these Persian couriers. A message that would take a normal traveler months to deliver could reach its destination in a matter of days through the royal postal service. Herodotus claimed that neither snow nor rain, nor heat nor darkness would stay these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds, a phrase later adopted by the United States Postal Service. The efficiency of this system was not just impressive, it was revolutionary. For the first time in history, a ruler could send instructions to distant provinces and receive reports back within a reasonable time frame. A revolt in a far-flung province could be reported to the king quickly enough for an effective response to be organized. Trade regulations, tax policies, and royal decrees could be distributed across vast distances with unprecedented speed. This rapid communication system became essential to the Persian style of governance. The empire was divided into satrapies or provinces, each governed by a satrap who was usually a member of the Persian nobility appointed by the king. These satraps held considerable authority within their territories, collecting taxes, maintaining order, and administering justice. However, they were accountable to the central authority, and the king needed reliable ways to monitor their activities. To maintain control over these distant officials, Persian kings developed a system of inspectors known as the eyes and ears of the king. These trusted agents traveled throughout the empire, often using the royal road to observe conditions in the provinces and report back to the king. They arrived unannounced with the authority to investigate any aspect of a satrap's administration. The knowledge that such inspectors could appear at any time served as a powerful check on potential abuses of power. The postal system also facilitated the movement of trade and tribute throughout the empire. Gold from Lydia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, ivory from India, and grain from Egypt all flowed along these routes. Merchants benefited from the security and infrastructure provided by the royal road, though they typically traveled more slowly than official couriers, moving with caravans of goods. Beyond its practical function, the royal road served as a powerful symbol of Persian rule. The King of Kings could demonstrate his authority through his ability to project power rapidly across vast distances. Local populations throughout the empire encountered the visible manifestations of Persian governance through the couriers who moved swiftly along these highways, the royal officials who traveled between the capital and provinces, and the military forces that could be mobilized along these efficient transportation corridors. The road network also facilitated cultural exchange within the empire. Ideas, artistic styles, religious concepts, and technologies diffused along these routes. Persian administrative practices spread westward, while Greek philosophical concepts traveled east. The mobility created by this infrastructure contributed to the cosmopolitan character of the Persian Empire, where diverse traditions could interact and influence one another. The Royal Postal Service was not available to ordinary citizens. It existed primarily for government communications and the transportation of officials, diplomatic envoys, and military commanders. However, by maintaining the security and stability of the routes, the Persian authorities created conditions that benefited private travelers as well. Merchants, pilgrims, and others could travel with greater safety than had previously been possible in the fragmented political landscape that existed before Persian rule. The stations along the royal road varied in size and facilities. The largest functioned almost as small towns, with substantial buildings for storage, stables for horses, living quarters for station personnel, and guest accommodations for traveling officials. Smaller stations might offer more basic amenities, but all were required to maintain adequate supplies of food, water, and fresh horses. The personnel at these stations included grooms, cooks, guards, and administrators, who ensured the system functioned smoothly. One of the most remarkable aspects of this postal system was its standardization across extremely diverse geographical and cultural regions. Whether in the mountains of Armenia, the plains of Mesopotamia, or the coastal regions of Anatolia, travelers would find familiar protocols and services. This consistency was a hallmark of Persian administrative genius, the ability to create standardized systems that could be implemented across varied environments. The royal road was supplemented by secondary routes that connected to other important regions of the empire. Roads led south to Egypt, after its conquest by Cambyses II, east toward the Indus Valley, and north toward the Black Sea. While these secondary routes might not have featured the same density of postal stations as the main highway, they formed part of an integrated transportation network that bound the empire together. Water routes complemented the land-based system. The Persian Gulf, the Nile River, and the Eastern Mediterranean all served as maritime highways within the empire. Specially designated ships carried royal messages along these waterways, integrating with the land-based postal system at key ports. This combination of land and sea routes created a communication network of unprecedented scope and efficiency. The protection of these vital communication lines was a high priority for Persian authorities. Garrisons were strategically positioned to secure key points along the routes, particularly at river crossings, mountain passes, and in regions known for banditry. Regular patrols helped maintain security for official couriers and other travelers. The effectiveness of these security measures contributed significantly to the stability and prosperity of the empire. For all its impressive engineering and organization, the royal road was fundamentally about human connections. It linked the king to his subjects, connected diverse populations within the empire, and facilitated the exchange of goods and ideas that made the Persian Empire more than just a political entity. It created a shared space where different cultures could encounter one another within the framework of Persian imperial rule. The legacy of the royal road extended far beyond the Persian period. When Alexander the Great conquered the Persian Empire in the late 4th century BCE, he made use of the existing road network to consolidate his control. The Romans, masters of road building in their own right, would later be influenced by Persian precedents when constructing their famous highway system. The routes established during the Persian Empire remained important transportation corridors for centuries, some continuing in use to the present day. Perhaps most significantly, the Persian Royal Road established a model for imperial communications that would influence all subsequent empires. The recognition that effective governance of vast territories required rapid and reliable information flow became a fundamental principle of imperial administration. The sophisticated integration of infrastructure, personnel, and protocols developed by the Persians set a standard that later empires would strive to match. As Darius I consolidated his rule and expanded upon the foundations laid by Cyrus the Great, the royal road and its postal system became increasingly central to the Persian imperial project. The ability to move information, people, and resources quickly across enormous distances gave the empire a cohesion that previous political entities had lacked. The king in his palace at Susa could receive reports from the furthest reaches of his domains and dispatch orders that would be enacted within days rather than months. This unprecedented connectivity would be further enhanced under Darius through additional reforms and infrastructure projects. The man who had inherited and stabilized Cyrus's empire understood that maintaining control required not just military might, but sophisticated systems of administration. His vision would take the Persian Empire to new heights of organizational complexity and architectural grandeur, cementing its place as the most advanced political entity of its time. The Persian Empire faced a critical moment of uncertainty following the death of Cambyses II in 522 BCE. The son and successor of Cyrus the Great had expanded Persian territories to include Egypt, but his reign ended abruptly while returning from the African campaign. In the chaos that followed, a usurper claimed the throne, and the vast empire teetered on the edge of fragmentation. It was at this pivotal moment that a man stepped forward who would not only save the empire, but elevate it to unprecedented heights of organization, efficiency, and architectural splendor. His name was Darius, and history would remember him as Darius the Great. Darius came from a branch of the Achaemenid family, though not from the direct line of succession. He had served as a spear-bearer in the royal guard under Cambyses, a position of trust but not one that marked him as a future king. Yet when crisis struck, Darius demonstrated the decisive leadership that would characterize his entire reign. According to his own account, inscribed on the famous Behistun rock, Darius moved swiftly against the usurper, whom he identified as Gaumata, a Median magus pretending to be Bardia, the brother of Cambyses. With the support of 6 other Persian nobles, Darius eliminated the false king and claimed the throne for himself. The early years of his reign were consumed by the task of re-establishing authority throughout the empire. Revolts erupted in several provinces, including Babylon, Media, and parts of Central Asia. These rebellions reflected both the disruption caused by the succession crisis and the inherent challenges of maintaining control over such a vast and diverse realm. Through a combination of military force and diplomatic skill, Darius methodically suppressed these uprisings, campaigning personally in many regions to demonstrate royal power and determination. By 518 BCE, having secured his position, Darius could turn his attention to the vital work of reorganization and reform. Where Cyrus had been the inspired founder and Cambyses the conqueror, Darius would prove to be the administrator and institution builder. He approached the governance of the empire with systematic thoroughness, establishing structures that would endure for centuries. The most significant of these reforms was the reorganization of the empire into formal administrative units called satrapies. While the satrapy system had begun under Cyrus, Darius standardized and codified it. He divided the empire into approximately 20 provinces, each governed by a satrap appointed directly by the king. These provincial governors held considerable authority within their territories, but operated within clear parameters set by the central government. to prevent satraps from accumulating too much power or harboring thoughts of independence. Darius implemented several checks and balances. Military commanders in each province reported directly to the king, creating a separation between civil and military authority. Royal secretaries served in each satrapal court, monitoring affairs and communicating regularly with the capital. And the eyes and ears of the king, imperial inspectors who traveled throughout the realm, ensured that royal policies were being properly implemented. The standardization extended to taxation as well. Darius established fixed tribute requirements for each province based on assessments of agricultural productivity, population, and resources. This predictable tax system replaced the more arbitrary extractions that had previously prevailed, providing greater stability for both the royal treasury and provincial subjects. Gold and silver flowed into the imperial coffers, along with specialized products from each region: horses from Media, cedar from Lebanon, ivory from Ethiopia, and countless other goods. Recognizing the importance of commerce for imperial prosperity, Darius took steps to facilitate trade throughout his domains. He standardized weights and measures, reducing the confusion that had hindered merchants operating across provincial boundaries. Royal coinage, including the famous gold daric, provided a reliable medium of exchange that was accepted throughout the empire and beyond. These gold and silver coins, bearing the image of the king as an archer, symbolized both the wealth and the power of the Persian state. Infrastructure development accelerated under Darius, building upon the foundations laid by his predecessors. The royal road network expanded, with improved surfaces and additional routes connecting newly incorporated territories. Bridges spanned major rivers, and caravanserais provided safe resting places for travelers and merchants. Perhaps most ambitiously, Darius ordered the completion of a canal linking the Nile River to the Red Sea, creating a direct water route between Egypt and the Persian Gulf. This ancient predecessor of the modern Suez Canal reflected the Persian vision of connecting diverse regions into an integrated economic sphere. While these administrative and economic reforms were reshaping the empire from within, Darius also embarked on military campaigns to secure and expand its boundaries. In the east, he pushed Persian authority into the Indus Valley, incorporating parts of modern Pakistan into the empire. In the west, he launched an expedition across the Bosporus into Europe, bringing Thrace and Macedonia under Persian control. An attempt to subdue the Scythian nomads north of the Black Sea proved less successful, illustrating the limits of Persian military power against highly mobile opponents in unfamiliar terrain. Most famously, Darius faced the challenge of the Ionian Revolt, which began in 499 BCE, when Greek cities on the western coast of Anatolia rebelled against Persian rule. This uprising, supported by Athens and Eretria on the Greek mainland, was eventually suppressed, but it set the stage for the Greco-Persian Wars that would continue under Darius's son Xerxes. These conflicts would ultimately define Persian relations with the Greek world and shape the historical narrative of Persian imperial power for centuries to come. Yet for all his military and administrative achievements, it is perhaps as a builder that Darius left his most visible mark on history. Under his direction, monumental construction projects transformed the landscape of the empire, creating spaces that proclaimed Persian power and sophistication to subjects and foreign visitors alike. These architectural works served not just practical functions but expressed the ideological foundations of Persian kingship, divine sanction, multicultural inclusion, and centralized authority. The most magnificent of these projects was undoubtedly Persepolis, a new ceremonial capital constructed in the heartland of Persia. Built on a massive platform at the foot of a mountain called Ku-Aramat, Mountain of Mercy, Persepolis was conceived as the ritual center of the empire, the place where representatives from all provinces would gather to present tribute and honor the king, particularly during the celebration of Nowruz, the Persian New Year. The approach to Persepolis was designed to inspire awe. Visitors ascended a grand double staircase, wide enough for 10 people to climb side by side. Unlike the intimidating stairs of earlier Mesopotamian ziggurats, these steps were shallow and comfortable, inviting rather than challenging the visitor. At the top of the staircase stood the Gate of All Nations, guarded by massive stone bulls with human heads, protective spirits drawn from Mesopotamian tradition, but executed in distinctly Persian style. Beyond this gate lay a complex of palaces, audience halls, treasuries, and administrative buildings. The centerpiece was the Apadana, or audience hall, supported by 72 columns, each 20 meters tall. The roof of cedars from Lebanon created a vast covered space where the king could receive dignitaries from across the empire. The walls of the stairways leading to the Apadana were decorated with relief sculptures showing representatives of 23 different nations bringing gifts to the king: Lydians, Babylonians, Egyptians, Indians, and many others, each depicted in their distinctive national dress and carrying characteristic products of their homelands. These reliefs encapsulated the Persian imperial ideology. Unlike earlier empires that glorified the brutal subjugation of conquered peoples, Persian art emphasized the voluntary participation of diverse nations in a harmonious imperial order. The tribute bearers are shown walking calmly, not in chains or poses of humiliation. This visual propaganda reinforced the Persian self-conception as benevolent rulers of a multicultural realm united under divine favor. The architecture of Persepolis combined elements from across the empire. From Egypt came expertise in stone cutting and monumental construction. From Mesopotamia came the use of glazed bricks and protective spiritual figures. From Greece came Ionic column designs. Yet the result was not a mere collection of borrowed styles but a uniquely Persian synthesis, an architectural language that expressed the empire's cosmopolitan character while asserting its distinctive identity. Darius built not just at Persepolis but throughout his domains. At Susa, an ancient city that became one of his preferred residences, he constructed a magnificent palace complex. At Ecbatana, modern Hamadan, the old Median capital, he maintained and expanded the royal facilities. Even in Egypt, he sponsored temple construction and renovation, demonstrating respect for local religious traditions while incorporating subtle Persian elements. These building projects served multiple purposes. They provided employment for thousands of workers and artisans, stimulating local economies. They created administrative centers where the business of empire could be conducted efficiently. They demonstrated the king's piety by including elements dedicated to Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism, and other gods. Most importantly, they materialized Persian power in stone and cedar, creating tangible symbols of imperial authority that could be seen and experienced by subjects and visitors alike. The construction of these monumental works drew on resources from across the empire. Stone was quarried from sites specifically selected for quality and transported over great distances. Specialized craftsmen were brought from different provinces to apply their distinctive skills. Egyptians for stonework, Lydians for goldwork, Babylonians for brickwork. The projects themselves thus became exercises in imperial coordination, demonstrating the ability of the Persian administration to mobilize diverse resources and expertise toward common goals. Inscriptions at these sites, written in multiple languages including Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, proclaimed Darius's achievements and the divine favor that supported his rule. A typical inscription begins, "I am Darius, the great king, king of kings, king of countries containing all kinds of men, king in this great earth far and wide." These texts express the universalist aspirations of Persian kingship, the claim to rule not just territories but the diverse peoples who inhabited them. While celebrating his own accomplishments, Darius was careful to position himself as the legitimate heir to Cyrus the Great. He maintained and expanded many of Cyrus's policies, particularly regarding religious tolerance and respect for local traditions. Like his illustrious predecessor, Darius understood that the stability of the empire depended on balancing central authority with provincial autonomy, Persian identity with multicultural inclusion. By the end of Darius's reign in 486 BCE, the Persian Empire had reached its greatest extent and highest level of organization. From the Indus Valley to the Aegean Sea, from Central Asia to the First Cataract of the Nile, diverse peoples lived under Persian rule. The systems of governance, communication, and economic integration established by Darius had created unprecedented stability across this vast realm. His architectural legacy, particularly at Persepolis, stood as a physical manifestation of Persian power and sophistication. Yet challenges remained. The conflict with the Greek city-states, though temporarily contained, would flare up again under his successor Xerxes. The very size and diversity of the empire created ongoing tensions between central control and local autonomy, and as with all personalized systems of rule, much depended on the capabilities of the individual sitting on the throne. Darius died in 486 BCE, leaving the empire to his son Xerxes. The foundation he had built was strong enough to survive many challenges in the decades to come. The systems he had established, satrapal administration, royal roads, standardized taxation, monumental architecture as political expression, would influence not just subsequent Persian rulers, but all later empires that sought to govern vast territories and diverse populations. As the sun set over the columns of Persepolis, casting long shadows across the stone platforms and relief carvings, the legacy of Darius the Great was literally set in stone. The empire he had organized and built would continue to evolve, facing new challenges and adapting to changing circumstances. But the essential pattern had been established, a model of imperial governance that balanced strength with tolerance, central authority with respect for diversity, material power with cultural sophistication. This Persian synthesis would continue to shape the political landscape of the ancient world for centuries to come. Cyrus the Great stood at a pivotal moment in history. Having united the Persian and Median kingdoms and conquered Lydia, he now turned his attention to the greatest prize of all, Babylon. This ancient city was the jewel of Mesopotamia, a center of wealth, learning and power that had dominated the region for generations. The conquest of Babylon in 539 BCE would mark not just another military victory, but the true birth of the Persian Empire as a world power. The situation in Babylon had been deteriorating for years. King Nabonidus had proven to be an unpopular ruler, spending much of his reign away from the capital and neglecting important religious duties. He had offended the powerful priests of Marduk, the chief deity of Babylon, by favoring the moon god Sin. His son Belshazzar, who acted as regent in his absence, failed to restore public confidence. This internal discord created an opportunity that Cyrus was quick to recognize. Rather than launching a direct assault on Babylon's famously impregnable walls, Cyrus employed both military strategy and diplomatic skill. Persian engineers diverted the Euphrates River that ran through the city, lowering the water level enough for troops to wade along the riverbed, under the walls, and into Babylon itself. Even more remarkably, many accounts suggest that the city fell with minimal bloodshed. Some Babylonian factions, particularly the priests of Marduk, may have actively welcomed Cyrus as a liberator rather than a conqueror. What happened next revealed Cyrus's true genius as a ruler. Instead of destroying Babylon or punishing its people, as was common practice among conquerors of the time, he portrayed himself as the legitimate successor to the Babylonian throne. He respected local religious traditions, participating in ceremonies honoring Marduk and other Babylonian deities. He maintained much of the existing administrative structure and protected cultural institutions. This policy of tolerance and respect was formalized in the famous Cyrus Cylinder, a clay barrel inscribed with a declaration of his intentions. Discovered by archaeologists in the 19th century, this remarkable document has been called the First Charter of Human Rights. In it, Cyrus presented himself as chosen by Marduk to restore proper rule to Babylon. He proclaimed his commitment to peace, promised to allow displaced peoples to return to their homelands, and affirmed his respect for local customs and beliefs. Among the beneficiaries of this policy were the Jewish people. The Bible records that Cyrus permitted Jewish exiles in Babylon to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple, which had been destroyed during the Babylonian conquest of Judah decades earlier. This act earned Cyrus unusual recognition in Jewish scripture, where he is described as a Messiah or anointed one, the only non-Jewish figure to receive this designation. The conquest of Babylon brought vast new territories under Persian control. The former Babylonian Empire had included Mesopotamia, Syria, and parts of the eastern Mediterranean coast. Combined with his previous conquests, Cyrus now ruled lands stretching from the Mediterranean Sea to the mountains of Central Asia, from the Black Sea to the Persian Gulf. This enormous realm encompassed diverse peoples, languages, religions, and cultural traditions. To govern this diverse empire, Cyrus established administrative principles that would be refined by his successors. He divided the realm into provinces or satrapies, each governed by a satrap who was usually a Persian nobleman loyal to the king. Local customs, laws, and religious practices were generally respected, as long as taxes were paid and Persian authority was acknowledged. This pragmatic approach reduced resistance and made the empire easier to govern. Cyrus continued his expansionist policies, turning his attention to the eastern frontiers. These campaigns took him into Central Asia, where he fought against nomadic tribes like the Scythians. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, Cyrus met his end in battle against the Massagetae, a tribal confederation led by Queen Tomyris. While the exact circumstances of his death remain debated, Most accounts agree that he died in 530 BCE during a military campaign in the east. Even in death, Cyrus's vision for his empire endured. His tomb, which still stands today in Pasargadae in modern Iran, became a place of pilgrimage and respect. It bears a simple inscription, "O man, whoever you are and wherever you come from, for I know you will come, I am Cyrus who won the Persians their empire. Do not therefore begrudge me this bit of earth that covers my body." The modesty of this epitaph stands in stark contrast to the boastful monuments of many other ancient rulers. Cyrus left behind not just conquered territories, but a model of imperial governance that would influence all future empires. His son Cambyses II succeeded him and continued the expansion, notably conquering Egypt and adding it to the Persian domains. Though Cambyses would prove less adept at maintaining the delicate balance of central authority and local autonomy that his father had established, the foundations of the empire remained solid. What made Cyrus truly remarkable among ancient conquerors was his understanding that military victory alone was insufficient for building a lasting empire. He recognized that governing diverse peoples required flexibility, respect, and pragmatism. His willingness to adopt and adapt elements from the cultures he encountered, rather than simply imposing Persian ways, created a sustainable imperial system. The Persian Empire under Cyrus was not without flaws or internal tensions. The demands for tribute could be heavy, and there were certainly instances of resistance and rebellion. But compared to earlier empires like Assyria, which ruled primarily through terror and brutal repression, the Persian model represented a significant evolution in governance. It demonstrated that diversity within an empire could be a source of strength rather than weakness. Cyrus's legacy extended far beyond his lifetime. His approach to governance influenced later Persian kings, particularly Darius I, who would further refine the administrative systems of the empire. The concept of a diverse yet unified realm, with a ruler who respected local traditions while maintaining ultimate authority, would be adopted by later empires from Alexander the Great to the Romans and beyond. The principles of religious tolerance that Cyrus championed were particularly influential. In a world where conquest typically meant the imposition of the victor's gods, his respect for diverse religious traditions set a new standard. This policy was not merely idealistic but practical. It reduced resistance and made the vast empire more stable and governable. Cyrus also established Persia as a cultural crossroads where ideas, technologies, and artistic styles from different traditions could meet and blend. This cosmopolitan atmosphere fostered innovation and learning. Under Persian rule, advances in irrigation, road building, architecture, and administrative systems spread across the empire, benefiting diverse communities. The empire that Cyrus created would face challenges after his death. His immediate successor Cambyses II lacked his father's diplomatic touch, and following Cambyses's relatively short reign, a succession crisis threatened the stability of the realm. It would take the leadership of Darius I to fully consolidate and expand upon Cyrus's achievements. Yet even during these periods of transition and uncertainty, the fundamental vision remained intact. The Persian Empire continued to function as a network of interconnected provinces, each maintaining its cultural identity while acknowledging the authority of the King of Kings. Trade flowed across vast distances, ideas circulated freely, and a remarkable degree of stability prevailed across much of the known world. Perhaps Cyrus's greatest achievement was showing that empire building did not have to be synonymous with destruction and cultural erasure. He demonstrated that acknowledging and respecting the dignity of conquered peoples could lead to more stable and prosperous rule. This insight represents one of the most important political innovations of the ancient world. As Cambyses II took the throne following his father's death, he inherited not just territories but expectations. The precedent set by Cyrus of wise, measured, and respectful rule would serve as both an inspiration and a challenge to all who followed. The Persian Empire was now the dominant power in the ancient Near East, but maintaining and expanding it would require the same blend of military might and administrative wisdom that had characterized its founder. The systems of communication and transportation that would become hallmarks of Persian governance were already taking shape during Cyrus's reign. His successors would develop these further, creating the networks of roads, courier stations, and administrative centers that would bind together the far-flung provinces of the empire. These innovations would prove essential for managing the vast territories that now acknowledged Persian rule. Beyond military campaigns and administrative systems, the Persian Empire expressed its power and identity through a distinctive visual language. The art and architecture created under Achaemenid rule combined influences from across their vast domains, while achieving a unique style that immediately identified imperial presence. These visual expressions were not merely decorative but served as sophisticated tools of statecraft, communicating Persian imperial ideology to diverse audiences throughout the known world. The great palaces at Persepolis, Susa, and Pasargadae stand as the most impressive manifestations of Persian imperial architecture. These complexes were designed to inspire awe in visitors while functioning as administrative centers, ceremonial spaces, and physical embodiments of royal authority. Each element was carefully planned to reinforce the central messages of Persian kingship, divine favor, multicultural harmony under Persian leadership, and unparalleled royal majesty. Persepolis, the ceremonial heart of the empire, offers the most complete surviving example of Persian imperial architecture. Built on an immense artificial terrace at the foot of a mountain, the site required extensive preparation before construction could begin. Workers leveled the area and created a massive platform measuring approximately 450 by 300 meters, raised about 12 meters above the surrounding plain. This elevated position ensured that the complex would be visible from great distances, creating an immediate impression of grandeur. Access to Persepolis came via a monumental double staircase, designed with unusually shallow steps to create a dignified and comfortable ascent. Unlike earlier Near Eastern architectural traditions, which often use steep, intimidating staircases to emphasize the separation between rulers and subjects, the Persian approach invited visitors upward while still maintaining the symbolic elevation of royal space. This combination of welcoming access and clear hierarchical messaging characterized much of Persian architectural philosophy. At the top of the staircase stood the Gate of All Nations, a massive square hall supported by columns and flanked by colossal stone bulls with human heads. Lamassu figures adapted from Mesopotamian tradition. These protective spirits guarded the entrance to the complex, their imposing presence announcing to visitors that they were entering a space where human and divine realms intersected. The gate was large enough to accommodate substantial numbers of visitors, appropriate for a site where representatives from across the empire gathered for royal audiences and celebrations. Beyond this entrance lay a complex of interconnected buildings serving various ceremonial and administrative functions. The Apadana, or audience hall, was the largest and most magnificent structure at Persepolis. 72 stone columns, each originally standing 20 meters tall, supported a cedar roof covering an area of approximately 1,000 square meters. The capitals of these columns took the form of bulls or lions, sometimes paired back to back, creating distinctive silhouettes against the sky. These animal figures symbolized royal strength while demonstrating the exquisite craftsmanship of Persian stoneworkers. The walls of the Apadana featured some of the most famous relief sculptures of ancient art. Along the northern and eastern stairways, carefully carved processions showed representatives from 23 nations bringing gifts to the Persian king during Nowruz New Year celebrations. Each delegation is depicted with careful attention to distinctive ethnic features, clothing, and characteristic products. Lydians bring metal vessels, Bactrians lead camels, Indians bring gold and cloth, Ethiopians offer ivory and exotic animals. The procession winds upward toward the central panel, where the enthroned king receives these tributes, surrounded by Persian and Median nobles. These reliefs communicate multiple messages simultaneously. To foreign visitors, they demonstrated the vast extent of Persian authority and the diversity of peoples acknowledging the great king. To Persian elites, they affirmed the empire's success in bringing order to the known world. To all viewers, they presented an idealized image of imperial harmony, diverse peoples united in peaceful recognition of Persian leadership, each maintaining their cultural distinctiveness while participating in a greater whole. The artistic style of these reliefs balances naturalism with formal dignity. Human figures are depicted with careful attention to ethnic features, clothing details, and the specific items they carry, yet they move with a measured grace, arranged in orderly rows rather than individualized poses. This approach creates a sense of timeless ceremony rather than specific historical events. These are not portraits of particular delegations but representations of an eternal imperial order. The throne hall, or Hall of 100 Columns, provided another impressive ceremonial space at Persepolis. As its name suggests, it featured 100 columns supporting its roof, though these were smaller than those of the Apadana. The walls featured relief carvings of royal guards, and the king's throne was positioned against the back wall. Here, the great king would conduct more routine business with officials and visitors, the architectural grandeur reinforcing his authority in even ordinary administrative matters. The treasury at Persepolis stored the wealth of the empire, including tribute from the provinces and precious items accumulated by Persian kings. The residential palaces provided living quarters for the royal family and highest officials when in residence. While less monumental than the public buildings, these structures featured elegant proportions and high-quality materials, reflecting the refinement of Persian court life. Throughout these structures, Persian architects demonstrated their mastery of space and materials. They created interior environments that felt both grand and harmonious, with carefully calculated proportions and lighting. Columns were spaced to create a sense of openness while maintaining structural stability. Doorways and windows were positioned to control light and airflow, making these massive buildings comfortable in the varied climate of the Iranian plateau. The materials used at Persepolis and other royal sites came from throughout the empire, demonstrating both Persian resources and technological expertise. Stone was quarried in distant locations and transported to construction sites with impressive logistical coordination. Cedar for roofing beams came from Lebanon, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, gold from Lydia and India, ivory from Ethiopia. The assembly of these diverse materials and unified architectural compositions symbolized how the empire itself unified diverse peoples under Persian leadership. Color played an important role in Persian architecture, though little evidence of original pigmentation survives today. Ancient accounts and traces of paint indicate that columns, reliefs, and walls were brightly colored, with blues, reds, yellows, and gold leaf, creating a vibrant environment very different from the monochromatic stone ruins visible today. These colors not only enhanced the visual impact of the buildings, but carried symbolic meanings associated with cosmic and royal power. Beyond Persepolis, other sites demonstrated similar architectural principles. At Pasargadae, the earliest Persian capital established by Cyrus the Great, structures show a transitional style incorporating elements from Median, Lydian, Babylonian, and Egyptian traditions. This reflects Cyrus's approach to empire building, which respected and integrated diverse cultural elements rather than imposing a single model. By the time of Darius and Persepolis, these influences had been synthesized into a distinctively Persian architectural language. At Susa, the administrative capital frequented by Persian kings, Darius constructed a palace complex that adapted to the traditional building materials of the region. Where stone was scarce, architects used brick and applied glazed tile decorations. An inscription from Susa explicitly celebrates the multinational nature of its construction. The cedar timber was brought from Lebanon. The gold was brought from Sardis and Bactria. The precious stones lapis lazuli and carnelian were brought from Sogdiana. The turquoise was brought from Chorasmia. The silver and ebony were brought from Egypt. The ornamentation was brought from Ionia. The ivory was brought from Ethiopia, India, and Arachosia. This internationalism extended to the workforce that created these imperial projects. Inscriptions mention craftsmen from throughout the empire: Babylonian bricklayers, Lydian goldsmiths, Greek stonemasons, Egyptian sculptors, working together under Persian direction. The management of such diverse specialists required sophisticated administrative systems and cross-cultural communication skills, further demonstrating Persian organizational capabilities. Persian cities followed principles different from the dense walled urban centers typical of Mesopotamia. Persian urban planning favored more open layouts, with substantial gardens integrated into the design. The Persian term paradiser, referring to an enclosed garden or park, entered Greek as parizos and eventually English as paradise. These gardens featured carefully arranged trees, flowering plants, and water features, creating spaces of beauty and refreshment, while demonstrating human ability to bring order to nature, a microcosm of the larger imperial project. Royal tombs represented another important expression of Persian architectural vision. The tomb of Cyrus at Pasargadae presents a simple but elegant design, a rectangular chamber on a stepped platform, echoing Mesopotamian ziggurats while introducing distinctly Persian elements. Later kings, including Darius and his successors, created more elaborate tomb facades cut into the cliff face at Nakshi-Rustam, near Persepolis. These facades resemble the fronts of palaces, with columns and relief sculptures showing the king performing rituals before a fire altar, supported by representatives of the nations of the empire. Beyond architecture, Persian artisans excelled in numerous media that displayed imperial wealth and sophistication. Metalwork represented a particular area of Persian expertise. Gold and silver vessels produced for the court feature exquisite repoussé designs showing animals, hunting scenes, and ritual activities. These precious objects served practical functions at royal banquets while demonstrating the king's access to rare materials and skilled craftsmen. The Persian appetite for luxury goods stimulated production throughout the empire. Carpet weaving, already an ancient tradition in the region, developed new patterns and techniques under Achaemenid patronage. Jewelry combined gold, precious stones, and intricate wirework to create pieces that displayed both wealth and refined taste. Textile production flourished, with Persian clothing known for fine materials and elaborate embroidery. Many of these portable art forms have survived poorly compared to stone architecture, but ancient sources describe their abundance and quality at the Persian court. Seals and coins offer smaller scale but widely distributed examples of Persian visual language. Official seals, used to authenticate documents and secure containers, typically featured the image of the king in various formal poses, hunting lions, battling monsters, or enthroned in majesty. These miniature works of art maintained remarkably high quality even in mass-produced items, demonstrating the depth of craft expertise throughout the administrative system. The Persian daric, a gold coin introduced under Darius I, circulated widely throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond. The standard design showed the great king in a half-kneeling position, holding a bow and spear, an image that communicated Persian military prowess and became instantly recognizable across diverse cultures. The reliable weight and purity of these coins made them trusted currency far beyond Persian borders, extending imperial influence through economic channels. Persian art and architecture embodied specific ideological messages central to imperial identity. One recurring theme was the king as divinely supported ruler, shown in combat with chaotic forces represented by lions or mythological creatures. These images, appearing on palace reliefs, seals, and other media, presented the king as the defender of cosmic order against forces of chaos, a visual representation of Zoroastrian dualism applied to political leadership. Another persistent motif was the voluntary submission of diverse peoples to Persian rule. Unlike Assyrian art, which typically depicted conquered enemies in humiliating positions, Persian imperial imagery showed representatives of different nations in dignified poses, distinguished by ethnic features and traditional clothing, but united in offering respect to the Persian king. This visual strategy reinforced the Persian self-conception as benevolent rulers of a diverse but harmonious empire. Natural imagery played an important role in Persian art, with stylized plants and animals appearing in architectural decoration, metalwork, and textiles. These designs combined naturalistic observation with geometric formalization, creating patterns that were simultaneously organic and ordered. The famous Persian gardens likely influenced these artistic motifs, with both expressing the ideal of natural abundance cultivated through human intervention. The development of Persian visual culture represented an important element of imperial strategy. By creating distinctive architectural and artistic forms that combined influences from across their domains, Persian rulers established a recognizable imperial presence that transcended local traditions while respecting their contributions. When subjects or visitors encountered Persian art and architecture, they immediately understood they were in the presence of imperial authority, regardless of their cultural background or geographic location. This visual language was adaptable to local conditions while maintaining core elements that identified Persian presence. In Egypt, Persian rulers sponsored temple construction that largely followed Egyptian architectural traditions but incorporated subtle Persian elements. In Anatolia, satrapal centers combined local building techniques with imperial Persian imagery. This flexibility allowed Persian culture to integrate with diverse traditions while maintaining its distinctive identity. The legacy of Persian art and architecture extended far beyond the Achaemenid period. Alexander the Great and his successors adopted elements of Persian court ceremonial and architectural display. Parthian and Sasanian rulers drew upon Achaemenid precedents while developing their own artistic traditions. Islamic art incorporated numerous Persian motifs and techniques, particularly in architecture, metalwork, and carpet design. The gardens of Persia inspired landscape design throughout Asia, the Middle East, and eventually Europe. As the Persian Empire continued to evolve under successive kings, its visual expression maintained remarkable consistency while adapting to new circumstances and influences. The core principles established under Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes, monumental scale, multicultural integration, refined craftsmanship, and clear imperial symbolism, remained central to how Persia presented itself to its subjects and to the wider world. The art and architecture created under Achaemenid rule thus served not merely as displays of wealth and power, but as sophisticated tools of governance. They communicated Persian imperial ideology in forms that could be understood across linguistic and cultural boundaries. They created spaces where diverse peoples could interact within a shared framework of imperial order. They established visual cues that identified Persian authority wherever it extended, from the Aegean to the Indus, from the steppes of Central Asia to the cataracts of the Nile. At its height, the Achaemenid Empire ruled vast territories containing countless local cultural traditions. The remarkable achievement of Persian art and architecture was to create a distinctive imperial style that integrated elements from these diverse sources without erasing their distinctive qualities. This visual strategy reflected the larger Persian approach to empire, maintaining central authority while respecting local diversity, creating unity without imposing uniformity. In stone and metal, color and form, the Persians built not just palaces and cities, but a visual framework for understanding their place in the world. From the ashes of the Qin emerged a new dynasty that would become synonymous with Chinese civilization itself. Founded by Liu Bang, a man of humble origins who rose to become a military leader during the rebellions against Qin, the Han dynasty would rule China for over 4 centuries, from 206 BCE to 220 CE. So profound was its impact that even today the majority ethnic group in China calls itself the Han people, and the written Chinese language is referred to as Han characters. Liu Bang, who took the imperial title of Emperor Gaozu, was a pragmatic ruler who learned from the mistakes of his predecessor. Where the first emperor of Qin had ruled with unbending harshness, Gaozu adopted a more moderate approach. He retained the centralized administrative structure established by the Qin, but reduced taxes and softened the legal code. He famously told his followers that he had won the empire from horseback, but he knew he could not govern it from horseback. Effective administration required a different set of skills than military conquest. The early Han emperors maintained elements of various philosophical schools in their governance. Legalist methods provided administrative efficiency, while Daoist principles of minimal interference allowed the population to recover from the harsh Qin policies. Gradually, however, Confucianism gained influence at court. Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing, who ruled during the middle of the 2nd century BCE, were particularly known for their Confucian virtues of frugality and benevolence. The Han dynasty reached its peak under Emperor Wu, reigned 141–87 BCE, whose long rule brought unprecedented prosperity and expansion. Emperor Wu was an energetic ruler who strengthened the central government, promoted education, and launched military campaigns that greatly expanded China's territory and influence. Under his rule, the Han Empire stretched from Korea in the east to Central Asia in the west, and from Mongolia in the north to Vietnam in the south. Emperor Wu officially adopted Confucianism as the state ideology, a decision with far-reaching consequences for Chinese civilization. He established the Imperial Academy, where scholars studied Confucian classics, and he instituted a civil service examination system based on these texts. Though initially small in scale, this examination system would evolve over subsequent dynasties to become the primary path to government service, creating a meritocratic system where men of talent could rise to high positions regardless of their family background. The elevation of Confucianism did not mean an immediate rejection of other philosophical traditions. Rather, a syncretic approach developed, incorporating elements of legalism in administrative practice while cloaking them in Confucian language about virtue and moral governance. Taoism continued to influence art, poetry, and private life, even as Confucianism dominated public discourse and political theory. Han society was hierarchical but offered pathways for advancement. At the top stood the emperor and the imperial family. Below them were the scholar officials who staffed the bureaucracy, followed by farmers who were considered the productive foundation of society. Artisans and merchants occupied lower positions in the social hierarchy, though in practice, wealthy merchants could live in great luxury and influence government through indirect means. Agriculture formed the economic foundation of the Han Empire. Technical improvements such as iron plows, irrigation systems, and crop rotation increased productivity. The government maintained grain reserves to stabilize prices and provide relief during famines. The land tax was the government's primary source of revenue, reflecting the central importance of agriculture in the economy. While farmers tilled the fields, urban areas flourished with trade and craft production. Cities like Chang'an, the Western Han capital, near modern Xi'an, and Luoyang, the Eastern Han capital, grew into sophisticated metropolises with populations in the hundreds of thousands. Chang'an was laid out in a grid pattern with broad avenues and specialized markets. Its walls enclosed an area of over 30 square kilometers, making it one of the largest and most advanced cities in the world at that time. The Han period saw remarkable technological and scientific developments. Paper was invented, replacing bamboo and silk as writing materials and revolutionizing record-keeping. The magnetic compass was developed, initially for divination, but later adapted for navigation. Seismographs, wheelbarrows, and improved metallurgical techniques all appeared during this fertile period of innovation. Astronomy advanced considerably, with Han scientists keeping detailed records of comets, sunspots, and other celestial phenomena. The calendar was refined to better predict seasonal changes. Mathematics developed to serve both practical needs in engineering and theoretical interests in understanding numerical relationships. Medicine evolved with systematic theories about the body's functioning, detailed pharmacopoeias listing hundreds of medicinal substances, and sophisticated techniques like acupuncture and moxibustion. The arts flourished during the Han. Literature expanded beyond classical works to include poetry, essays, and historical writings. The records of the Grand Historian by Sima Qian, completed around 94 BCE, set the standard for historical writing not just in China, but in world literature. Covering over 2,000 years from the legendary Jia dynasty to his own time, Sima Qian combined rigorous research with vivid biographical portraits, creating a comprehensive view of Chinese civilization. Music was considered essential for moral cultivation, with the imperial court maintaining orchestras that performed ritual music on bronze bells, stone chimes, stringed instruments, and drums. Painting and calligraphy developed as elite art forms, though few examples survive from this period. Sculpture and ceramic arts produced works of remarkable naturalism and technical sophistication. Perhaps the most significant development of the Han period was the opening of trade routes connecting China with Central Asia, the Middle East, and eventually the Roman Empire. These routes, later called the Silk Road by European historians, began with the diplomatic and military expeditions of Emperor Wu, concerned about the threat posed by nomadic Xiongnu Confederation on China's northern border. Emperor Wu sent his envoy Zhang Qian westward to seek allies in 138 BCE. Zhang Qian's journey was an epic of exploration. Captured by the Xiongnu and held for 10 years, he eventually escaped and continued westward, reaching as far as Bactria, modern Afghanistan, before returning to China. Though he failed to secure military allies, he brought back invaluable information about the lands and peoples beyond China's western borders, including the powerful Parthian Empire and the prosperous Fergana Valley, with its prized heavenly horses. Emperor Wu was particularly interested in these horses, larger and stronger than Chinese breeds, which could give his armies an advantage against the Xiongnu cavalry. He sent expeditions to acquire these horses, establishing the first regular contact between China and Central Asia. These initial military and diplomatic missions soon developed into trade relationships that would flourish for centuries. The Silk Road was not a single path but a network of routes connecting east and west. Caravans would travel in stages, goods changing hands multiple times before reaching their final destinations. The journey was arduous and dangerous, crossing harsh deserts, high mountain passes, and territories controlled by bandits or hostile states. Few merchants traveled the entire route. Most operated within regional networks with goods passed from one group to another. Silk was China's most famous export, highly prized in Rome and other Western civilizations for its lightness, strength, and beauty. The Chinese carefully guarded the secret of silk production, which involved raising silkworms on mulberry leaves and carefully unwinding the cocoons to extract the fine threads. Other Chinese exports included paper, ceramics, bronze work, and lacquerware. In return, China imported horses, jade, grapes, and alfalfa from Central Asia, glassware, gold, and silver from the Middle East, and even goods from as far away as the Roman Empire. Roman glassware was particularly valued in China for its clarity and craftsmanship, while Roman and Middle Eastern merchants paid enormous prices for Chinese silk. A pound of silk in Rome cost roughly a pound of gold, making the silk trade enormously profitable for all involved. Beyond material goods, the Silk Road facilitated exchange of ideas, technologies, and religions. Buddhist missionaries from India traveled to China, beginning the long process of Buddhist integration into Chinese culture. Zoroastrianism and later Nestorian Christianity also made their way eastward. Mathematical knowledge, astronomical observations, and medical techniques were shared among civilizations. Music, art styles, and culinary traditions spread along these routes, enriching each culture they touched. Central to the functioning of the Silk Road were the oasis cities that provided rest and resupply points for caravans. Places like Dunhuang, Turfan, and Samarkand became cosmopolitan centers where merchants from many lands gathered to trade. These cities developed unique cultural blends, incorporating elements from Chinese, Indian, Persian, and Turkic traditions. The cave temples at Dunhuang, with their magnificent Buddhist artwork, exemplify this cultural synthesis, showing Chinese, Indian, and Central Asian artistic influences. The establishment of these trade networks required military power to secure routes and diplomatic skill to maintain relationships with states along the way. The Han expanded their direct control into Central Asia, establishing the Western Regions Protectorate to oversee these territories. Military colonies were established at strategic points, with soldiers cultivating land when not engaged in defensive duties. This pattern of expansion and consolidation increased China's size and influence dramatically. After the long reign of Emperor Wu, the Western Han continued for another century, though with declining vigor. Wang Mang, a reform-minded official from a powerful family connected to the imperial house by marriage, seized the throne in 9 CE, establishing the short-lived Xin dynasty. He attempted sweeping reforms including nationalizing land and prohibiting slave ownership, but his policies disrupted the economy and alienated the elite. Floods, famines, and peasant rebellions followed, and he was killed when rebels captured the capital in 23 CE. The Han dynasty was restored under Emperor Guangwu, beginning the period known as the Eastern Han, 25 Neat 220 CE, named for the location of its capital at Luoyang. While initially a time of recovery and prosperity, the Eastern Han gradually declined due to familiar dynastic problems, corruption among officials, factionalism at court, and the increasing influence of imperial relatives and eunuchs. Major peasant rebellions broke out in the 170 CE, including the Yellow Turban Rebellion inspired by Taoist religious movements. Though these were suppressed, they weakened central authority. Military commanders increasingly operated independently, setting the stage for the dynasty's final dissolution. By 220 CE, the Han Empire had fragmented into 3 competing states, beginning the period known as the Three Kingdoms. Despite its eventual fall, the Han dynasty left an enduring legacy that defined Chinese civilization for centuries to come. The synthesis of Confucian ideology with practical governance created a model that subsequent dynasties would emulate. The civil service examination system, though still limited during the Han, established the principle that government service should be based on merit rather than heredity. The territorial expansion under Han created a sense of China's natural boundaries that would influence later dynasties' understanding of their realm. Most importantly, the Han period established a pattern of imperial governance that was remarkably durable. After periods of disunion, China would reunify under new dynasties that consciously modeled themselves on the Han. The title, Son of Heaven, the structure of the imperial court, the organization of provinces and commanderies, and the role of the scholar official class, all these elements of imperial China were either established or consolidated during the Han period. The Silk Road networks established during the Han continued long after the dynasty's fall, waxing and waning with the rise and fall of empires but never completely disappearing until the age of maritime trade. These routes connected China to the wider world, bringing new ideas, technologies, and religious beliefs that would transform Chinese civilization in the centuries to come. Buddhism, in particular, would enter China along these trade routes, eventually becoming fully integrated into Chinese culture and providing spiritual and philosophical ideas that complemented and sometimes challenged the Confucian tradition. As the light of the Han dynasty flickered and died, China entered a period of division and uncertainty. Yet the cultural foundations laid during these 4 centuries proved remarkably resilient. The ideal of a unified empire governed by moral principles would remain powerful, a beacon guiding China through the fragmentation that followed and inspiring later efforts at reunification. The golden age of the Han would be remembered, celebrated, and emulated by generations of Chinese who proudly called themselves people of Han. Tonight on Digging into History, we journey to the misty beginnings of one of humanity's oldest continuous civilizations. A tale of rivers and oracle bones, of bronze and jade, of farmers who became emperors. This is the dawn of Chinese civilization. Long before written records, before emperors ruled from golden thrones, before the Great Wall stretched across mountains like a stone dragon, there was the Yellow River. Flowing down from the Tibetan plateau, it carved a path through the heart of what would become China, depositing rich, yellow-brown, low soil along its banks. This fertile gift would nurture the first seeds of Chinese civilization. Around 8,000 years ago, as the last ice age retreated, small bands of people began to settle along this river valley. These early farmers discovered that the lower soil was perfect for growing millet and later rice. They fashioned simple tools from stone and bone, built homes of mud and timber, and began the slow transformation from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. Villages grew along the river's embrace. The people developed pottery, first rough and unadorned, then increasingly sophisticated with intricate designs that told stories of their daily lives and spiritual beliefs. They crafted jades into ritual objects, believing the stone possessed magical properties that connected them to the heavens and their ancestors. As centuries passed, these early communities grew more complex. The first signs of social hierarchy appeared. Village leaders became chieftains, then petty kings, claiming divine connection to the natural world. They controlled irrigation systems that turned the sometimes destructive Yellow River into a source of life and prosperity. Around 4,000 years ago, as Egypt built its pyramids and Mesopotamia developed its city-states, a similar transformation was occurring in China. The legendary Xia dynasty emerged, traditionally dated from around 2100 BCE. While long considered mythical, archaeological discoveries have revealed settlements that align with ancient texts describing this first dynasty. The Xia rulers are said to have mastered bronze working and developed the first calendar to predict the flooding cycles of the Yellow River. The most famous legend tells of Yu the Great, who spent 13 years channeling the Yellow River's floodwaters into a system of canals and dikes. Unlike his father, who attempted to block the floods with dams that inevitably failed, Yu worked with the river's natural flow. For this achievement, he was made king, founding the Xia dynasty and establishing the principle that leadership could be passed from father to son, the hereditary system that would define Chinese rule for millennia. Yet the Xia remained shrouded in legend, their stories passed down through oral tradition long before they were recorded by historians. It is with the Shang dynasty, beginning around 1600 BCE, that Chinese civilization steps firmly into the historical record. The Shang people built walled cities with massive rammed earth foundations that have survived to this day. At their capital near modern-day Anyang, archaeologists have uncovered royal tombs filled with bronze vessels of astonishing craftsmanship. These objects reveal a society obsessed with ritual and ancestor worship, where the living maintained constant communication with the dead. The most remarkable discovery from the Shang period was thousands of oracle bones, shoulder blades of oxen and turtle shells used for divination. Shamans would carve questions onto the bones, apply heat until cracks appeared, then interpret these cracks as answers from the ancestors or gods. Later they would carve both the question and the interpreted answer onto the bone, creating the earliest substantial body of Chinese writing. These oracle bones reveal a world where kings consulted their ancestors about everything from military campaigns to toothaches, from hunting expeditions to the cause of a queen's difficult pregnancy. They show a society where the boundary between the spiritual and physical worlds was thin, where rulers drew their legitimacy from their ability to communicate with the divine. The Shang dynasty fell around 1046 BCE to the Zhou, a western state that had once been their vassals. The Zhou would rule, at least in name, for an extraordinary 8 centuries, making them the longest-lasting dynasty in Chinese history. They expanded the boundaries of Chinese civilization, pushing south toward the Yangtze River, and establishing a proto-feudal system where the king granted territories to relatives and loyal nobles. The early Zhou period was marked by relative stability and cultural flourishing. The Zhou rulers claimed they had overthrown the Shang because the last Shang king had been corrupt and tyrannical. To justify their conquest, they developed the concept of the Mandate of Heaven, the idea that heaven grants the right to rule to those who govern with virtue and withdraws it from those who become corrupt. This powerful concept would be used to legitimize all future dynasties and revolutions in Chinese history. Under the Zhou, Chinese philosophy began to take shape. The earliest poems of the Book of Songs were composed celebrating love, war, agriculture, and the rhythms of court life. Bronze working reached its artistic peak, with ritual vessels displaying intricate patterns and Taoti masks, stylized animal faces that seemed to stare out from the bronze surface with ancient, knowing eyes. Yet the Zhou kings gradually lost power to their feudal lords. In 771 BCE, barbarians from the west sacked the Zhou capital, killing the king. The dynasty survived by moving its capital east to Luoyang, but central authority was weakened. The Eastern Zhou period saw the gradual dissolution of the feudal system, as powerful states began to assert their independence. The landscape of ancient China was changing. Iron tools allowed farmers to clear more land. Trade between states increased. Cities grew larger and more complex. Writing spread beyond the royal court, and educated men began to question traditional beliefs. It was during this period of political fragmentation that Chinese culture would reach its first intellectual golden age. As the sun set on the unified feudal system, it also marked the beginning of a new dawn. The weakening of central authority created space for intellectual experimentation and philosophical debate. The stage was being set for the 100 schools of thought, a period when competing philosophies would offer different solutions to the problem of how to restore order to a fractured world. From the humble beginnings of river valley farmers to the complexity of warring states, Chinese civilization had transformed. Yet through all these changes, certain continuities remained: reverence for ancestors, belief in the connection between human virtue and cosmic harmony, and the central importance of agriculture to Chinese identity. The foundations had been laid for everything that would follow: the unification under the Qin, the glories of the Han, the poetry of the Tang, the innovations of the Song, and beyond. Like the Great Yellow River itself, Chinese civilization had begun its long journey through history, gathering strength with each tributary that joined its flow. On battlefields across the Norse world, as warriors fought and fell, some claimed to glimpse female figures moving through the chaos, untouched by blades and arrows, beautiful yet terrible. These beings rode through storm clouds on magnificent steeds, their armor gleaming with an otherworldly light. These were the Valkyries, the choosers of the slain, and their appearance meant that Odin had taken a personal interest in the battle below. The Valkyries served as Odin's direct agents in his endless quest to build an army for Ragnarok. Their primary duty was to select the bravest warriors from among those who died in battle and escort their souls to Valhalla, Odin's great hall in Asgard. Not every fallen fighter earned this honor, only those who had demonstrated exceptional courage and skill. The remainder of the battle dead were claimed by the goddess Freya, who received them in her hall, Sessrumnir, while those who died of old age, illness, or other non-combat causes were destined for the misty realm of hell. The name Valkyrie itself tells us much about their role. It comes from the Old Norse Valkyria, combining Valsa slain with Kurja chooser. They were literally choosers of the slain, deciding which warriors would be elevated to the ranks of the Einherjar, the elite fighters who would stand with Odin at the end of days. This selective process reflected the competitive values of Norse warrior culture, where how one died mattered as much as how one lived. In their appearance, the Valkyries embodied a blend of beauty and terror appropriate to their function. They were typically described as tall, fair women with flowing hair, often blonde or golden, wearing gleaming armor, and sometimes carrying spears or shields. They rode through the sky on magnificent horses, and some sources suggest their armor was what caused the atmospheric phenomenon, now known as the aurora borealis or northern lights, the night sky, illuminated by reflections from their breastplates and helmets. The number of Valkyries varied in different accounts. Some sources mention only a handful, while others describe them as a vast host. Among the named Valkyries in the ancient texts are Hilda Battle, Bruther Strength, Skogul, Shaker, Gundul, Wand Wielder, and perhaps most famously, Brynhilda, whose tragic story forms a central part of the Volsunga saga. Their names nearly always related to aspects of battle, reinforcing their connection to warfare and death. While serving as psychopomps, guides for the dead, was their primary function, the Valkyries also took active roles in battles themselves. They could influence the tide of combat, determining which side would be victorious according to Odin's complex, and often inscrutable plans. Some accounts describe them weaving on looms made of weapons, with intestines for thread and severed heads for weights, literally weaving the fates of warriors and the outcomes of battles. For the Norse people, the Valkyries represented the glorification of battle death that formed a cornerstone of their warrior ethos. To be chosen by a Valkyrie was the highest honor a fighter could achieve, recognition that one's courage and skill had earned the attention of the gods themselves. Many warriors went into battle hoping for this fate, rather than fearing death, believing that a glorious end in combat was preferable to a peaceful death from old age or illness. The ultimate destination for these chosen warriors was Valhalla, Odin's magnificent hall in Asgard. The name Valhalla translates to Hall of the Slain, and it represented the ultimate warrior paradise in Norse belief. More than merely an afterlife of pleasure, it was a place of purpose where the bravest fighters from throughout history prepared for their crucial role in the final battle of Ragnarok. The scale of Valhalla defied ordinary imagination. According to the Grimnismal, one of the poems in the Poetic Edda, the hall had 540 doors, each wide enough for 800 warriors to march through side by side. Its ceiling was made of golden shields, its rafters were spears, and mail coats were strewn across its benches. A wolf stood guard at the western door, and an eagle hovered above. Outside roamed the stag Akerna, from whose antlers water dripped down to form all the rivers of the world. Life in Valhalla followed a consistent pattern that reflected the values of Norse warrior culture. Each morning, the Einherjar would arm themselves and march out to a vast field called Ithaverl, where they would fight one another in glorious battle until they were cut down. For ordinary mortals, such wounds would mean death. But for the Einherjar, this was merely training. As evening approached, their wounds would heal completely, and the slain would rise again, whole and unharmed. After this daily combat, the warriors would return to the hall for a feast of almost unimaginable abundance. They ate the meat of the magical boar, Sarimnir, which was slaughtered each evening only to return to life the next day to be slaughtered again. They drank mead and ale that flowed from the udders of the goat Heidrun, who consumed the leaves of the tree, Laratha. The Valkyries served at these feasts, bringing drink to the warriors and ensuring their needs were met. This dual role, choosing warriors from the battlefield and then serving them in Valhalla, connected the terror of combat with the rewards of the afterlife, creating a complete cycle that reinforced the centrality of warfare in Norse culture. While this afterlife might seem idyllic to a culture that valued battle prowess, it served a specific cosmic purpose beyond mere reward. Odin gathered these warriors because he knew what the prophecies foretold, that at Ragnarok the gods would face the forces of chaos in a final battle where most of the divine beings would perish. The Einherjar would be his army in this conflict, fighting alongside the Aesir against giants, monsters, and the dead who sailed from hell on the nail ship Naglfar. The concept of Valhalla thus contained within it both glory and tragedy. The chosen warriors would fight with courage at the side of the gods, but prophecy made clear that even this magnificent army would not prevent the destruction of the current world order. Like so much in Norse mythology, Valhalla embodied the tension between the ideal of glorious striving and the fatalistic acceptance that all things, even the gods themselves, must eventually end. For ordinary Norse people, the stories of the Valkyries and Valhalla provided a framework for understanding warfare and death. The prospect of being chosen to join Odin's elite warriors offered comfort to those facing battle and to families who lost loved ones in combat. It transformed the tragedy of death into a potential honor and gave cosmic significance to the violence that was often an inescapable part of life in the medieval North. As our journey through Norse mythology continues, we move from the glorious Hall of Fallen Heroes to the very beginning and end of the Norse cosmos, how the 9 realms came to be, and how they are fated to perish in ice and fire before a new world rises from the destruction. Discontent. Tonight on Digging into History, we journey to the frigid lands of the North, where ancient stories of gods, heroes, and monsters once echoed through wooden halls on dark winter nights. This is the world of Norse mythology, where thunder rolls at the swing of a hammer and a great tree holds 9 realms within its branches. Long before ink touched parchment in the cold lands of Scandinavia, stories were the treasures passed from one generation to the next. Picture a wooden hall in the depths of winter, snow-piled high outside as winds howl across frozen fjords. Inside, flames leap from a long central hearth, casting dancing shadows on wooden walls decorated with shields and weapons. The smell of smoke mixes with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of mead in wooden cups. Around the fire sit warriors, traders, farmers and children, their faces glowing orange in the firelight as they lean forward to hear the words of the skald. The skald was no ordinary storyteller. These master poets were the keepers of history, the weavers of legend, and the voice of cultural memory for the Norse people. Many skalds travelled from settlement to settlement, welcomed in every hall for the stories they carried. Others served in the courts of powerful jarls and kings, composing poems that praised their patrons and preserved their deeds for future generations. Their poetry followed strict patterns, using complex systems of alliteration and rhythm that made the stories easier to remember and recite. This carefully crafted form helped ensure that tales remained consistent as they passed from one teller to the next, like a verbal chain linking back through time to the oldest memories of the people. When a skald began to speak, the hall would grow silent. Their words conjured images more vivid than any painting. Gods striding across the sky, heroes facing impossible odds, magical creatures lurking in mountain shadows. These were not merely entertainments but teachings, explanations of the world and its workings, guides for how to live and die with honour. The stories told of Odin, the one-eyed seeker of wisdom who hung himself from the world tree for 9 days and nights to gain knowledge of the runes. They spoke of Thor, whose mighty hammer Mjolnir created thunder when it struck, and whose strength protected both gods and humans from the chaotic forces that threatened their worlds. The skald might recount the clever schemes of Loki, a shape-shifting trickster whose wit brought both wonders and disasters to the gods. These tales were not simply repeated. They lived and breathed, changing subtly with each telling while maintaining their core truths. A skald might emphasize different aspects of a story depending on the audience or the lesson they wished to impart. In a hall of warriors preparing for battle, the focus might be on valor and glory in combat. Among farmers awaiting spring, the tales might center on fertility gods and the cycles of seasons. For the Norse people, these stories explained the world around them. The thunder was Thor battling giants. The northern lights were reflections from the shields of the Valkyries, warrior maidens who chose which fallen heroes would join Odin in his hall of Valhalla. Spring came when the goddess Freya returned from the mountains, bringing growth and new life to the land. The oral tradition shaped how the Norse viewed themselves and their place in a harsh and often dangerous world. The gods of their stories were not perfect or all-powerful, but struggled with many of the same challenges humans faced: betrayal, loss, ethical dilemmas, and the knowledge of their own mortality. Even the mighty gods of Asgard were destined to face an end at Ragnarok, the final battle where many would fall. This recognition of impermanence gave Norse mythology a distinct character, honoring those who faced inevitable fate with courage rather than seeking impossible perfection. Children grew up hearing these stories, absorbing their values along with their plots. Young boys dreamed of fighting with the bravery of Thor. Girls might admire the independence of goddesses like Freya or the loyalty of Sigyn. The sagas taught that one must face life with courage, value family bonds, maintain honor, respect oaths, and remember that even the smallest actions could echo through time in ways no one could predict. For hundreds of years, these stories lived only on the breath of skalds, in the memories of listeners, transmitted from one generation to the next, without a single word written down. The Vikings who sailed their dragon-headed ships across the seas carried these stories with them to new lands, to Iceland, Greenland, parts of Britain, Ireland, and even North America. In each new settlement, the tales acted as anchors to their cultural identity, reminding them of who they were and where they came from. It was only much later, primarily in Iceland during the 12th and 13th centuries, long after many Norse people had converted to Christianity, that these stories were finally written down. Scholars and poets, recognizing the cultural value of the old tales, recorded them in manuscripts that preserved echoes of those firelit tellings from centuries before. The two most important collections were the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda. The Poetic Edda is a collection of anonymous poems found in an Icelandic manuscript from around 1270, though the poems themselves are much older, preserving some of the very verses once recited by skalds. The Prose Edda was written by the Icelandic scholar and politician Snorri Sturluson around 1220, as a handbook for poets, explaining the references and stories needed to understand traditional Norse poetry. Without these written records, the rich mythological tradition of the Norse people might have faded entirely from memory, yet even in written form, the tales maintain something of their oral character. They sometimes contradict each other, offer multiple versions of events, or leave gaps that hint at stories that were once known, but eventually lost to time. The world described in these tales is complex and fascinating, organized around a cosmic structure unlike any other. At the center stands Yggdrasil, the immense ash tree whose branches and roots connect 9 distinct realms, each with its own inhabitants and character. The gods dwell in Asgard, humans in Midgard, giants in Jotunheim, and the dead in the misty depths of Helheim. Other realms house elves, dwarves, and creatures of fire and ice. This tree, this connection between worlds, forms the backbone of Norse cosmology. Its branches reach to the highest heavens while its 3 great roots extend to 3 different springs. The Well of Erd, where the Norns weave the fates of all living things. Mimi's Brunn, the Well of Wisdom, guarded by the severed head of the wise being Mimir, and Hövergölmir, the roaring cauldron in Niflheim, from which many rivers flow. The tree itself is under constant attack. A great dragon named Nidhogg gnaws at its roots, and 4 stags nibble at its branches, yet it endures, maintained by the 3 Norns who sprinkle it daily with water from the Well of Erd. This constant tension between creation and destruction, order and chaos, runs throughout Norse mythology, reflecting the harsh realities of life in the northern lands. These 9 realms remain mysterious to us today, glimpsed only through stories that have survived centuries of retelling. Even in the written accounts, there are variations in how the realms are described and which beings inhabit them. This uncertainty feels appropriate for a mythology that was never standardized, controlled by any central religious authority, but instead evolved organically through countless tellings around countless fires. The complexity of this cosmic structure hints at the depth of Norse religious thought. This was no simple religion, but a sophisticated understanding of the universe that acknowledged its mysteries and contradictions, rather than attempting to explain them away. The gods themselves embodied these complexities, wise yet flawed, powerful yet vulnerable, worthy of respect yet capable of terrible mistakes. As we explore these myths in the coming chapters, we will move through these 9 realms, meeting their inhabitants and unraveling their stories. We begin with the most powerful and complex figure in the entire pantheon, Odin, the All-Father, who sacrificed his eye for wisdom and himself for knowledge. The one-eyed wanderer whose ravens bring him news from across all worlds, and whose endless quest for understanding drives many of the most important events in Norse mythology. Among all the gods of the Norse pantheon, none commands more fascination, fear, and respect than Odin. A god of contradictions and complexities, Odin walks through the 9 realms as both a majestic king and a mysterious wanderer, a generous giver of gifts and a demanding taker of lives, a seeker of wisdom willing to suffer any pain for knowledge. To understand Odin is to grasp the very heart of Norse mythology and the Viking worldview. When the Norse people look to the sky during storms, they might glimpse a tall figure on an 8-legged horse, racing through the clouds with a broad-brimmed hat shadowing his face. This was Odin on his steed Sleipnir, surveying the 9 realms he helped create. The wind of his passage stirred the branches of Yggdrasil, and the single eye gleaming from beneath his hat missed nothing of importance in the worlds below. Odin earned his title as All-Father by helping to create the world and humans. According to the myths, Odin and his brothers Vili and Ve discovered 2 tree trunks on the shore where the primordial realms of ice and fire had merged. From these simple pieces of wood, they crafted the first humans, Ask and Embla. Odin gave them breath and spirit, Vili provided intelligence and emotion, and Ve bestowed upon them the senses and physical appearance. Through this act of creation, Odin became father to the human race, watching over them with both benevolence and stern judgment. His appearance reflected his complex nature. Tall and strong despite his apparent age, Odin typically appeared as an older man with a long grey beard, but his bearing remained powerful and commanding. Where his right eye should be, there was only an empty socket or a scar, the price he willingly paid for wisdom. He often travelled disguised in a blue cloak with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low to hide his missing eye, calling himself by one of his many names to conceal his true identity. For Odin possessed more names than any other being in Norse mythology, hundreds of them, each reflecting a different aspect of his power or personality. He was called Grimnir, the Masked One, Harbar the Greybeard, Gangleri, the Wanderer, Sigdir, God of Victory, Hangatyr, God of the Hanged, Alfother, Allfather, Valfother, Father of the Slain, and countless others. Each name was a fragment of his true self, and no single name could capture his entirety. At his shoulders perched two ravens, Hugin and Munin, Thought and Memory, who flew out each dawn across all 9 realms, and returned at evening to whisper in his ears all they had seen and heard. When the Norse people noticed ravens circling a battlefield, or perched on a rooftop, they wondered if Odin's eyes were upon them, gathering intelligence for purposes only the god himself might know. At his feet lay 2 wolves, Jerry and Freki, both names meaning the ravenous one, whom Odin fed from his table. He himself consumed nothing but mead or wine, sustaining himself entirely on drink while giving all his food to his wolf companions. Like the wolves they kept, Norse warriors who dedicated themselves to Odin cultivated a ferocious hunger for battle and victory. Odin's hall in Asgard was Valhalla, a majestic building roofed with golden shields, so large it contained 540 doors, each wide enough for 800 warriors to march through side by side. Here Odin hosted the Einherjar, warriors who had died courageously in battle and been selected by the Valkyries to join his eternal army. Every day these chosen warriors would fight each other in practice combat, falling only to rise again whole for the evening feast. They ate the meat of a magical boar that restored itself each night and drank endless mead served by the Valkyries. This was no mere paradise of pleasure. Odin gathered these warriors for a purpose to fight beside him at Ragnarök, the fated final battle where gods and giants would clash in mutual destruction. Odin, with all his wisdom and foresight, knew he was doomed to die in that conflict, swallowed by the great wolf Fenrir. His collection of elite warriors represented his attempt to change, or at least challenge, a fate he knew could not be avoided. For unlike many other divine figures in world mythology, Odin and the Norse gods were not immortal in the strict sense. They lived extraordinarily long lives and had access to magical means of preserving their youth, like the golden apples kept by the goddess Idun, but they could be killed, and many were fated to die when Ragnarök arrived. This knowledge of their own mortality added a poignant dimension to Norse mythology and shaped Odin's character profoundly. Perhaps it was this awareness of his ultimate fate that drove Odin's relentless pursuit of wisdom. No god in any mythology has sacrificed more for knowledge than Odin. His most famous sacrifice came at the foot of Yggdrasil, where he gave up his eye to drink from Mimir's well, a source of profound wisdom and foresight. The image of the one-eyed god reflects the Norse understanding that true wisdom always comes at a cost. We must give up something of ourselves to gain deeper insight. Even more dramatic was his self-sacrifice upon Yggdrasil itself. According to the Havamal, a collection of poems attributed to Odin, he hung himself from the world tree for 9 days and nights, wounded by his own spear, receiving neither food nor drink. As he hung suspended between life and death, he peered down into the depths below Yggdrasil and perceived the runes, mystical symbols containing the secrets of existence. With a cry he seized them and fell from the tree, forever changed by the knowledge he had gained. 9 nights I hung on that windswept tree, pierced by a spear, pledged to Odin, myself to myself, on that tree whose roots no one knows where they run. No bread did they give me, nor drink from a horn. Downward I peered. I grasped the runes. Screaming I grasped them, then I fell back. This ordeal, with its echoes of shamanic initiation and its parallels to other mythic sacrifices, reveals the depth of Odin's determination to understand the mysteries of existence. He became the master of runes and magic, able to bind and unbind, to protect or destroy, to navigate between worlds and states of consciousness. Odin's wisdom extended to the art of poetry as well. According to one famous myth, the magical mead of poetry was brewed from the blood of Kvasir, a being of immense wisdom created from the spittle of the Aesir and Vanir gods. After giants killed Kvasir and made this mead, Odin determined to retrieve it. Transforming himself into a snake, he slithered into the mountain where the mead was kept, then changed into an eagle to fly away with it, carrying the precious liquid in his mouth back to Asgard. Some of the mead spilled during his escape, falling to Midgard, where it became the inspiration of lesser poets. But the bulk of it Odin brought to the gods, making divine poetry possible. This myth connected the ecstasy of poetic inspiration to Odin's magical powers and positioned him as patron of skalds and all who work with words. Despite his association with poetry and wisdom, Odin was equally a god of war, specifically of the berserk battle frenzy that seized some warriors. These fighters, called berserkers, were said to be possessed by Odin during combat, becoming impervious to pain and fighting with supernatural strength. They neither needed nor wore armor, often going into battle wearing only bearskins, the likely source of the term berserker, meaning bear shirt. These warriors were both admired and feared, valued for their fighting prowess, but considered dangerous even to their own side. Odin's connection to battle went beyond mere violence. As a war god, he was concerned with the strategic and political aspects of conflict. He might grant victory to the side that impressed him most with their courage or cunning, rather than the side that simply prayed the loudest. There are many stories in which Odin abandons a longtime favorite in the midst of battle, ensuring their death but welcoming them personally to Valhalla afterward. This seemingly capricious behavior points to Odin's role as a collector of souls for his army. Every warrior who died in battle represented a potential recruit for the forces he was gathering for Ragnarok. This gave him an interest in promoting warfare that troubled even some of his worshippers. While Thor protected humanity from giants and monsters, Odin sometimes seemed to view humans as pieces in a cosmic game, sacrifices to be made for purposes beyond mortal understanding. This darker aspect of Odin connects to his role as a god of death, particularly death by hanging, a method of execution that doubled as a sacrifice to him. Archaeological and historical evidence suggests that human sacrifices were sometimes made to Odin by hanging victims from trees, mirroring his own ordeal on Yggdrasil. The famous description by the Arab diplomat Ibn Fadlan of a Viking funeral included an account of a servant girl being strangled and stabbed simultaneously, a possible reference to the method of sacrifice associated with Odin. Yet despite these darker elements, Odin was not viewed as evil or malevolent. The Norse understood that the harsh realities of life in their challenging environment required tough choices and occasional ruthlessness. Odin embodied this pragmatic approach to survival, making difficult decisions for what he perceived as the greater good. His worshippers admired his willingness to do whatever was necessary to gain advantage against the chaotic forces that threatened ordered existence. Odin's interactions with other beings revealed both his wisdom and his complexity. With giants, he often engaged in contests of knowledge rather than physical battles. He disguised himself as a wanderer called Ganrithir, and challenged the giant Vafaruthanir to a knowledge contest, each asking the other increasingly difficult questions about the nature of the cosmos. When Odin finally asked what he himself had whispered in the ear of his son Balder before Balder was laid on his funeral pyre, the giant recognized his opponent and acknowledged defeat. The answer to that question could only be known by Odin himself. With humans, Odin sometimes appeared as a mysterious traveler testing their hospitality and wisdom. Those who welcomed the disguised god often received rewards, while those who mistreated him faced consequences. These stories reinforced the Norse cultural value of hospitality, while reminding people that the gods might be watching their behavior at any time. Among his fellow gods, Odin was respected but not always loved. His methods could seem manipulative, his goals obscure even to his closest companions. Thor, his son, represented a more straightforward approach to divinity, direct action, clear purposes, and reliable protection of both gods and humans. The contrast between father and son highlighted the tension in Norse culture between wisdom and strength, between complex strategy and honest confrontation. But perhaps Odin's most fascinating relationship was with Loki, the trickster figure who was neither fully god nor fully giant. Though not blood-related, they had become blood brothers through ritual, creating a bond that even Loki's worst misdeeds could not completely sever. Both were shapeshifters, both were cunning, and both understood that sometimes rules must be broken for necessary ends. Yet where Odin broke norms in pursuit of cosmic goals, Loki often seemed to delight in chaos for its own sake. Their relationship symbolized the fine line between necessary disruption and destructive chaos, a boundary that Norse society itself constantly negotiated in its adaptation to harsh and changing conditions. Innovation required breaking with tradition, yet too much change too quickly could threaten community survival. Both Odin and Loki walked this dangerous edge, though in different ways and for different reasons. As we leave Odin seated on his high seat, Hlidskjalf from which he can see all 9 realms, his ravens bringing him news, his wolves at his feet, his thoughts already focused on the coming doom he has foreseen, we turn our attention to his most famous son, If Odin represents the complex, sometimes troubling wisdom required to navigate a dangerous cosmos, Thor embodies a more comfortable, accessible form of divine power. The straightforward strength and courage needed to face life's challenges directly. The Norse people imagined their universe as a vast interconnected structure of 9 distinct worlds, all held within the mighty branches and roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Unlike the heaven and hell of later religious traditions, these realms existed alongside one another, each with its own landscape, inhabitants, and role in the cosmic order. To understand the gods and heroes of Norse mythology, we must first understand the worlds they inhabited and travelled between. Yggdrasil stands at the centre of all creation, an immense ash tree of impossible proportions. Its branches stretch up to cradle the heavenly realms, while its 3 enormous roots plunge down into wells and springs of primordial significance. The tree itself is more than mere wood. It is the cosmic axis, the living connection between all worlds. The name Yggdrasil itself offers insight into its nature. Ygg was one of Odin's many names meaning terrible or awesome, while Drasil means horse. Together they form Odin's horse, a reference to how Odin hung himself from this tree for 9 days and nights in his quest for wisdom. The tree became, in a sense, the steed that carried him to deeper knowledge. Every day the 3 Norns, female beings who control fate, water the tree from the well of Erd to keep it healthy despite the constant attacks it endures. A great eagle sits at its crown, a dragon gnaws at its roots, and 4 stags nibble at its branches. This continuous cycle of damage and renewal mirrors the Norse understanding of existence, a constant tension between order and chaos, creation and destruction. At the very top of Yggdrasil sits Asgard, the realm of the Aesir gods. In Norse belief, there were 2 main families of gods, the Aesir and the Vanir. The Aesir were primarily associated with war, judgment, and crafting, while the Vanir governed fertility, wisdom, and the ability to see the future. After an ancient war between these 2 divine families ended in stalemate, they exchanged hostages and largely unified their pantheons, with most gods dwelling in Asgard. Asgard is a place of splendor, surrounded by a mighty wall built by a giant who was later cheated of his payment, leading to one of Thor's many battles. Within this realm stand magnificent halls belonging to different gods. Most famous is Valhalla, Odin's hall where fallen warriors feast and fight each day, preparing for their role in the final battle of Ragnarök. There is also Bilskirnir, Thor's enormous hall of 540 rooms, Sessrumnir, the hall of the goddess Freya, where she receives her share of the battle slain, and many others. Asgard is connected to the human realm by Bifrost, the rainbow bridge guarded by the god Heimdall. With his extraordinary senses, including the ability to hear grass growing and see 100 miles in all directions, Heimdall keeps watch for giants or other enemies who might threaten the gods. Below Asgard lies Midgard, the realm of humans. This middle world, hence the name, was created by the gods from the body of the slain giant Ymir at the beginning of time. The gods fashioned Ymir's flesh into the earth, his blood into the seas, his bones into mountains, and his skull into the sky. To protect humans from the chaotic forces outside, they used Ymir's eyebrows to build a wall around Midgard. Midgard is encircled by a vast ocean where the great serpent Jörmungand, one of Loki's monstrous children, lies coiled around the world, gripping its own tail. Thor has several encounters with this massive creature, including one famous fishing trip, where he nearly pulls it from the sea before his giant companion cuts the line in fear. Connected to Midgard, but distinct from it, is Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. In Norse mythology, giants are not merely big humans but primordial beings of tremendous power, often associated with the untamed natural forces. Many are enemies of the gods, yet others become their allies, friends, or even lovers. Thor's mother was a giantess, and Loki was born of giant stock, highlighting the complex relationship between these 2 races. Jotunheim is a wild, mountainous land of extremes, towering peaks, deep valleys, dense forests, and icy wastes. Here, giants live in stone fortresses or mountain caves, plotting against the gods, or simply living according to their own ancient ways. Many of the most famous Norse myths involve gods journeying to Jotunheim, usually Thor to battle giants, or Odin to seek knowledge from their ancient wisdom. In the dark places beneath Midgard lies Svartalfheim, realm of the dwarves, also called the Dark Elves in some sources. Despite their small stature, dwarves play crucial roles in many myths. Master craftsmen without equal, they created some of the most powerful objects in Norse mythology: Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Odin's spear Gungnir, and the magical golden ring Dropnir. Dwarves live underground, mining precious metals and gems, forging magical items, and guarding ancient secrets. They are often portrayed as greedy but bound by their word. Once they promise to craft something, they must deliver, though they might seek to trick or cheat their way out of unfavorable bargains. Their realm is one of forge fires and hammerfall, glittering treasures and deep mountain halls. Above Midgard lies Alfheim, home of the Light Elves. Unlike the dwarves, the elves are beautiful, luminous beings associated with fertility and light. The god Freyr, originally of the Vanir family, was given lordship over Alfheim as a teething present, showing the close connection between the Vanir gods and these fair creatures. While less prominent in the myths than dwarves or giants, elves were important in daily Norse religious practice. Offerings were made to them for health and good harvests, and they were thought to interact with humans more frequently than the gods themselves. Their realm is depicted as a place of ethereal beauty, with fields of flowers and forests of silver-leaf trees beneath an ever-bright sky. Opposite to the light of Alfheim is the primordial darkness of Niflheim, a realm of ice, mist, and cold that existed even before the gods. One of the two primeval realms, along with fiery Muspelheim, Niflheim was a place of freezing fog and ancient darkness. Here the 11 venomous rivers known as the Elevagar originated, flowing from the roaring cauldron Hvergelmir before winding their way through the cosmos. In later Norse cosmology, parts of Niflheim became associated with Helheim, the realm of the dead governed by the goddess Hel, another of Loki's children. Those who died of illness or old age rather than in battle were sent to her domain. Unlike the Christian concept of hell, Helheim was not a place of punishment but simply another state of existence, cold and misty but not tormenting. Muspelheim, the land of primordial fire, stands in eternal opposition to icy Niflheim. This blazing realm is home to fire giants and elemental beings of heat and destruction. Most fearsome among them is Surtur, a fire giant who wields a flaming sword and will lead the sons of Muspel against the gods at Ragnarok, ultimately engulfing the world in fire. The tension between ice and fire plays a crucial role in Norse creation stories. In the beginning, in the Great Void, called Ginnungagak, the icy rivers of Niflheim flowed toward the sparks and flames of Muspelheim. Where cold and heat met, droplets formed, and from these droplets emerged the first living being, the frost giant Ymir. The ninth realm, Vanaheim, is the original home of the Vanir gods before many relocated to Asgard after the Aesir-Vanir War. Less is known about this realm than the others, as few myths take place there. What stories do reveal suggest a lush land of wild magic, fertility, and ancient wisdom. The Vanir gods who remain there continue their old ways, governing natural cycles and practicing forms of magic different from those of Odin and his kin. This cosmic structure, with 9 interconnected worlds spread throughout the mighty Yggdrasil, reflects the Norse understanding of a universe that is ordered yet wild, unified yet diverse. The gods, humans, giants, and other beings all have their places within this framework, but the boundaries between realms are not impenetrable. Roads connect them, magic bridges span the distances, and those with knowledge and power can travel between worlds. For the Norse people, these realms were not merely mythological constructs but explanations for the world they experienced. The harsh winters came from the influence of Niflheim. Thunder was Thor riding across the sky in his goat-drawn chariot. The northern lights might be the Bifrost Bridge gleaming, or the reflections from the shields of the Valkyries. This cosmic map also reflected the Norse understanding of their own society, a world where different groups had different functions, where boundaries existed but could be crossed, where opposing forces maintained a tense balance. Just as the realms were connected by Yggdrasil, Norse communities were connected by ties of kinship, oath, and shared stories. To navigate these 9 realms required wisdom, courage, and often cunning, qualities embodied most fully in Odin, the Allfather. As chief of the Aesir gods, his power extended throughout the cosmos, yet even he was subject to its underlying laws and the decrees of fate. His endless quest for knowledge took him to every corner of the 9 realms, from the highest branches of Yggdrasil to its deepest roots. Odin understood, perhaps better than any other being, that knowledge itself was the greatest power in the Nine Realms. His wisdom came at terrible personal cost, the sacrifice of his eye to drink from Mimir's well of knowledge, the 9 days hanging wounded from Yggdrasil to learn the secrets of the runes, the countless disguised wanderings among giants and humans seeking hidden truths. This one-eyed god, with ravens at his shoulders and wolves at his feet, moved through the 9 realms like a shadow, gathering secrets and preparing for the doom that he knew would eventually come to gods and worlds alike. Sit content. While Odin may have been the highest of the gods, it was his son Thor who captured the hearts of the Norse people. When thunder rolled across northern skies, they did not cower in fear but took comfort, knowing Thor was fighting against the chaotic forces that threatened their world. His was the might that protected both Asgard and Midgard, his hammer the weapon that kept giants and monsters at bay. If Odin represented the complexity of wisdom, Thor embodied the straightforward virtues of strength, courage, and reliability. Thor cut an impressive figure even among the gods. Powerfully built with a broad chest and massive arms hardened by countless battles, he stood as the physical ideal of Norse warrior culture. His most distinctive feature was his red beard, fiery in color and full in shape, matching his often passionate temperament. When angered, his eyes would flash with the same energy as the lightning he commanded, and his very breath could summon storms. Unlike his father, who traveled in disguise through the 9 realms, Thor made no attempt to hide his identity. He had no need for subterfuge or misdirection. His approach to problems was direct and forceful. He moved through the cosmos openly, welcomed by humans who saw him as their champion, and feared by giants who knew him as their doom. This transparency made Thor deeply relatable to the common people, who valued straightforward dealing over the mysteries and manipulation sometimes associated with Odin. Thor traveled the skies in a chariot pulled by 2 goats named Tengrisnir and Tengjost, Teeth-Barer and Teeth-Grinder. The sound of his chariot wheels rolling across the clouds created the thunder that accompanied lightning storms. More remarkable still were the goats themselves, for Thor could slaughter and eat them when hungry, then resurrect them from their bones and hides the following morning, provided all bones remained intact. The source of Thor's greatest power, however, was his hammer and Mjolnir, perhaps the most famous weapon in all of mythology. Crafted by dwarves after Loki's mischief forced them into a contest of craftsmanship, the hammer was nearly perfect, capable of striking with devastating force, never missing its target, and always returning to Thor's hand after being thrown. Its only flaw was a slightly shortened handle, the result of Loki's interference during its forging, which meant it had to be wielded one-handed. Mjolnir was more than just a weapon of war. It was a sacred instrument with multiple functions in Norse religious practice and mythology. Thor used it to bless marriages, ensuring fertility and protecting new unions. He consecrated important locations and events by raising the hammer over them. In the human realm, small hammer pendants were widely worn as protective amulets, especially during the period when Christianity was beginning to spread through Scandinavia. These symbols allowed the Norse people to quietly maintain their connection to Thor, even as they outwardly adapted to new religious requirements. The hammer also represented Thor's role as a god of fertility and agriculture, an aspect sometimes overlooked in favor of his warrior image. His storms brought the rain needed for crops to grow, and his protection allowed farmers to work their fields in peace. Many rural communities considered him their special patron, offering prayers to him during planting and harvest seasons. This connection to the land and its bounty made Thor especially beloved among the common people who worked the soil, while warriors and nobles might look more to Odin for guidance. Thor's personality matched his appearance and role, straightforward, occasionally hot-tempered, but fundamentally good-natured and reliable. He could be quick to anger, especially when confronted with oath-breakers or threats to those under his protection, but he was equally quick to laugh and feast when dangers passed. His appetites were legendary. Stories tell of him consuming entire oxen and drinking enough mead to lower the level of the sea. Yet even in his moments of indulgence, he remained approachable, the sort of god with whom ordinary people could imagine sharing a meal or a joke. This combination of immense power and relatable character made Thor the most widely worshipped god throughout most of the Viking Age. While Odin might have been favored by kings, poets, and those seeking hidden knowledge, Thor was the god of the people, the divine protector, who stood between their communities and the dangerous forces beyond. Archaeological evidence confirms his popularity. More places bear names connected to Thor than to any other deity in the Norse lands, and his hammer symbols are among the most common religious artifacts recovered from the period. The stories of Thor revolve around his constant battles against the enemies of cosmic order, particularly the Jotnar, or giants. These were not simply tales of brute force triumphing over evil, but complex narratives that revealed much about Norse values and worldview. Through Thor's adventures, the Norse people explored questions of courage, honor, cleverness, and the proper use of strength. One of the most famous tales begins with the theft of Mjolnir by the giant Thrym, who demanded the goddess Freya as his bride in exchange for returning the hammer. When Freya understandably refused to marry the giant, Loki devised a plan. Thor himself would dress as the bride, with Loki as his handmaiden, and they would travel to Jotunheim to retrieve the hammer. Though initially reluctant to don women's clothing, Thor recognized the necessity of recovering his weapon. At the wedding feast, Thrym became increasingly confused by his bride's behavior, particularly her enormous appetite, as Thor consumed an entire ox, ate salmon, and vast quantities of mead. Loki quickly explained that Freya had been so excited about the wedding that she had not eaten for 8 days. When Thrym attempted to kiss his bride, he was startled by the fierce glare in Thor's eyes, but again Loki intervened, claiming that Freya had not slept for 8 nights due to anticipation. Finally, Thrym ordered that the hammer be brought in to bless the union, as was customary. The moment Mjolnir was placed in Thor's lap, he grabbed it, cast off his disguise, and slaughtered Thrym and all the giants present at the feast. This story, while humorous, highlights the lengths to which Thor would go to fulfill his duty as protector, even at the cost of his own pride. It also reveals the Norse appreciation for cleverness alongside strength. Thor's might alone was not enough to solve this problem. Loki's trickery was equally necessary. Another famous adventure took Thor and Loki to the castle of the giant king, Loki, who subjected them to a series of seemingly impossible challenges. Thor was challenged to lift a cat, wrestle an old woman, and drink from a horn. To his shock and humiliation, he failed at each task, barely raising the cat's paw off the ground, getting forced to one knee by the old woman, and only managing to lower the level in the drinking horn slightly. Only after they departed did Loki reveal the truth. The cat was actually the Midgard serpent, Jörmungandr, which encircles the entire world. The old woman was age itself, which eventually brings down even the strongest being, and the horn was connected to the ocean, so Thor had actually created the tides by drinking from it. What had seemed like embarrassing failures were actually astonishing feats that had terrified the giants. This story taught that appearances can be deceiving, and even the mightiest must sometimes face limitations, though Thor's failures were still beyond what any other being could accomplish. Perhaps the most significant of all Thor's encounters was his fishing trip with the giant Hymir. Using the head of an ox as bait, Thor cast his line into the deep ocean and hooked Jörmungandr, the enormous world serpent and one of Loki's monstrous children. As Thor struggled to pull the serpent from the depths, he planted his feet so firmly on the ocean floor that they broke through the bottom of the boat. Just as he raised his hammer to strike the creature's head, Hymir panicked at the sight of the monstrous serpent and cut the fishing line, allowing Jörmungandr to sink back into the depths. This encounter foreshadowed the destined final meeting between Thor and the world serpent at Ragnarök, where prophecy said they would kill each other. Thor would slay the serpent but would take only 9 steps afterward before falling dead from its venom. This fated mutual destruction underscored the Norse belief that even the mightiest of the gods could not escape their destiny. Thor's immense strength would be enough to defeat his greatest enemy, but not enough to save himself. Thor's role as defender extended beyond combating giants to maintaining the boundaries between realms. When the giant builder constructed the walls of Asgard, a task he undertook with the promise of claiming the goddess Freya the sun and the moon as payment if he finished within a specified time, it was Thor who ultimately prevented the completion of the bargain. Arriving just as the work was nearly finished, Thor recognized the builder as a giant in disguise and killed him with a blow from Mjolnir, protecting both the goddesses and the cosmic order. While Thor's adventures often involved battles and tests of strength, they also revealed his sense of justice and his role as an enforcer of oaths. He had little patience for those who broke their word or violated the norms of hospitality and reciprocity that governed Norse society. In this, he differed from his father Odin, who might value cleverness and advantage over strict adherence to promises. Thor represented a more straightforward moral code, one centered on protecting the weak, fulfilling obligations, and meeting threats with appropriate force. Thor's family relationships added further dimensions to his character. His wife was Sif, a goddess associated with fertility and whose golden hair symbolized fields of wheat. The story of how Loki cut her hair while she slept and was then forced by Thor to replace it with hair of actual gold crafted by dwarves reveals Thor's devotion to his wife and his unwillingness to tolerate insults to his family. Thor also had a giantess lover named Jaun Saxa, with whom he fathered Magni, a son who would be strong enough to lift Mjolnir when he was just 3 days old. Thor's relationship with Loki was particularly complex. Though not blood relatives, they frequently traveled together on adventures throughout the 9 realms. Loki's cleverness often complemented Thor's strength, allowing them to overcome challenges neither could manage alone. Yet Loki's trickery frequently created problems that Thor then had to solve, usually through the application of force or intimidation. Their partnership illuminated the Norse understanding that both strength and cunning were necessary for survival in a dangerous world, even if those qualities sometimes worked at cross purposes. As Christianity spread through the Norse lands, Thor became the primary focus of resistance to the new religion. While other gods had aspects that could be partially mapped onto Christian figures, Odin's self-sacrifice might be compared to Christ's. For instance, Thor represented values and approaches that stood in stark contrast to Christian teachings. His reliance on physical strength, his straightforward violence against enemies, and his celebration of worldly pleasures made him an embodiment of traditional Norse values that Christian missionaries sought to replace. The conflict between the followers of the White Christ and the Red Thor, as they were sometimes known, played out over generations. In Iceland, when the Althing, the legislative assembly, voted to adopt Christianity in the year 1000 CE, a special exemption was made, allowing people to continue making private sacrifices to Thor and the old gods, though public worship was to follow Christian practices. This compromise reflected both the enduring popularity of Thor and the pragmatic approach the Norse people took to religious change. Thor's legacy extends far beyond the Viking Age. His name lives on in the English weekday Thursday, Thor's Day, and his hammer remains one of the most recognizable symbols of Norse heritage. In modern popular culture, from comics to films to literature, Thor continues to embody the archetype of the powerful protector, the straightforward hero whose strength serves a moral purpose. Yet the Thor of ancient Norse belief was more nuanced than many modern portrayals suggest. He was not simply a warrior god but a complex figure who embodied the ideal balance of strength, courage, and moral purpose that the Norse people aspired to achieve. His protection extended to all who lived honorably and kept their oaths, from the highest jarl to the humblest farmer. In a world full of dangers, both natural and supernatural, Thor's thunderous presence reminded the Norse people that they were not facing those perils alone. As we leave the red-bearded god with his hammer raised against the giants, we turn now to a very different figure in the Norse pantheon. If Thor represents straightforward strength and moral clarity, Loki embodies ambiguity and disruption, the force of change that can both create and destroy. The relationship between these two powerful figures, one the upholder of order and the other its challenger, reveals much about how the Norse understood the necessary balance between stability and transformation. In the flickering shadows cast by firelight as skalds spoke of the gods of Asgard, perhaps no figure inspired more conflicted emotions than Loki. Neither fully god nor giant but something uniquely in between, Loki moved through the 9 realms like Quicksilver, changing shape, shifting loyalties, creating and solving problems with equal skill. If Thor represented the protective strength the Norse people relied upon, Loki embodied the unpredictable changes they had to adapt to in their harsh northern world. Unlike most figures in the Norse pantheon, Loki had no temples built in his name, no festivals dedicated to him, no evidence of direct worship, yet he appears in more myths than almost any other character, playing crucial roles in tales that range from light-hearted comedy to cosmic tragedy. He was not a god to be worshipped but a force to be reckoned with, the embodiment of fire's dual nature as both essential tool and destructive power. Loki's origins set him apart from the start. Born to giants rather than gods, he was the son of Faraboti, whose name means cruel striker and may refer to lightning, and Laufey, whose name connects to leaves or forests. This mixed heritage placed him outside the established order, neither belonging fully to the gods of Asgard nor to their traditional enemies, the giants of Jotunheim. Yet somehow, through means never clearly explained in the surviving texts, Loki became blood brother to Odin himself, a bond that gave him a place among the Aesir, despite his outsider status. In appearance, Loki was handsome and slight of build, with an agile frame suited to his quick wit and talent for slipping out of dangerous situations. His hair was sometimes described as black, contrasting with Thor's fiery red and suggesting his shadowy nature. Most notable, however, was his expressive face, particularly his eyes, described as sharp and glinting with intelligence, and his mouth, from which flowed both clever solutions and malicious lies with equal ease. The Norse people had a term for him, Lopter, meaning the airy one, suggesting someone difficult to grasp or pin down. Loki's most remarkable ability was his power of shape-shifting, changing not just his appearance, but his entire physical form. Throughout the myths, he transforms into a salmon to escape capture, a fly to sneak into locked rooms, a mare to distract a giant stallion, and many other forms as situations demanded. This fluidity of identity reflected his role as a boundary crosser, someone who moved between categories that others found fixed and immutable. As the trickster of Norse mythology, Loki served multiple functions within the stories and within the society that told them. His escapades taught valuable lessons about the dangers of excess pride, the importance of adaptation, and the inevitable consequences of breaking social bonds. He challenged the status quo, forcing gods and humans alike to question their assumptions and find new solutions to problems. When the gods grew too comfortable or rigid, Loki was there to shake things up, creating chaos but often spurring necessary growth. The tales of Loki generally fall into three phases that track his gradual transformation from helpful trickster to malicious destroyer. In the earliest stories, he appears as a mischievous but ultimately constructive figure who uses his cunning to help the gods out of difficult situations, many of which he created himself. In the middle phase, his pranks become more dangerous and self-serving, though he still makes amends when forced to. In the final phase, following the death of Balder, which Loki engineers, he becomes an outright enemy of the gods, destined to lead the forces of chaos against them at Ragnarok. One of the earliest tales shows Loki in his more positive aspect. When the gods needed walls built around Asgard for protection, a giant stonemason offered to complete the job in 3 seasons, in exchange for the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freya. At Loki's suggestion, the gods agreed but imposed an impossible deadline. The work had to be finished in a single winter, with no man's help. To their alarm, the mason and his powerful stallion Feudal worked with such incredible speed that it seemed he would finish on time. Desperate to avoid paying the devastating price, the gods threatened Loki, holding him responsible for finding a solution. Transforming himself into a mare, Loki lured away Feudal, preventing the mason from completing his work. The giant, revealing his true nature in his rage, was then killed by Thor. From Loki's time as a mare came one of his strangest offspring, the 8-legged horse Sleipnir, who became Odin's personal mount, the finest steed in all the 9 realms. This story establishes several key aspects of Loki's character: his ability to create clever solutions to dangerous problems, his willingness to transform himself in extreme ways to achieve his goals, and the unusual consequences that often resulted from his schemes. It also shows the gods' ambivalent relationship with him. They rely on his quick thinking but are quick to blame him when things go wrong. Another famous tale reveals how Loki's mischief could lead both to problems and to invaluable treasures. When he cut off the golden hair of Thor's wife Sif as a prank, Thor threatened to break every bone in his body unless the damage was repaired. Loki then ventured to the realm of the dwarves, persuading the sons of Iveldi to forge new hair for Sif from actual gold, so perfect it would grow like real hair. While there, he also commissioned 2 other treasures: Skidbladnir, a ship that could fold up into a pocket but expand to carry all the gods, and Gungnir, a spear that would never miss its mark. Not content with these 3 treasures, Loki then challenged 2 dwarf brothers, Brokra and Sindri, claiming they could not forge items of equal quality. The stakes were Loki's own head. As the brothers worked, Loki transformed into a fly and bit them repeatedly, trying to spoil their work. Despite this sabotage, they created 3 more marvels: a living boar with golden bristles, a gold ring called Drupnir that would drop 8 identical rings every 9th night, and a hammer, Megilnir, that would never miss its target and always return to its wielder. When the gods judged the dwarves' work superior, Loki fled but was captured by Thor. The dwarves came to claim his head, but Loki pointed out that they could take his head but not his neck. Frustrated by this technicality, the dwarves settled for sewing Loki's lips shut, a temporary punishment for his silver tongue. This myth shows how Loki's troublemaking often resulted in benefits for the gods, even as it caused short-term suffering for Loki himself. All 6 treasures became essential tools for the Aesir, especially Thor's hammer Mjolnir. Without Loki's initial mischief and subsequent challenges, these items would never have been created. This pattern, where Loki causes problems that ultimately lead to positive outcomes, appears repeatedly in the earlier myths. Loki's family life was as complex and unconventional as his relationship with the gods. With his wife Sigyn, he had 2 sons, Narfi and Vali, who appear to have been normal by godly standards. However, with the giantess Angrboda, he fathered 3 monstrous children who would play crucial roles in the coming doom of the gods. Hel, a being half alive and half corpse, who became ruler of the realm of the dead. Jörmungandr, the world serpent so large it encircled Midgard, and Fenrir the wolf whose strength was so great that only magic could bind him, and who was destined to kill Odin during Ragnarök. These children represented the chaos and destruction inherent in Loki's nature, the dangerous potential that lurked beneath his charming exterior. The gods, recognizing the threat they posed, took action, banishing Hel to the underworld, throwing Jörmungandr into the ocean, and binding Fenrir with a magical ribbon. These actions, while seemingly prudent, created enemies who would later return to destroy them, illustrating the Norse fatalism about whether dangers should be confronted or avoided. As the myths progress, Loki's schemes become increasingly harmful. In one telling episode, he accompanied Thor and the human servant Thialfi to the hall of the giant Utgarda Loki. There, the 3 visitors faced a series of rigged contests designed to humiliate them. Loki, competing in an eating contest against someone named Loki, was utterly defeated. His opponent consumed not just the meat but the bones and even the trough they ate from. Only later did they learn that Loki was actually fire itself, explaining Loki's defeat by his elemental counterpart. The turning point in Loki's story, and indeed in the entire Norse mythological cycle, came with the death of Balder, the most beloved of all the gods. Balder was beautiful, kind, and radiant, the embodiment of light and joy in the divine realm. After Balder began having dreams foretelling his death, his mother Frigg extracted promises from everything in all the realms: fire and water, stones and metals, plants and animals, diseases and poisons, that they would never harm her son. The gods even made a game of throwing weapons at Balder, delighting in how everything bounced off him without causing injury. Loki, disguised as an old woman, visited Frigg and learned that she had overlooked just one thing: the humble mistletoe, which she thought too young and harmless to bother with. Fashioning a dart from mistletoe, Loki then approached the blind god Herd, who had been standing aside during the games since he could not see to aim. Loki offered to guide Herder's hand so he could participate in the fun, directing the mistletoe dart straight at Balder. The seemingly harmless projectile pierced Balder's heart, killing him instantly. The gods were devastated. One volunteer, Hermod, rode Sleipnir down to Helheim to beg for Balder's release. Hel, Loki's daughter, agreed to return Balder to life, but only if everything in all the realms wept for him. The gods sent messengers everywhere, and indeed everything did weep for the beloved god, everything except one giantess named Thuk, who refused. This single holdout, widely believed to be Loki in yet another disguise, ensured that Balder remained trapped in the realm of death until after Ragnarök. This act marked Loki's transition from ambiguous trickster to outright villain in the mythology. The gods' response was merciless. They hunted Loki, who had transformed into a salmon and hidden in a river. After capturing him, they took him to a cave where they bound him with the entrails of his own son Narfi, whom they had transformed into a wolf to kill his brother Vali. They placed a serpent above Loki's head, which dripped venom onto his face. His faithful wife Sigyn stayed by his side with a bowl to catch the venom, but whenever she had to empty the bowl, the poison would fall on Loki's face, causing him to writhe in such agony that his movements created earthquakes in Midgard. This punishment was to last until Ragnarök, when Loki would break free to lead the forces of chaos against the gods in the final battle. According to prophecy, he would pilot the ship Naglfar, made from the untrimmed fingernails of the dead, bringing an army of giants and monsters to the battlefield. There he would fight Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, and they would kill each other, just as Thor and Jörmungandr, Odin and Fenrir would also cause mutual destruction. Looking at Loki's trajectory through the myths reveals much about how the Norse people understood the role of chaos and change in their world. Unlike many mythological tricksters who remain essentially the same throughout their stories, Loki undergoes a tragic transformation. He begins as a figure who creates problems but also solutions, who disrupts the status quo but ultimately reinforces the strength of the divine community by challenging it. Gradually, he becomes increasingly destructive, moving from mischief to malice, until finally embodying the inevitable forces of chaos that must eventually overturn even divine order. This transformation parallels the Norse understanding of existence itself. Their cosmology taught that the ordered world emerged from primordial chaos and would eventually return to it. The gods had won temporary victories against chaotic forces, but these victories could not last forever. Loki's journey from blood-brother of Odin to leader of the giants at Ragnarok personified this cosmic cycle. Yet even in his most destructive phase, Loki retained the complexity that made him such a compelling figure. His punishment, bound with his son's entrails beneath a venom-dripping serpent, was horrifically cruel, raising questions about the god's own morality. The loyalty of his wife Saijin, standing eternally by her husband despite his crimes, adds a note of poignant devotion to an otherwise dark tale. Even as an enemy of the gods, Loki could inspire love and loyalty. For the Norse people telling these stories around their fires, Loki represented necessary but dangerous elements in their own society. Innovation requires disrupting tradition. Survival in harsh environments demands adaptation and cunning, alongside strength and courage. Every community needs not just defenders like Thor, but also those who question, challenge, and change, even if such challenges bring both progress and pain. As the fire flickers and the Skald's voice grows hoarse, we leave Loki bound in his cave, his wife Saijin patiently holding the bowl above his face, catching the venom drop by drop. But our journey through Norse mythology continues, turning now to the warrior maidens who ride through the sky above, choosing which fallen heroes will feast in Odin's hall as they await the final battle. These are the Valkyries, the choosers of the slain, whose shining armor reflects the northern lights as they guide brave souls to Valhalla. In a small workshop in 2nd century China, craftsmen labor over flattened plant fibers, pressing them into thin sheets that will soon revolutionize how humans record and transmit knowledge. Across the empire, other workshops develop new techniques for printing, navigating, and even warfare. The story of ancient China is not just one of emperors and philosophers, but also of inventors and innovators whose creations would transform both their own civilization and eventually the wider world. The 4 great inventions traditionally celebrated in Chinese culture, paper, printing, the compass, and gunpowder, each began as solutions to specific problems before evolving into technologies with far-reaching consequences. Beyond these famous 4, ancient China produced countless other innovations in fields ranging from agriculture to mathematics, from astronomy to medicine. Paper emerged as a response to the limitations of existing writing materials. Before its invention, Chinese scribes wrote on bamboo strips or wooden tablets, which were heavy and cumbersome, or on silk, which was prohibitively expensive. According to traditional accounts, in 105 CE, a court eunuch named Kai Lun presented the emperor with a new writing material made from tree bark, hemp, rags, and fishnets. While archaeological evidence shows that simpler forms of paper existed before this date, Kai Lun is credited with standardizing and improving the production process. The manufacturing of paper involved breaking plant fibers into a pulp, mixing this with water in a large vat, and then lifting the mixture on a screen so that the fibers would bind together as the water drained. After drying in the sun, the resulting sheets were smooth, light, and ideal for writing with brush and ink. Different types of paper were developed for various purposes: thin, delicate paper for calligraphy and painting, thicker papers for official documents, and specialized varieties for packaging, clothing, and even armor. Paper transformed Chinese society by making written texts more accessible. Government documents, scholarly works, and eventually religious texts could be reproduced more cheaply and circulated more widely. Literacy expanded beyond a narrow elite, though it remained largely confined to government officials, scholars, and merchants until much later periods. The technology spread gradually westward along the Silk Road, reaching Central Asia by the 8th century and the Islamic world by the 9th. From there, papermaking technology entered Europe, where it would later play a crucial role in the spread of knowledge during the Renaissance. The invention of paper laid the groundwork for another revolutionary technology: printing. The earliest form was block printing, developed during the Tang dynasty 618–907 CE. Craftsmen would carve a relief image on a wooden block, ink the raised surfaces, and press paper against it to create an impression. This technique was initially used to reproduce Buddhist texts and images, reflecting the religion's emphasis on the spiritual merit gained by multiplying sacred writings. The oldest surviving printed text is the Diamond Sutra from 868 CE, discovered in the Dunhuang Caves. Its colophon proudly states that it was created for universal free distribution. By the Song dynasty, 969–1279 CE, commercial publishing had emerged, producing everything from Confucian classics to agricultural manuals to popular entertainment. The next major advance came with movable type printing, attributed to Bai Sheng around 1040 CE. Instead of carving entire pages, he created individual characters that could be arranged in frames, used for printing, then rearranged for new texts. His first types were made of fired clay, but later artisans created more durable types from wood and eventually metal. While movable type offered greater flexibility, the vast number of Chinese characters compared to alphabetic scripts meant that block printing often remained more practical for large-scale projects in China. These printing technologies allowed knowledge to be preserved and disseminated on an unprecedented scale. During the Song dynasty, imperial printing offices produced huge numbers of books on history, classics, medicine, mathematics, and governance. Private publishing houses spread poetry, fiction, and practical manuals to a growing reading public. This expansion of printed material fostered intellectual developments and preserved cultural knowledge that might otherwise have been lost during periods of war and dynastic change. The compass represents another world-changing Chinese invention. Its origins lie in divination rather than navigation. As early as the Han dynasty, fortune tellers used lodestones, naturally magnetized pieces of iron ore, on divination boards to determine auspicious locations for buildings or graves. These lodestones, when shaped into spoons or fish and placed on smooth surfaces, would align with the Earth's magnetic field, always pointing south. Chinese compasses traditionally pointed south rather than north. By the 11th century, Chinese mariners had adapted this technology for navigation, creating the world's first magnetic compasses. These early devices consisted of magnetized needles floating in water or suspended on silk threads. They were particularly valuable in cloudy weather, when stars were not visible, and for maintaining direction when sailing out of sight of land. The compass transformed maritime activity, making long-distance voyages safer and opening new trade routes across the South China Sea and Indian Ocean, along with other Chinese nautical technologies like the sternpost rudder, which improved steering, and watertight compartments in ship hulls which enhanced safety. The compass enabled China to become a major maritime power during the Song and Yuan dynasties. Chinese ships carried goods and ideas throughout East and Southeast Asia, and during the early Ming dynasty, the great treasure fleets of Admiral Zheng, he sailed as far as East Africa. The compass technology spread westward, reaching the Islamic world and Europe by the 12th century. In European hands, it would later facilitate the age of exploration, ironically contributing to the maritime power that would eventually challenge China's position in Asia. Perhaps the most controversial of China's great inventions is gunpowder, which transformed warfare around the globe. Its discovery was an accidental byproduct of Taoist alchemical experiments. Taoist adepts seeking elixirs of immortality experimented with various mineral and vegetable substances, including saltpeter, potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal, the three components of gunpowder. By the Tang dynasty, alchemical texts described the explosive properties of this mixture and warned of its dangers. Initially used for fireworks and ceremonial explosions at festivals and court events, gunpowder was gradually adapted for military purposes during the Song dynasty, as China faced threats from northern nomadic peoples. The earliest weapons were simple tubes of bamboo or metal filled with gunpowder and projectiles, fire lances that combined flames with shrapnel, and bombs thrown by catapults. Over time, these evolved into more sophisticated firearms and cannons. Military treatises from the Song and Yuan periods describe various gunpowder weapons and tactics for their use on battlefields and in siege warfare. Like other Chinese technologies, gunpowder spread along trade routes, reaching the Middle East by the 13th century and Europe soon after. Its arrival transformed warfare, gradually rendering traditional castle fortifications obsolete and shifting the balance of power towards states that could effectively deploy the new weapons. The global consequences of this Chinese invention have been enormous, changing the nature of conflict and state power across continents. Beyond these four famous inventions, ancient China produced many other innovations that improved daily life and economic productivity. In agriculture, the development of the iron plow, the seed drill, the collar harness for draft animals, and techniques for irrigation and flood control all increased food production, supporting larger populations and urban growth. Sericulture, the cultivation of silkworms for silk production, was pioneered in China thousands of years ago and remained a closely guarded secret for centuries. The Chinese also developed sophisticated techniques for spinning and weaving silk into fabrics of extraordinary beauty and durability, creating one of their most valuable trade goods. Porcelain, sometimes called white gold by Europeans, represents another distinctive Chinese invention. By firing kaolin clay at very high temperatures, Chinese potters created ceramics of unparalleled hardness, translucency, and beauty. Different regions developed their own distinctive styles and glazes, with the most famous being the blue and white porcelain of Jingdezhen. These ceramics were prized throughout Asia and later in Europe, inspiring countless imitations but rarely equaled in quality. In the realm of timekeeping, the Chinese created increasingly accurate water clocks, culminating in the monumental clock tower built by Samsung in the 11th century. This engineering marvel combined a water-powered mechanism with an escapement and utilized chain drives to rotate an armillary sphere, showing celestial movements, and to power jacks that struck bells and gongs to mark the hours. Chinese astronomers made detailed observations of celestial phenomena, recording comets, sunspots, and supernovas centuries before European astronomers. They developed accurate calendars essential for agricultural planning and created elaborate bronze instruments for tracking celestial movements. The armillary sphere, which modeled the apparent movements of stars around the Earth, was invented in China and later transmitted to Europe through Arabic intermediaries. Mathematics flourished as well, with developments in arithmetic, algebra, and geometry. The Chinese used a decimal place value system and understood negative numbers more than 1,000 years before Western mathematicians. They developed methods for solving systems of linear equations and calculating square and cube roots. Mathematical knowledge was applied practically in surveying, calendar making, and architectural design. Chinese medicine evolved into a sophisticated system with its own theoretical foundations, different from Western approaches. Physicians compiled detailed pharmacopoeias describing thousands of medicinal substances derived from plants, animals, and minerals. Therapeutic techniques included acupuncture, which involved inserting thin needles at specific points to influence the flow of key vital energy through the body, and moxibustion, which applied heat to these same points. Chinese doctors pioneered forensic medicine, with texts from the Song dynasty describing autopsy techniques and the signs of various causes of death. Civil engineering achievements included not only the Great Wall, but also extensive canal systems like the Grand Canal, which linked the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. Built primarily during the Sui dynasty, 581 to 618 CE, but expanded in later periods. This 100-mile waterway facilitated transportation of grain from the productive south to the political centers in the north, becoming the lifeblood of the empire's economy. Many Chinese inventions arose from a distinctive approach to practical problems, combining careful observation with incremental improvements over generations. Unlike the Western tradition, which eventually developed a theoretical science separate from practical applications, Chinese innovation typically blended the practical and theoretical, with scholars often being both theorists and craftsmen. The Chinese state played an important role in fostering invention through imperial workshops, standardization efforts, and government sponsorship of projects too large for private enterprise. The imperial examination system, which selected officials based on their knowledge of classics rather than scientific or technical expertise, has sometimes been cited as eventually limiting technological innovation. However, for many centuries, this system actually promoted a broadly educated elite who valued both cultural refinement and practical governance, including material improvements. The question of why China, despite its early technological lead, did not experience an industrial revolution similar to Europe's, has fascinated historians. Some point to the strength of the Chinese state, which could sometimes suppress innovations that threaten social stability. Others suggest that China's abundance of labor reduced incentives for labor-saving devices. Still others note that Chinese inventors often lacked the legal protections and financial incentives that later encouraged Western innovation. What is clear is that the flow of ideas was never one way. Technologies and scientific knowledge moved in both directions along the Silk Road and maritime trade routes, enriching civilizations across Eurasia. When European explorers reached China in the 16th century, they found much to admire and copy, even as they brought their own innovations from the West. The legacy of Chinese invention extends far beyond the specific technologies themselves. Paper and printing transformed how knowledge was preserved and transmitted. The compass changed humanity's relationship with geography and the oceans. Gunpowder shifted the balance of power between states and civilizations. Countless other innovations, from umbrellas to playing cards, from wheelbarrows to restaurant menus, originated in China and spread gradually throughout the world. In many cases, the full potential of Chinese inventions was realized only after they had been transmitted to other civilizations and adapted to new contexts. Printing with movable type, for instance, had revolutionary effects in Europe with its smaller alphabetic script. Gunpowder weapons evolved rapidly in the competitive state system of early modern Europe. Yet the original Chinese innovations provided the essential foundation for these later developments. As we have seen, invention in ancient China was not a series of isolated breakthroughs, but a continuous process of observation, experimentation, and refinement embedded in a rich cultural context. From imperial workshops to private studios, from Buddhist monasteries to Taoist laboratories, Chinese creators combined practical needs with aesthetic sensibilities, technical skill with philosophical insight, creating a legacy of innovation that continues to influence our world today. The map of China, fragmented like a shattered mirror. Where once the Zhou kings had maintained at least a ceremonial unity, now 7 powerful states engaged in a deadly dance of alliances, betrayals, and brutal warfare. This was the Warring States period, an era of unprecedented violence and bloodshed that lasted from around 475 BCE until 221 BCE. Yet from this chaos emerged some of the most profound philosophical thinking the world has ever known. As the authority of the Zhou kings weakened, regional lords consolidated their territories into larger and more powerful states. By the mid-5th century BCE, 7 major powers dominated the landscape: Qin, Chu, Yan, Han, Jia, Wei, and Qi. These states no longer paid even lip service to Zhou authority. They called themselves kingdoms, and their rulers took the title of king rather than duke or lord. Warfare transformed dramatically during this period. Earlier battles had been ritualized affairs fought between aristocratic warriors who followed codes of honor. Now massive armies of infantry, armed with crossbows and iron weapons, fought in campaigns that could last years. Military leaders developed sophisticated strategies and tactics, no longer bound by traditional rules of engagement. The famous military strategist Sun Tzu wrote his classic text, The Art of War, during this time, advocating for psychological warfare, deception, and intelligence gathering. His work reflected the increasingly ruthless nature of conflict, where victory was the only measure of success, regardless of the methods used. The scale of these conflicts dwarfed anything seen before in Chinese history. Historical records tell of battles involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers, with casualties in the tens of thousands. The state of Jia reportedly lost 400,000 men when the Qin army surrounded and starved their forces at the Battle of Changping in 260 BCE. In this harsh environment, statecraft evolved from the feudal arrangements of the early Zhou to more centralized systems of governance. Rulers could no longer rely on personal bonds of loyalty from aristocratic families. Instead, they developed bureaucracies staffed by educated men, chosen for their abilities rather than their bloodlines. Taxation systems became more sophisticated, enabling states to support standing armies and ambitious building projects. Agricultural productivity increased through large-scale irrigation works, often mobilizing tens of thousands of laborers. The state of Qin was particularly effective at harnessing its population for both military and civil engineering projects. Commerce flourished despite the warfare, or perhaps because of it. Iron tools became widely available, increasing agricultural productivity. Coins replaced barter in many regions, facilitating trade. Cities grew larger and more complex, with specialized neighborhoods for craftsmen, merchants, and scholars. Social mobility increased as the old aristocratic order weakened. Men of humble birth could rise to positions of influence through military prowess, administrative skill, or scholarly achievement. The state of Qi even established an academy called the Jixia, where thinkers from various schools gathered to debate and develop their ideas, supported by state patronage. It was in this turbulent environment, where old certainties had crumbled and new social orders were emerging, that Chinese philosophy flowered in extraordinary ways. Historians later called this intellectual flourishing the 100 schools of thought, as numerous philosophical traditions competed to provide solutions to the pressing problems of the age. The oldest and most influential of these schools was Confucianism, founded by Kong-Fuzi Confucius, who had lived during the early spring and autumn period, roughly 551–479 BCE, just before the warring states began. Confucius had witnessed the early breakdown of Zhou authority and proposed a solution based on reviving the moral foundations of society. Confucius believed that social harmony could be restored through proper relationships governed by ritual propriety and moral virtue. He emphasized filial piety, the reverence children should show their parents, as the foundation of all other virtues. He taught that rulers should lead by moral example rather than coercion, and that educated gentlemen junzi should serve as moral exemplars for society. His followers, particularly Mencius, Mengzi, and Junzi, developed these ideas further during the Warring States period. Mencius argued that human nature was fundamentally good, but needed cultivation through education and ritual. He emphasized the ruler's responsibility to care for the common people, even suggesting that a tyrant could legitimately be overthrown. Sun Tzu took a more pessimistic view, arguing that human nature was inherently selfish and needed to be restrained through ritual and education. Despite this difference, both thinkers agreed on the importance of moral self-cultivation and proper social relationships as the basis for political order. In stark contrast to the Confucians, another school called legalism emerged, advocating for a harsh, pragmatic approach to statecraft. Legalist thinkers like Han Feizi and Shang Yang argued that human beings were motivated primarily by self-interest and fear of punishment. They proposed systems of strict laws with severe penalties, combined with agricultural policies and military organization that would strengthen the state. The state of Qin adopted many legalist reforms under the guidance of Shang Yang, transforming itself from a semi-barbaric frontier state into the most powerful kingdom in China. Qin rulers replaced the old aristocracy with a merit-based bureaucracy, standardized weights and measures, and mobilized the entire population for military service and public works. While Confucians looked to the past for inspiration and emphasized moral virtue, legalists focused on practical results and had no reverence for tradition. This fundamental difference reflected the tension in Chinese thought between moral idealism and pragmatic realism, a tension that would continue throughout Chinese history. A third major school that emerged during this period was Taoism, traditionally associated with the mysterious figure Laozi and his classic text, the Tao Te Ching, Tao Te Ching. Where Confucians emphasized social engagement and moral action, Taoists advocated a withdrawal from the artificial structures of society to live in harmony with the natural way Tao of the universe. The Taoist sage Zhuangzi wrote parables and paradoxes questioning conventional distinctions and values. He suggested that the pursuit of knowledge and social status was ultimately pointless, and true wisdom came from accepting the limitations of human understanding and flowing with the natural processes of life and death. In many ways, Taoism developed as a critique of Confucian activism. While Confucians sought to reform society through moral effort, Taoists suggested that such efforts often made things worse. They advocated non-action wu wei, not as laziness or passivity, but as a form of effortless action in harmony with natural processes. Beyond these three major schools, numerous other thinkers proposed solutions to the chaos of the warring states. Mozi, founder of Mohism, advocated universal love and impartial caring as an alternative to Confucian emphasis on graduated love based on family relationships. He also promoted meritocracy and criticized wasteful expenditure on rituals and music. The school of names, including thinkers like Gongsun Long and Hui Shi, explored logical paradoxes and the relationship between language and reality. Their famous puzzles, like a white horse is not a horse, challenged conventional thinking and developed logical analysis in ways reminiscent of Greek sophists. The Yin-Yang school, associated with Zhu Yan, developed theories about the five elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, water, and their cyclical interactions, creating a framework for understanding everything from seasonal changes to dynastic succession. These ideas would later be incorporated into Chinese medicine, astronomy, and geomancy. Despite their differences, all these schools were responding to the same crisis: the collapse of the old feudal order and the extreme violence of the Warring States period. They all sought, in different ways, to understand how harmony could be restored to a fractured world. The diversity of Chinese philosophy during this period created an intellectual foundation that would influence Chinese culture for millennia. Later dynasties would draw selectively from these traditions, often combining elements from different schools to create syncretic approaches to governance and ethics. As the Warring States period progressed, the competition between states became increasingly deadly. Smaller states were absorbed by larger ones. Military technology and organization continued to advance. The state of Qin, implementing legalist reforms with ruthless efficiency, gradually gained the upper hand. Under King Zheng, who would later proclaim himself Qin Shi Huang, first emperor of Qin, the Qin armies conquered one state after another. By 221 BCE, the last independent state fell, and China was unified under a single ruler for the first time. The Warring States period had ended, but the philosophical legacy it produced would endure. The competing schools of thought developed during this time of crisis continued to shape Chinese culture through all the dynasties that followed. The tension between Confucian moralism and legalist pragmatism would influence governmental approaches for centuries. Taoist perspectives would provide a counterbalance to Confucian activism and inspire artistic and spiritual traditions. In the crucible of war and social upheaval, Chinese civilization had forged intellectual tools for understanding politics, ethics, and human nature that remain relevant to this day. The great thinkers of the Warring States period demonstrated how periods of crisis can stimulate intellectual creativity, as people struggle to make sense of a world in transition. As the dust settled on the battlefields and the banners of the seven states were replaced by the singular standard of Qin, a new era was beginning. The philosophical debates would continue, but now within the context of a unified empire. The first emperor would attempt to impose a single vision on the diverse intellectual landscape, creating new tensions between state power and freedom of thought that would shape the next chapter in Chinese history. Dawn breaks over a small village in the Yangtze River Valley. The soft light reveals farmers already in their fields, working with wooden plows pulled by water buffalo. In a nearby town, merchants prepare their shops, arranging silks and porcelains as apprentices grind ink for record-keeping. In the provincial capital, a young scholar anxiously prepares for the imperial examinations that might forever change his status, while in a quiet courtyard, women of a wealthy household embroider delicate patterns on silk robes. These scenes capture the rhythm of daily life in imperial China, a civilization where time-honored traditions shaped the experiences of millions across the centuries. To understand daily life in imperial China is to recognize the social hierarchy that structured society. At the pinnacle stood the emperor, the son of heaven, whose court set cultural and political standards for the entire realm. Below him were four broad social classes: the scholar officials, the farmers, the artisans, and the merchants. This hierarchy reflected Confucian values that prized education and agricultural production while viewing commerce with suspicion, despite its economic importance. For the vast majority of Chinese people, daily life centered around agriculture. Farming families typically lived in small villages, their modest homes built of materials available locally: mud, brick, timber, or stone, depending on the region. A typical farmhouse might consist of 2 or 3 rooms with earthen floors and paper-covered windows. The kitchen, with its brick stove, served as the center of family life, providing warmth during winter months, and a place for preparing the staple foods of rice in the south or wheat in the north. The agricultural calendar dictated the rhythm of rural life. Spring brought the labor-intensive work of planting rice seedlings in flooded paddies, each plant individually set by hand in knee-deep water. Summer meant weeding and irrigation, maintaining the delicate balance of water needed for optimal growth. Autumn brought the harvest, when entire families worked from dawn to dusk to gather crops before the weather changed. Winter offered some respite, with time for repairing tools, weaving cloth, and making household items. Village life was communal, with neighbors assisting each other during planting and harvest or cooperating to maintain irrigation systems. Local temples dedicated to folk deities or ancestors provided gathering places for festivals and community decisions. Elders commanded respect and often mediated disputes, supplementing the distant authority of imperial officials who rarely ventured into remote villages except to collect taxes. The life of farmers was hard but stable, following patterns established over centuries. Most owned small plots of land, though tenancy increased during later dynasties. Tax burdens varied with different regimes but typically included a portion of the grain harvest and labor service for public works. During good years, farming families achieved subsistence with perhaps a small surplus for emergencies or special occasions. In bad years, drought or flooding could bring devastating famines, forcing migration or desperate measures for survival. Town and city life presented a different rhythm, centered around craft production and commerce. Urban residents lived in more densely packed quarters, often with shops on the ground floor opening to the street and living quarters above. Cities were typically walled with gates that closed at night and organized into wards and neighborhoods, sometimes specialized by craft or product. Markets bustled with activity, as vendors called out their wares and customers haggled over prices. Shops specializing in silk, porcelain, lacquerware, paper goods, and other crafts lined the busier streets. Food vendors offered quick meals to workers and travelers, steamed buns filled with vegetables or meat, noodles in savory broths, or rice cakes with sweet or savory toppings. Tea houses provided spaces for relaxation, gossip, and business discussions, with different establishments catering to various social classes. Craft production was organized through guilds that maintained quality standards, regulated competition, and provided mutual assistance to members. Young apprentices lived with master craftsmen, learning trades through years of observation, and graduated practice before becoming journeymen and eventually masters themselves. Specialized knowledge was often kept within families, with techniques passed from father to son or uncle to nephew over generations. Merchants handled the distribution of goods, from local peddlers with carrying poles balanced on their shoulders to wealthy traders managing caravans or shipping ventures that spanned provinces or even reached foreign lands. Despite their sometimes considerable wealth, merchants occupied a theoretically low position in the Confucian social hierarchy. Wealthy merchant families often gained social standing by educating their sons for the civil service, or by marrying into gentry families, combining commercial wealth with scholarly respectability. Above the merchants in social prestige stood the scholar officials, the elite group who passed the imperial examinations based on Confucian classics and staffed the imperial bureaucracy. This examination system, fully developed by the Song dynasty, created a meritocratic ideal that allowed men from relatively humble backgrounds to rise to positions of great influence through education and ability. The path of a scholar began in childhood with rote memorization of classic texts, starting with the 3-character classic, and eventually encompassing the 4 books and 5 classics that formed the Confucian canon. Village schools, lineage academies, or private tutors provided this education for boys whose families could spare them from farm labor. Girls rarely received formal education beyond basic household management skills, though daughters of elite families sometimes learned to read and appreciate literature and art. For dedicated students, the examination journey proceeded through several levels. County-level tests qualified candidates for prefectural examinations, success in which allowed them to take provincial exams. Those who passed at the provincial level earned the jinshi degree and became eligible for official appointments. The highest level, the palace examination, was conducted in the imperial capital, with the emperor himself theoretically reviewing the results. The examination process was physically and mentally grueling. Candidates were confined to small examination cells for several days, composing essays on assigned topics in a specific format with perfect calligraphy. The failure rate was extremely high, typically less than 5% passed at each level, and many candidates attempted the examinations multiple times, some continuing into old age. Those who succeeded joined the ranks of the gentry, wearing distinctive robes and caps that signaled their status. They might serve as county magistrates, tax collectors, ritual specialists, or advisors to higher officials. The most successful could rise to provincial governorships or ministerial positions at the imperial court. Even those who earned degrees but never held office enjoyed social prestige and often served as informal leaders in their home communities. The ideal of the scholar official was not merely bureaucratic competence but moral cultivation. Confucian education emphasized character development alongside literary skill. Officials were expected to embody virtues like benevolence, righteousness, and filial piety, serving as moral exemplars for the broader society. In practice, corruption and factionalism sometimes undermined these ideals, but the expectation of moral leadership remained a powerful social force. For all social classes, family formed the foundation of daily life. The Confucian emphasis on filial piety created a patriarchal structure, with the oldest male as the household head, responsible for maintaining the family's prosperity and reputation. Several generations typically lived together in larger households, with clear hierarchies based on age and gender. Marriage was treated as an alliance between families rather than a personal choice of individuals. Marriages were typically arranged by parents with the assistance of matchmakers who investigated the compatibility of the family's social status, wealth, and horoscopes. Elaborate betrothal gifts were exchanged, and the ceremony itself involved multiple rituals symbolizing the bride's transition from her natal family to her husband's household. A new bride's position in her husband's family was initially tenuous, improving only when she produced male heirs. Her primary responsibilities included serving her parents-in-law, managing household affairs, and raising children. With age came increased authority, particularly as a mother-in-law to her sons' wives. Children were highly valued, with sons especially prized for continuing the family line and providing support in old age. Childhood education emphasized moral training alongside practical skills. Children were taught to respect elders, control their emotions, and understand their place within family and society. Discipline could be strict, but affection was also expressed, particularly through providing for children's material needs and future prospects. Beyond the family, religious and philosophical traditions shaped daily life and provided frameworks for understanding the world. The syncretic nature of Chinese religion meant that most people participated in Confucian rituals, visited Buddhist temples, consulted Taoist priests, and honored local deities without seeing any contradiction in these practices. Ancestor worship formed the core of family religious practice. Households maintained altar tables with ancestral tablets, where daily offerings of incense and occasional offerings of food maintained connections with deceased family members. Ancestors were believed to influence family fortune, blessing descendants who maintained proper rituals and potentially causing problems for those who neglected their duties. The calendar was filled with festivals marking seasonal changes and honoring various deities. The Lunar New Year was the most important celebration, featuring thorough house cleaning, family banquets, and rituals to bring good fortune for the coming year. The Mid-Autumn Festival celebrated the harvest moon with mooncakes and family gatherings. The Qingming Festival honored ancestors with grave sweeping and offerings. Dragon Boat Festival commemorated the poet Ku Wan with rice dumplings and boat races. These celebrations brought communities together and punctuated the year with moments of festivity amid the routine of daily work. Food was central to both daily sustenance and cultural identity. The basic meal consisted of a starchy staple, rice in the south, wheat products like noodles or steamed buns in the north, accompanied by vegetable dishes and occasionally meat or fish. Cooking techniques emphasized preserving the natural flavors of ingredients through quick stir-frying or careful steaming. Meals were typically eaten with chopsticks from bowls, with dishes placed in the center for sharing. For most families, meat was a luxury reserved for special occasions. Vegetables, preserved through pickling or drying for the winter months, provided most of the nutrients beyond the staple grains. Soy products like tofu offered protein at lower cost than meat. Tea was the universal beverage, drunk for refreshment, health, and pleasure throughout the day. Clothing signaled both practical adaptations to climate and markers of social status. Peasants wore simple garments of hemp or cotton, dyed blue or brown with plant-based dyes. Wealthy families could afford silk robes in vibrant colors, sometimes embroidered with auspicious symbols. The specific cut and ornamentation of clothing indicated rank and occupation, particularly for officials whose caps, robes, and insignia precisely reflected their position in the bureaucratic hierarchy. Housing similarly reflected social distinctions. The ideal elite residence followed a symmetrical courtyard plan, with buildings facing south for optimal sunlight and enclosed within walls for privacy. Each courtyard might house a branch of the extended family, with the oldest generation occupying the northernmost and most honored position. Gardens incorporated carefully arranged rocks, plants, and water features to create miniature landscapes for contemplation. Leisure activities varied by social class but included various forms of entertainment and aesthetic pursuits. Storytellers performed in tea houses and markets, recounting tales from history, romance, and adventure to audiences of common people. Puppet shows and operatic performances brought these stories to life with music, elaborate costumes, and stylized movements. For the educated elite, leisure often involved the four arts of kun, a stringed instrument, qi, the game of go, calligraphy, and painting. These arts were not merely entertainment, but forms of self-cultivation that demonstrated one's refinement and understanding of tradition. Poetry composition, often accompanied by wine drinking, created occasions for social bonding among scholars. Gardens provided settings for these activities, with pavilions designed for enjoying views, playing music, or hosting literary gatherings. Literature flourished throughout imperial China, from classic philosophical works to historical chronicles, from poetry to vernacular fiction. While elite literature emphasized formal perfection and classical allusions, popular literature told engaging stories of romance, adventure, and supernatural encounters. By the Ming Dynasty, printed novels like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West had become accessible to a broader reading public, creating shared cultural references across social classes. Medical care blended theoretical frameworks about balancing forces within the body with practical treatments developed over centuries. Physicians diagnosed illness by checking pulses, examining the tongue, and questioning patients about their symptoms and habits. Treatments included herbal medicines prepared according to ancient pharmacopoeias, acupuncture to regulate the flow of qi, vital energy, moxibustion, the burning of mugwort near acupuncture points, massage, and dietary therapy. Preventive medicine emphasized moderation in all aspects of life and adapting one's activities to seasonal changes. Transportation and communication connected communities across the vast Chinese empire. The imperial postal system maintained relay stations where official couriers could change horses, ensuring government communications moved relatively quickly. Ordinary people traveled on foot or in sedan chairs carried by porters, goods moved by cart, pack animal, or boat, with the Grand Canal serving as a crucial north-south artery, complementing the natural waterways of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. Travel was slow by modern standards. A journey that takes hours today might require weeks, and most people rarely ventured far from their home villages. Those who did travel for trade, pilgrimage, or government service found a network of inns along major routes, though comfort varied greatly depending on one's resources. Despite these limitations, ideas, goods, and occasionally people circulated throughout the empire, maintaining cultural connections across vast distances. The rhythms of daily life in imperial China reflected a civilization that valued stability, hierarchy, and tradition, while still allowing for remarkable creativity and adaptation within established frameworks. The scholar official pursuing moral self-cultivation, the farmer carefully tending rice paddies, the artisan perfecting techniques passed down through generations, the merchant calculating profits while navigating social constraints, all participated in a social order that endured through centuries of dynastic rise and fall. This endurance did not mean stagnation. Daily life evolved as new crops from the Americas diversified diets, as technological innovations changed production methods, as commercial expansion created new wealth and consumption patterns. Yet certain fundamentals remained: the emphasis on family bonds, the respect for learning, the integration of aesthetic values into everyday objects and experiences, the careful balance of practical needs with cosmological frameworks. As night falls on our imagined village, town, and city, lamps are lit in households across the social spectrum. In humble farmhouses, families gather around the warmth of the kitchen fire. In merchant homes, accounts are settled for the day's transactions. In scholars' studies, brushes move across paper as poems take shape or classic texts are annotated. Each lamp illuminates a life shaped by traditions stretching back centuries, yet lived with the particular joys and sorrows, hopes and fears that make each human experience unique. Amid the tumult of the warring states, two philosophical traditions took root that would shape Chinese thought for millennia to come. Like two ancient trees growing from the same soil but reaching toward different skies, Confucianism and Taoism offered contrasting visions of the good life and harmonious society. These philosophies would become the twin pillars of Chinese civilization, influencing everything from government administration to poetry, from family life to painting. Confucianism began with the teachings of Kong-Fuzi, known in the West as Confucius, who lived from 551 to 479 BCE during the late spring and autumn period. Born into a minor noble family that had fallen on hard times, Confucius spent much of his life seeking a position where he could implement his ideas for social harmony. Though he briefly served as a minister in his native state of Lu, most of his career was spent as a teacher, gathering disciples who recorded his wisdom. The core of Confucian teaching was the belief that social order begins with moral self-cultivation. Confucius taught that human beings could transform themselves through education, ritual practice, and sincere effort. He emphasized 5 key virtues: humanity, ren, righteousness, yi, ritual propriety, luz, wisdom, shi, and trustworthiness, shin. Of these, ren, often translated as benevolence or humanness, was the most fundamental. Confucius lived in a time when the old feudal order was breaking down, and he looked back to the early Zhou period as a golden age of harmony and virtue. He believed that if people could recover the moral foundations of that earlier time, social order could be restored. This gave Confucianism a conservative character, valuing tradition and established practices. Central to Confucian thought was the concept of proper relationships. Confucius identified 5 key relationships that formed the basis of social order: ruler to subject, parent to child, husband to wife, elder brother to younger brother, and friend to friend. Each relationship involved mutual but unequal obligations. Rulers should be benevolent and subjects loyal, parents should be loving and children filial, husbands righteous and wives attentive. The family served as both the model for social order and the training ground for virtue. Filial piety, the reverence and care children show to parents, was seen as the foundation of all other virtues. By learning to respect and obey parents, children developed the moral character needed to function in wider society. Ritual propriety, or lin, was another key concept. For Confucius, rituals were not empty formalities but tools for moral cultivation. By performing rituals with sincerity, people developed the proper attitudes that rituals expressed. Whether pouring a libation to ancestors or offering a formal greeting, proper ritual performance helped align one's emotions and behaviors with moral ideals. Education held a central place in Confucian thought. Confucius believed that education should be available to all men of ability, regardless of social background. His own school accepted students from diverse backgrounds, evaluating them based on their moral character and intellectual potential, rather than family status. This meritocratic aspect of Confucianism would later influence the civil service examination system that became a defining feature of Chinese government. After Confucius's death, his disciples compiled his sayings into the Analects, which became the core text of Confucian thought. Over the next several centuries, later thinkers developed his ideas in different directions. The most important of these was Mencius Mengzi, who lived from about 372 to 289 BCE during the Warring States period. Mencius expanded on Confucius's teachings by arguing that human nature is fundamentally good. He believed that all people are born with sprouts of virtue that, if properly cultivated, grow into full moral qualities. Mencius used the famous example of a child falling into a well. Anyone who witnessed this would feel alarm and compassion, demonstrating the innate goodness of human nature. Politically, Mencius was more radical than Confucius. He emphasized the ruler's obligation to ensure the welfare of the common people, arguing that if a ruler failed in this duty, he could legitimately be removed. This interpretation of the mandate of heaven placed moral constraints on political authority and created a foundation for what we might now call political legitimacy. Another major Confucian thinker was Yunzi, who lived toward the end of the Warring States period. Unlike Mencius, Yunzi argued that human nature is inherently selfish and must be restrained through education and ritual. Despite this more pessimistic view of human nature, Yunzi maintained the Confucian emphasis on moral self-cultivation and proper social relationships as the basis for order. As Confucianism developed, it increasingly focused on practical governance. Confucian scholars served as officials and advisors, bringing their moral vision to the administration of the state. They emphasized the importance of leading by moral example rather than coercion, believing that a virtuous ruler would naturally inspire virtue in his subjects. The Confucian gentleman, or junzi, became an ideal type: educated, morally cultivated, and committed to public service. He was expected to master the 6 arts: ritual, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. These skills combine practical abilities with moral and aesthetic cultivation, creating a balanced human being capable of serving society. While Confucianism focused on social engagement and moral action, Taoism took a radically different approach. Traditionally attributed to the semi-legendary figure Laozi, Taoism emerged as a distinct philosophical tradition during the Warring States period. Where Confucians sought to reform society through moral effort, Taoists suggested that such efforts often made things worse. The foundational text of philosophical Taoism is the Tao Te Ching Tao Te Ching, a poetic work of just over 5,000 characters. Its central concept is the Tao Way, the unnamable source of all being that flows through everything in the universe. The Tao is described as both the origin of all things and the natural pattern of their development. It cannot be grasped through rational thought or described in words. The opening lines of the Tao Te Ching express this ineffability. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. This sets the tone for a philosophy that questions conventional categories and distinctions, suggesting a reality beyond conceptual understanding. A second key concept is Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action. This does not mean doing nothing, but rather acting in harmony with the natural flow of the Tao, without forcing or striving. The Tao Te Ching uses natural metaphors to illustrate this concept. Water flows to the lowest places without effort. Plants grow without trying. Similarly, the sage accomplishes much by working with natural tendencies rather than against them. The ideal Taoist sage contrasts sharply with the Confucian gentleman. Where the Junzi actively cultivates virtue and engages in social reform, the Taoist sage empties himself of conventional knowledge and desires. The Tao Te Ching describes this ideal. The sage has no fixed mind. He makes the mind of the people his mind. By emptying himself, he becomes receptive to the Tao and can act in harmony with it. Politically, Taoism offered a critique of Confucian activism. The Tao Te Ching suggests that the more laws and regulations a society creates, the more criminals it produces. Instead of trying to improve society through moral exhortation and ritual, the Taoist ruler governs by not governing, allowing things to follow their natural course with minimal interference. A second major Taoist text, the Zhuangzi, developed these ideas in a more playful and literary direction. Named for its author Zhuangzi, the Zhuangzi, who lived in the 4th century BCE, this work uses parables, dialogues, and paradoxes to challenge conventional thinking. Zhuangzi embraced relativity and perspective, suggesting that distinctions between good and bad, beautiful and ugly, are human constructs rather than absolute realities. In one famous passage, he described dreaming he was a butterfly, then waking to wonder whether he was Zhuangzi, who had dreamed he was a butterfly, or a butterfly now dreaming he was Zhuangzi. Both Confucianism and Taoism reflected deeply on the nature of language and its limitations. Confucians emphasized the rectification of names, believing that social harmony required a precise correspondence between words and reality. Taoists, by contrast, questioned whether language could ever capture the fluid, changing nature of reality, suggesting that wisdom might require moving beyond conceptual thinking entirely. Despite their philosophical differences, Confucianism and Taoism shared certain common assumptions. Both emerged from the traditional Chinese worldview that saw heaven, earth, and humanity as interconnected parts of a single whole. Both valued harmony and balance as essential to the good life, and both developed in response to the political fragmentation and social upheaval of their time. In practice, these philosophies often complemented each other in Chinese life. A scholar official might govern according to Confucian principles during the day, then retreat to a mountain hermitage to practice Taoist meditation on weekends. Poetry and painting often expressed Taoist themes of natural harmony, while social and political life remained organized along Confucian lines. Over time, both traditions developed religious dimensions. Confucian ancestor worship evolved into an elaborate ritual system that connected living family members with their deceased forebears. Taoist ideas about immortality and harmony with nature developed into religious practices aimed at achieving longevity or spiritual transcendence. The tension between Confucian activism and Taoist naturalism created a productive dialogue throughout Chinese history. Confucianism provided the structure and ethical foundation for Chinese society, while Taoism offered a space for intuition, spontaneity, and critique of rigid conventionality. Together, they created a philosophical balance that helped Chinese civilization maintain both stability and adaptability over millennia. As China moved toward unification under the Qin dynasty, these philosophical traditions faced new challenges. The pragmatic legalist philosophy that guided Qin statecraft had little patience for either Confucian moralism or Daoist mysticism. The first emperor would attempt to impose a single vision on China's diverse intellectual landscape, creating tensions that would shape the next chapter of Chinese history. Yet even as political circumstances changed, the fundamental insights of Confucianism and Daoism endured. Their contrasting visions of human nature, society, and the good life continued to inspire Chinese thinkers for generations to come. Like the interplay of yin and yang, their dynamic tension created a philosophical wholeness greater than either tradition alone could provide. The mandate of heaven stands as one of the most influential concepts in Chinese political thought, shaping how power was understood and legitimized for over 3,000 years. This powerful idea emerged during the early Zhou dynasty, as its rulers sought to justify their overthrow of the Shang. When the Zhou conquered the Shang around 1046 BCE, they needed to explain why their takeover was legitimate. They were outsiders who had defeated a long-established royal lineage. The solution they developed would echo through the entirety of Chinese imperial history and influence political thinking across East Asia. The Zhou rulers claimed that heaven, the supreme cosmic force, had withdrawn its support from the last Shang king because of his corruption, cruelty, and neglect of ritual duties. Heaven had then transferred its mandate to rule to the virtuous Zhou king. This concept, known as the Mandate of Heaven or Tianming, created a foundation for political legitimacy that was both religious and deeply ethical. Unlike the European concept of divine right, which suggested that kings were chosen by God and could not be legitimately opposed regardless of their behavior, the Mandate of Heaven contained a revolutionary idea. If a ruler became corrupt, cruel, or incompetent, heaven would withdraw its mandate and transfer it to a more worthy leader. This created a moral framework for dynastic change and even rebellion. The Duke of Zhou, regent for the young King Cheng in the early Zhou period, was instrumental in developing this concept. In carefully crafted proclamations and rituals, he established the idea that the Zhou had overthrown the Shang not merely through military strength but through moral superiority. The final Shang king, he claimed, had indulged in luxury and cruelty while neglecting the welfare of his people and the proper reverence due to heaven and ancestors. This powerful idea transformed Chinese political thought. It meant that political authority had a moral basis. A dynasty did not rule simply because it had conquered, but because it had earned heaven's approval through virtuous governance. And this approval was conditional. It could be withdrawn if the rulers failed to govern justly and wisely. How would people know when a dynasty had lost the mandate of heaven? The signs were thought to be clear. Natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, and droughts were interpreted as heaven's displeasure with the ruling dynasty. Famines, plagues, and widespread suffering were seen as evidence that the cosmic balance had been disturbed by immoral rule. Economic troubles, corruption among officials, and foreign invasions all pointed to a dynasty in decline, one whose grip on the mandate was weakening. The concept provided a powerful explanation for the cyclical pattern of Chinese dynasties. Each dynasty would begin with a strong, virtuous founder who had received the mandate. The early rulers would govern wisely, bringing peace and prosperity. Over generations, later rulers would become increasingly corrupt or incompetent. Natural disasters, economic problems, and social unrest would increase. Eventually, rebellions would break out, sometimes led by ambitious nobles, sometimes by desperate peasants. If successful, the rebels would establish a new dynasty, claiming that heaven had transferred its mandate to them. This cycle played out repeatedly throughout Chinese history. The Zhou themselves eventually succumbed to it. After centuries of rule, their authority weakened. In 771 BCE, barbarians from the west sacked the Zhou capital, forcing the dynasty to relocate eastward. Though the Zhou kings continued to rule nominally for another 500 years, real power had slipped from their hands into those of regional lords. During the Eastern Zhou period, as central authority declined, the concept of the mandate of heaven evolved. Confucius and his followers emphasized that virtue, not heredity, was the true basis of leadership. They taught that rulers had a sacred responsibility to govern for the benefit of the people, not for their own glory or pleasure. The philosopher Mencius, who lived during the Warring States period, made perhaps the most radical interpretation of the mandate of heaven. He argued that the will of the people reflected the will of heaven. If the people suffered under a ruler, it was a sign that heaven had withdrawn its mandate. Mencius even suggested that in extreme cases, when a king had become a tyrant, rebellion was justified. The welfare of the people, not the security of the ruler, was heaven's primary concern. For ordinary people, the mandate of heaven provided both comfort and hope. When times were difficult under a failing dynasty, they could believe that heaven had noticed their suffering and would eventually bring change. For officials and scholars, it created a moral framework for serving the state. They were not merely serving a human ruler, but participating in a cosmic order sanctioned by heaven itself. The concept also shaped how history was recorded and understood. Each new dynasty would commission official histories of previous dynasties, emphasizing the moral failings of the last rulers and the virtuous qualities of the new founding emperor. These histories reinforced the idea that dynastic change followed moral patterns, not merely military ones. When the Qin finally unified China in 221 BCE, ending the Warring States period, its founder proclaimed himself first emperor and claimed the mandate of heaven. When the Qin quickly collapsed and was replaced by the Han, the latter explained this as the Qin losing the mandate due to excessive cruelty and legal harshness. The Han emperors were careful to present themselves as more benevolent rulers who had heaven's blessing. This pattern repeated throughout Chinese history, when the Tang dynasty replaced the Sui, when the Song replaced the Tang, when the Ming drove out the Mongol Yuan dynasty, and when the Manchu Qing conquered the Ming. In each case, the new rulers claimed that heaven had withdrawn its mandate from the corrupt previous dynasty and bestowed it upon them. Even non-Chinese conquerors adopted this concept. The Mongols under Kublai Khan and the Manchus both presented their conquests as evidence that they had received the mandate of heaven. By accepting this central concept of Chinese political thought, these foreign rulers helped to legitimize their rule in the eyes of their Chinese subjects. The mandate of heaven created surprising political flexibility within an apparently rigid imperial system. While the emperor's authority was absolute in theory, in practice it was constrained by this moral framework. Officials could remonstrate with the emperor, pointing out policies that might cause suffering and potentially lead to the loss of the mandate. Scholars could write historical analogies that subtly critiqued current rulers by comparing them to failed emperors of the past. Natural disasters posed particular challenges. When floods, droughts, or earthquakes struck, emperors would often issue self-criticism edicts, acknowledging their moral failings and promising to govern more virtuously. They might reduce taxes, release prisoners, or perform special rituals to restore harmony between heaven and earth. These responses showed the power of the concept. Even the most absolutist emperor had to acknowledge that his rule depended on more than just military might. For over 2,000 years, until the fall of the last dynasty in 1911, the mandate of heaven provided the fundamental framework for understanding political legitimacy in China. It created a moral dimension to politics that went beyond simple power relationships. It explained the rise and fall of dynasties as part of a cosmic moral order, and it gave both rulers and subjects a shared understanding of the purpose of government, to maintain harmony between heaven and earth through virtuous rule. As China entered a period of intense warfare and intellectual ferment known as the Warring States period, the concept of the mandate of heaven would be tested, reinterpreted, and debated by competing schools of thought. The idea that heaven granted power to the virtuous would remain central, but what constituted virtue and how it should be expressed in governance would become subjects of philosophical debate. In a time when the old order was crumbling, thinkers sought new ways to understand heaven's will and how it might be manifest in a fragmented land. Fog swirls through the gaslit streets of Victorian London. The year is 1888. While most of society concerns itself with industry and empire, a small group of scholars, artists, and mystics gather in secret to explore realms beyond the physical world. In a private room, decorated with Egyptian symbols and Kabbalistic diagrams, they perform elaborate rituals designed to contact invisible forces and awaken dormant human abilities. This is the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, perhaps the most influential magical society of the modern era, whose practices and ideas continue to shape Western occultism more than a century later. The Golden Dawn began with a mysterious document. In 1887, a Freemason named William Wynne Westcott acquired a set of encoded papers that contained magical diagrams and ritual outlines. These documents, which became known as the cipher manuscripts, included an address for a German occultist named Anna Sprengel. Westcott wrote to Sprengel, who supposedly authorized him to establish a magical order in England based on the manuscript teachings. Westcott enlisted 2 fellow Freemasons to help create the new organization. Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers was a dedicated occultist known for translating ancient magical texts. William Robert Woodman was an elderly physician with deep knowledge of Kabbalah and mystical Christianity. Together they founded the first temple of the Golden Dawn, called Isis Urania, in London in March 1888. The name they chose reflected the order's goal of uniting various magical traditions, Hermetic philosophy from Egypt, Jewish mysticism, Christian symbolism, and elements of Eastern practices. The society organized itself as a magical university with a system of grades and examinations. New members began as neophytes and could advance through increasingly complex grades, each associated with elements, planets, or zodiac signs. The teachings became more detailed and practical as members advanced. Initial lessons focused on the theory of magic, covering topics like the Kabbalah, astrology, alchemical symbolism, and the correspondence between colors, sounds, and natural elements. For Victorians fascinated by spiritualism and ancient wisdom, but dissatisfied with the limitations of Christianity, the Golden Dawn offered something remarkable: a structured system for personal spiritual development and magical practice. Members learned to create and consecrate magical tools like wands, cups, and daggers. They memorized complex visualizations and practiced techniques for expanding consciousness. The highest grades taught methods for astral projection, communicating with non-physical entities, and performing ceremonial magic. What made the Golden Dawn unique among occult groups was its emphasis on practical experience over theory. While many earlier societies merely discussed esoteric ideas, Golden Dawn members actively practiced ritual magic. They performed elaborate ceremonies wearing specially designed robes in temple spaces decorated with specific colors and symbols. These rituals incorporated dramatic elements like processions, invocations spoken in powerful tones, and visualizations of energy flowing through the ritual space. The order also stood out for accepting women as equal members from its beginning. At a time when women could not vote and had limited educational opportunities, the Golden Dawn offered them access to the same magical training as men and allowed them to hold leadership positions. This progressive approach attracted independent-minded women, seeking knowledge and experiences denied to them in mainstream society. By the early 1890s, the Golden Dawn had expanded to several temples across England and had attracted around 200 members from various backgrounds. Artists joined seeking inspiration for their creative work. Scholars came looking for hidden knowledge from ancient civilizations. Spiritual seekers hoped to develop psychic abilities or contact higher realms of existence. Each found something valuable in the order's comprehensive magical system. Among the most famous members was the poet William Butler Yeats, whose writing frequently incorporated magical symbolism learned in the Golden Dawn. Actress Florence Farr used magical techniques to enhance her theatrical performances. Arthur Markin and Algernon Blackwood, who would become celebrated writers of supernatural fiction, developed their understanding of the mysterious through Golden Dawn teachings. These creative individuals carried elements of the order's practices into literature, theatre, and art, subtly influencing wider culture. Perhaps the most notorious member was Aleister Crowley, who joined in 1898. Brilliant but controversial, Crowley advanced quickly through the grades but soon came into conflict with the leadership. His dramatic personality and desire to push boundaries beyond what other members considered appropriate created tensions that contributed to later problems within the organization. Troubles began for the Golden Dawn in 1897. The aging Westcott withdrew from active leadership after his employers at the coroner's office discovered his occult activities. Mathers claimed sole authority over the order, managing it from Paris where he had moved with his wife Mona. Questions arose about the authenticity of the German connection, with some members suspecting that Anna Sprengel might have been invented and the cipher manuscripts created rather than discovered. The situation deteriorated further in 1900 when Mathers admitted a controversial figure named Madame Horace into the order. She and her husband soon used Golden Dawn teachings to establish a fraudulent offshoot and were later convicted of serious crimes, creating a public scandal that tarnished the original order's reputation. Internal power struggles followed, with Crowley attempting to seize control of the London Temple on Mathers' behalf, leading to dramatic confrontations among members. By 1903, the original Golden Dawn had splintered into several separate groups with different approaches to the magical system. Waiti led a temple focused more on mystical Christianity than ceremonial magic. Yeats headed another group, maintaining the original practices. Mathers continued with his own organization called Alpha et Omega. Crowley eventually formed his own magical order, incorporating Golden Dawn techniques with his own innovations and Eastern influences. While the original organization fractured, its influence grew as former members published books revealing previously secret teachings. Israel Regardie, who joined one of the offshoot groups in the 1930s, eventually published the complete Golden Dawn magical system, making it available to anyone interested in ceremonial magic. These publications allowed the techniques and ideas to spread far beyond the original small membership. The Golden Dawn system established patterns still followed in modern occultism. Their assignment of symbols to directions, elements, planets, and zodiac signs created a coherent framework that later magical groups adopted. Their methods of visualization, energy work, and ritual structure became standard practices. Their integration of diverse traditions, Egyptian, Greek, Jewish, and Christianity into a unified system, demonstrated how ancient wisdom could be adapted for contemporary practitioners. The physical tools and magical implements designed by the Golden Dawn became iconic in Western magic. Their tarot deck designs, created by Mathers and artist Pamela Coleman Smith, revolutionized tarot imagery and remain influential today. Their ritual wand with magnetic polarities, their symbolic rose cross, and their method of constructing magical circles all became standard equipment for later practitioners of ceremonial magic. Modern studies of the Golden Dawn reveal a complex organization that was simultaneously revolutionary and deeply rooted in its Victorian context. Their magical innovations pushed boundaries, yet their hierarchical structure reflected the society around them. They embraced ancient wisdom while responding to modern developments, like psychology and scientific discoveries. They included women as equals while maintaining many social conventions of their time. Today, numerous magical groups trace their lineage back to the Golden Dawn or incorporate elements of its system. Modern ceremonial magicians still perform rituals similar to those developed in those London temples. Pagan groups draw on Golden Dawn correspondences between colors, elements, and directions. Even popular culture shows its influence, from fantasy fiction to films depicting magical practices. The physical remains of the original Golden Dawn are few. No temples survive intact, and most ritual objects have been lost or destroyed. What remains are the writings, both published works and private journals of members, preserving the elaborate system of magic they developed. Museums occasionally display artifacts like member robes or magical tools, and libraries house the books written by Golden Dawn members sharing their experiences and techniques. As night deepens around us and the boundary between worlds grows thin, we might imagine those Victorian magicians in their candlelit temples, draped in colored robes and wielding symbolic tools, attempting to pierce the veil between the seen and unseen realms. Whether one believes in the efficacy of their magical practices or views them as elaborate psychological exercises, their quest to explore human consciousness and connect with something beyond the material world represents a timeless human endeavor that continues in new forms to this day. The world watched in stunned silence as Poland crumbled under the German assault. Warsaw, its proud capital, endured relentless bombing that turned ancient buildings to rubble and filled streets with desperate refugees. The Polish army fought bravely but stood little chance against the German war machine. Their cavalry, among the finest in Europe, charged against German tanks in acts of doomed heroism that would become legendary. Adding to Poland's agony, Soviet forces invaded from the east on September 17th, following the secret agreement between Hitler and Stalin. Caught between two powerful enemies, Poland's fate was sealed. By early October, the country had been divided according to the lines drawn in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Nazi Germany took the Western territories, incorporating some directly into the Reich and creating a region called the General Government for the remainder. The Soviet Union absorbed eastern Poland into its Ukrainian and Belarusian republics. For Polish citizens, especially Jews, intellectuals, and political leaders, occupation brought immediate terror. Nazi death squads followed the army, executing thousands deemed threats to German rule. Soviet forces conducted their own campaign of repression, deporting hundreds of thousands to labor camps in Siberia and executing thousands of Polish officers in the forests near Katyn. Yet, despite declaring war on Germany, Britain and France took no significant military action to help their Polish ally. This period, known as the Funny War or Sitzkrieg, lasted through the winter of 1939 to 1940. British and French forces gathered along the German border but launched no major offensive. Many soldiers spent their days digging trenches and waiting for orders that never came. The strange calm did not extend to the seas. German submarines, known as U-boats, began hunting Allied merchant ships, while the powerful British Royal Navy established a blockade of German ports. In the North Atlantic, the German pocket battleship Graf Spee was cornered and scuttled off Uruguay after a running battle with British cruisers. These naval skirmishes offered glimpses of the global conflict to come. Hitler used the winter months to prepare his next moves. German factories worked around the clock producing tanks, aircraft, and ammunition. Officers studied maps and developed plans for conquering Western Europe. The Nazi-Soviet pact kept raw materials flowing into Germany despite the British blockade. Hitler knew that time worked against Germany in a long war against the resource-rich British Empire and its allies. When spring arrived in 1940, the war exploded into action. On April 9th, German forces struck north, invading Denmark and Norway. Denmark surrendered within hours. Norway, despite British and French assistance and rugged terrain favourable to defenders, fell after 2 months of fighting. These northern conquests secured German access to Swedish iron ore and provided bases for naval operations against Britain. The main German blow fell on May 10th, 1940. Under cover of darkness, German forces attacked the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg without warning. Dutch and Belgian forces fought courageously but were quickly overwhelmed. Rotterdam endured devastating bombing that flattened its city centre and killed nearly 1,000 civilians, a taste of the urban destruction that would become commonplace during the war. As Belgium and the Netherlands struggled against the German onslaught, the decisive battle began in France. French military planners had placed their faith in the Maginot Line, an impressive system of fortifications along the German border, but they had left the Ardennes forest lightly defended, considering its dense woods and rough terrain unsuitable for major military operations. This proved a fatal miscalculation. In one of the most daring operations of modern warfare, German armoured divisions under generals like Heinz Guderian and Erwin Rommel pushed through the Ardennes and raced toward the English Channel. The French and British armies, still thinking in terms of the static warfare of World War I, could not react quickly enough to this new mobile threat. By May 20th, German tanks had reached the Channel, splitting the Allied forces in two. The British Expeditionary Force and parts of the French army found themselves trapped with their backs to the sea near the French port of Dunkirk. Disaster seemed inevitable. Then Hitler made a decision that military historians still debate. He ordered his tanks to halt, allowing Hermann Göring's Luftwaffe to finish off the trapped Allied forces. This pause gave the Allies precious time. In an operation that seemed miraculous at the time, over 338,000 British and French troops were evacuated from Dunkirk's beaches between May 26th and June 4th. A flotilla of military vessels and civilian boats, from fishing trawlers to pleasure craft, crossed the Channel repeatedly under enemy fire to rescue the stranded soldiers. Though they were forced to abandon their heavy equipment, the successful evacuation preserved the core of the British Army and became a symbol of British determination in dark times. With the British in retreat and Belgium defeated, German forces turned south toward Paris. The French army, once considered the finest in Europe, collapsed with shocking speed. Roads clogged with refugees hampered military movements. Conflicting orders and poor communication led to chaos. Some units fought heroically, but overall the French military and political leadership seemed paralyzed. On June 10th, Mussolini's Italy, seeking a share of the spoils, declared war on France and Britain. Italian forces attacked along the Alpine frontier, but made little progress against determined French resistance, one of the few bright spots in France's military performance. As German forces approached Paris, the French government fled south. On June 14th, German troops marched into an eerily silent Paris, left undefended to spare it from destruction. Hitler took personal delight in touring the conquered city the following day, posing for photographs at famous landmarks like the Eiffel Tower. The French government, now led by World War I hero Marshal Philippe Pétain, requested an armistice on June 17th. The surrender terms were harsh. Germany occupied 3/5 of France, including the entire Atlantic coast and the industrial north. The remainder, governed from the spa town of Vichy by Pétain's authoritarian regime, retained nominal independence but functioned as a German puppet state. The French fleet, colonial empire, and air force remained under Vichy control, a situation that concerned the British. Not all French leaders accepted defeat. A little-known general named Charles de Gaulle had flown to London just before the surrender. In a passionate radio broadcast on the BBC, he declared that France had lost a battle but not the war. De Gaulle established the Free French movement, pledging to continue the fight alongside Britain. Few heard his call initially, but his lonely stand would eventually become a powerful symbol of French resistance. Across the English Channel, Britain prepared for the expected German invasion. Prime Minister Winston Churchill, who had replaced Neville Chamberlain in May, rallied his people with stirring speeches. "We shall fight on the beaches. We shall never surrender," he proclaimed to the House of Commons. Britain stood alone against Nazi Germany, its army recovering from the Dunkirk evacuation, its air force outnumbered. Hitler expected Britain to seek peace terms, as fighting alone against German-dominated Europe seemed hopeless. When Britain refused, he ordered preparations for Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of the island nation. But first, the Luftwaffe needed to gain control of the skies over the English Channel and southern England. The Battle of Britain began in July 1940. German bombers, escorted by fighters, attacked British shipping, ports and airfields. The Royal Air Force, flying Spitfire and Hurricane fighters, rose to meet them. Though outnumbered, British pilots had crucial advantages. They fought over home territory, meaning damaged aircraft and parachuting pilots could be recovered. A network of radar stations and ground observers provided early warning of German attacks, and the innovative system developed by Air Chief Marshal Hugh Dowding allowed central control to direct fighters precisely where needed. As the battle intensified in August, the Luftwaffe focused on destroying RAF airfields and radar stations. British fighter strength began to dwindle dangerously. Then, after a German bombing raid accidentally struck London on August 24th, Churchill ordered a retaliatory raid on Berlin. Infuriated, Hitler changed tactics, directing the Luftwaffe to bomb London and other British cities instead of military targets. This strategic error gave the RAF a critical respite to repair airfields and train new pilots. The Blitz, as the bombing campaign against British cities became known, caused terrible suffering. Londoners spent nights in underground stations and homemade shelters as bombs rained down. Historic buildings burned and thousands of civilians died. Yet British morale remained unbroken, and the essential war industries continued production. By October, it was clear the Luftwaffe had failed to gain air superiority. With winter approaching and the Royal Navy still commanding the Channel, Hitler postponed Operation Sea Lion indefinitely. Britain had survived its darkest hour, and Churchill praised the RAF pilots. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. As 1940 ended, the war's scope continued to widen. In North Africa, Italian forces from Libya attacked British positions in Egypt, threatening the vital Suez Canal. After initial success, the Italians were driven back by a British counteroffensive. Hitler, concerned about his allies' failures, would soon send German forces under Erwin Rommel to bolster the Italian position. In the Balkans, Italian forces invaded Greece on October 28th, expecting an easy victory. Instead, the Greeks pushed the invaders back into Albania, inflicting a humiliating defeat on Mussolini's forces. Again, Hitler would be forced to rescue his faltering ally in the coming year. Behind the headlines of conquest and battle, a more sinister aspect of Nazi rule spread across occupied Europe. In Poland, Jews were forced into crowded ghettos and required to wear identifying armbands. Similar measures followed in other conquered territories. Mass shootings of Jews, political opponents, and others deemed undesirable began in Poland and the Soviet territories Germany would soon invade. As 1941 approached, both Hitler and Churchill looked east toward the vast expanses of the Soviet Union. Despite their non-aggression pact, Hitler had never abandoned his ideological hatred of communism or his desire for living space in the East. For months, German generals had been planning what would become the largest military operation in history. Meanwhile, Stalin refused to believe mounting evidence that his Nazi partner was preparing to betray him. The war that had begun with the swift conquest of Poland was about to enter a new and even more terrible phase. The coming year would see the conflict truly become a world war, with consequences that would reshape human history and test the very limits of human endurance.